Hello. Hello. Yeah. Yeah. Is it audible, everyone? Live class audible? Sure. Very good morning, everyone. How are you all? Everyone fine? Now, last class we have done IND AS 40, IND AS 41, IND AS 105, and IND AS 36. Have you done the questions of that? Means, of course, of day one also. Are you doing that? Are you finding any difficulty, or it become now thora sa easy for you? I'm saying thora only. Thora is also very good. Okay. Don't expect much. Thora, 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 then it will become pura. Okay. So are you now finding what? You are getting it simple now? Yes. And I hope that even though you are not able to understand the question, but with solution now it's become very easy. So only you need to highlight the point which is a new point for you, and where you are not able to do it. That you point highlight, and that requires second reference. Means when you will do the second revision after this is your first revision मान के चलो, ठीक है ना? So when you do second revision, then always think about that point once again, correct? And that will, if suppose again you are doing mistake, so that become MRQ, means must revise before exam. Must revise before exam. So that understanding is very important. Now one request to all the live students, that don't message anything me personally. I know you all have my numbers, but what happen if you are asking me doubt in my personal message? Of course I will not be able to reply that, because normally, believe me, I don't see my personal message, and even though I will see, I will not be in that position to reply on that moment, and that message will be left. So if you want to ask me any doubt, ask me in YouTube comment box only. So I just go through all the YouTube comment box. You can ask any doubt there, and once the class is over, then don't ask any doubt in chat box also, because that also I don't refer, correct now? So whatever doubt, if you are liking the class, then also write down what in the comment box. Okay, so that message of course I'll be going through, and I'll be going through till what? Exam. Means till the exam will be over, all the message will come automatically to me through YouTube channel. This message has came, so that will be what? And highlight for me ki yes, this is a doubt, I need to answer that. Okay, so whatever doubt you have, whatever you want to inform me, all message you give me after class in what? Comment box. Okay sir, don't, please, I know you all have my number, but believe me, it is not possible to answer reply in personally. Or if you want to ask doubt, you can ask doubt in Telegram channel also, at a Telegram group also, because if you are my student, you can ask doubt at there also, okay na? But if you are referring only this video for revision purpose, then I will just request you to ask all the doubt in comment box. I'll answer that, don't worry. So one doubt came that IND AS 38, come to IND AS 38 MCQs doubt came. IND AS 38 question number 3 doubt is there, MCQ, but this actually this is a question of IND AS 12. The question of IND AS 12, and because of that reason doubt came. So this question number 3 is given under IND AS 38, related to intangible asset, but it is a question of IND AS 12. So I think you will be able to understand, because today only I will do what? IND AS 12. So this question number 3 you keep in your pocket, you will be only able to answer. Then come to IND AS 2. One doubt came for IND AS 2 also. So whatever doubt you are asking, I will answer. Don't worry. So come to IND AS 2 MCQs. IND AS 2 is where? Yeah. Question number 3 is the doubt. Question number 3. Okay. Acha, answer is not given. Because of that reason doubt is there. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Acha, acha, acha. A share broking company is a dealer in sale or purchase of shares on his own account and is holding inventory of shares purchased during the year for trading. How will the same be accounted as per IND AS? So now for this actually we have discussed that financial instrument is not covered under IND AS 2. So for financial instrument, actually financial instrument chapter is applicable. So it will be measured FBTPL. This is also doubt because you have not done this revision right now. So two doubt came. That doubt came because that revision not done. So you should appreciate this. This is a point of appreciation, na? Are bolna re? Point of appreciation that you are able to identify that this is till now not done by you, sir. So I am happy that you are getting this type of doubt. Very good. So the answer is A, but this doubt will automatically covered when what will be done financial instrument chapter. I will say this also doubt keep in your pocket. Keep in your pocket. Keep in your pocket means always doubt are important. So normally we create doubt but we forget doubt. So whenever doubt is there, write down somewhere. Write down somewhere, and before exam all the doubts must be resolved. Before exam all the doubts must be resolved because that question is only going to come in exam. Correct? So just write down all the doubt, even though it is pending, write down. Then whenever you have time, whenever I have time, you can message me. I will also reply na. So I have an obligation to reply. You have a right to ask. Correct na? Are bolna re. So who have a right? Who have a right? You. And who have an obligation? So who is more superior? Are bolo. Chalo. Then one more point come to IND AS student. Acha, question number 11 also doubt in this. Question number 11. Yeah. Acha, in this also answer is not given. Oh, doubt is coming whenever answer is not given. I don't know why answer is not given. By mistake answer is not printed. Okay. XYZ Limited has been valuing inventory in FIFO basis in line with the method used in the industry peer. The company has decided to move. This is also question of IND AS 8. This is changes in what? Accounting policy. So changes in accounting policy will do where? IND AS 8. Oh my god. I think answer because of that is not given because so write on IND AS 8. IND AS 8 likh lo. Bye bye. Understood na? So I am not explaining because I think you can only do it by your own. Okay. Then IND AS 2 question number 3 hua, question number 11 hua, then question 14 is also there. Come to question 14. Correct. Which of the following inventory would be measured at lower of cost and NRV? Batao. Sand, barite, limestone are natural resources. For there is some measurement exception or not. So that can be measured to the extent what? They can be measured NRV to the extent that principle has been taken. I have given natural resources. There are two. Either they can apply IND AS 2 or they can measure at what? NRV. So can I say plastic is not a natural resources. So for plastic will take cost price or NRV, whichever is lower. Answer is given is so. Answer is given. Achha, you want explanation. Explanation now I have given. Explanation not required. 1, 2 and 4 are what? Natural resources. So only to the extent of measurement principle it is outside the scope of IND AS 2. Already we have done the scope part. The scope part is important for MCQs. So previously in old scheme we used to say that scope they will not ask because they will not ask theory question. Now all the scope, disclosure, these all become important. Chalega na? Yes sir. Thank you to bol do nalayak. You are not writing thank you. IND AS 105. IND AS 105. IND AS 105. IND AS 105. What is the question number? Question number 2. Question number 2. Okay, answer is given. On 1st Jan 2008, MR Limited classified one of his associate ABC Limited as held for sale. Oh, yesterday only I have discussed this point if you remember. We purchased 30% equity, it was classified as held for sale. You remember not? I said na. This point. Come read, this is your classroom. Prior to such classification, the associate was accounted by using equity method. Now, in this reference of IND AS 20, it is required. Let's see whether IND AS 20 reference required or not. But I think you know equity method. You know now. Revision required. Following information is provided to you in relation to investment in ABC Limited. Carrying value of investment as per equity method as on 1st Jan 2018. So 1st Jan 2018, it was classified as held for sale. It was equity. Carrying value of investment as per equity method as on 31st March 2018. So on reporting date it become 53. Fair value of investment is what? 87. Fair value of investment is 95. Estimated cost to sale 2. So can 87 minus 2 how much? 85. So on the date of classification we'll take 48 and 85 whichever is lower na. Carrying amount or fair value less cost to sale whichever is lower. So what is the carrying amount? 48. We'll take 48 only. Then fair value of investment on 31st March 2018 it become 95. 95 minus 3. Once again become what? 92. So we'll take 53 or 98 whichever is lower. Correct. At what amount should the investment in ABC Limited be measured as on 31st March 2018? Select the correct treatment. Treatment what? 50. One minute. Select the correct answer. Okay. So they have given what? 48. Oh, sorry. Okay. ठीक है. 48 what? 48 what is the carrying amount, and then we'll apply IND AS 105 only. So this will become only what? 48 will be the carrying amount. So carrying amount minus payable less. So it is only lower. So 48 lakh will be the answer. 48 lakh will be the answer. Correct now? Understood? So option number A is correct. Because once IND AS 105 is applicable, then equity method is not applicable. Once IND AS 105 is applicable, then equity method is not applicable. So 48 was the initial carrying amount. Then your fair value less cost to sale was 85. You will take lower one. Then again it become 98, but you will take lower one only now. So 48 is what? The answer. Okay. So 48 lakh is the answer. However, this point again we'll do in IND AS 28. IND AS 28 again will do this point. So this point, this doubt also came because of IND AS 28, because the reference of this para is given under IND AS 28. Because when I am creating the question now, so ho sakta I have found this question. I have seen that IND AS 105. I have copied paste question in what? IND AS 105. Because I have not gone through the questions now. Understood what happened? When I am reading the question, I found it is a question of IND AS 105. I have copied paste where? In IND AS 105. But actually it requires reference of what? IND AS 28. So it can be also shifted to what? IND AS 28 also. Now okay, so out of 4 questions, 3 questions was outside the scope of all the revision whatever we have done. The doubt is coming because of that reason. Correct? And one doubt came because of what? Scope. So scope is also important. Okay? So means you have understood the chapter. Only this much was doubt. You have any doubt? IND AS 41. IND AS 41 is there. IND AS 41. Bata. Doubt? Question number 8. Which of the following is not dealt by IND AS 41? Once again, scope doubt. Scope read karna layak. Acha, this in this answer is wrong. Answer is wrong. So I may be also wrong sometime. This is a typo mistake. Typo mistake. So typo mistake you should ignore. And if you are good, you should correct it by your own. Correct. I think there is wrong. So biological acid is covered. Agriculture produce at the point of harvest is covered. Government grant related to biological acid is covered. Agriculture produce after harvesting is not covered. So it will be answer number 4. Answer number 4. Any more doubt? So this doubt came because of wrong question. Means you have understood the chapter. If you have doubt about wrong solution, it means you have understood now. Correct now? You have understood it means. Aage chalo. Any more doubt? Any more doubt? You have done? You have done? You have done all the MCQs? Last day you have done? Not done. So bolna, yes sir, we'll have doubt. No sir, I don't have doubt. Doubt will come and you will do it. Nalayak. You have doubt? देखो इतना पूछने के बाद डाउट आता है. Means देखो circumstances what means I need to ask. You have doubt? पूछ ले. अरे what is the use of coming in the class? Just try to understand. You need to ask doubt ना. ठीक है ना? You have right. I have a obligation. ठीक है ना? कितने बार बोलूं बता. ठीक है. IND AS 16. Come to IND AS 16. Where is IND AS 16? Question number 11. This doubt will be common. All doubts are common. One doubt will be doubt of other. So we all are equal. Only difference come in exam hall. In exam hall we become different. Understood? Before exam all are same. All are, even rank holder will have same doubt. Even the rank holder will have same doubt. But they are putting some extra effort. Difference is that. Correct? So if you put some extra effort, you will be also getting rank. Question number 11. A portion of mall is renovated. This doubt was also asked by someone last day. This doubt is common or not? Who asked me this doubt? Last day? You asked me now. The doubt remains same. Doubt remain same. The portion of mall is renovated by constructing a food court, spa and gaming zone so as to increase the footfall in the mall. The food court and gaming zone are expected to result in a significant increase in the sales for the shop and outlet of the mall. What should be the accounting treatment of cost incurred for renovation? Expense incurred for the food court and gaming zones should be charged to SOPL. This is not correct. Expense incurred for the food court, spa and gaming zone should be charged to SOPL. This is also not correct. Expenses incurred for food court, spa and gaming should be capitalized. इसमें doubt आया? Read all the options, because even though you might feel this is correct, but the last option might be more correct. So don't conclude by reading entire MCQs. Normally we don't read entire MCQs. We feel option number A is correct, we'll take it. But it is quite possible option number D is more superior than what? Option number A. So two options may be correct, but you need to choose what? The best answer. Understood is fine. So normally students become emotional in exam, in hurry. Correct? So I am reading all the expense incurred for the food court and gaming should be capitalized. So doubt come in C and D. Doubt come in C and D. Now what is given here? The food court and gaming zone are expected to result in significant increase. So of course, can I say from this we can understand that there is no future economic benefit from spa. That can be understood. There is no future economic benefit from the renovation of spa. Now whenever there is some subsequent cost, we apply recognition criteria. So what is the recognition criteria? That it is probable that future economic benefit will flow to the entity. But they have not written significant, because they have not written significant future economic benefit. Significant means what? More means significant means what? It is a subjective term. Means can I say they have written there must be probable future economic benefit. Probable future economic benefit. Now it can be any benefit. They have not written there must be probable significant increase. ऐसा तो कुछ लिखा नहीं है. So from my point of view, the best answer is C. From my point of view, the best answer is C. But D can be also answer. That depends upon ICAI viewpoint. Means if I will write down the answer, C is the answer. But I don't know what is the answer given by ICAI. So this answer I have taken. You need to do some homework. This answer I have taken from MCQs of ICAI only. So just cross check the answer. I have not cross checked. So this is now your point, because we'll go as per ICAI. We'll go as per ICAI. You will not take my viewpoint now. As per me, best option is what? C. But as per ICAI, best option may be D also. So I will just give a star mark in this. You need to cross check what is the answer given by ICAI. This will be your homework. I need to inform me. You need to inform me, because I was not having time, so I have not seen it. Chalega na? Are bolna rahi? So please, I think this was the only doubt. You are giving D answer now. So that may be also correct as per the language of the question. But from my point of view, the best answer is what? C. But you will write, you will go as per me or as per ICAI? ICAI is our godfather. ICAI is our, you only say ICAI is godfather. So we'll go as per ICAI. So I will say C or D. Cross check. Cross check. I have written cross check. Huh? Understood? If you ask me, I will say C is the best option. Because recognition criteria, they have not mentioned significant increase. It can be any increase. Yes or no? Chalo, theek hai. Now, any more doubt? So this doubt is also genuine doubt. It means you have understood the chapter. Aage chalo. IND AS 40. IND AS 40. Bata. What is the doubt number? Question number 4. Which of the following is not considered as a transfer from or to investment property? When I was reading the question, then I also got a doubt. Means I was also confused when I was reading this question. Means I and you are same. अरे बोलना रे. Difference is what? I am CA. You need to become CA. Only difference this means I may also have doubt or not. Means in exam hall to all are same. Exam hall all are same. Means even though I am writing paper, I may also do mistake if I am not concentrating. If I am not concentrating, it means we need to prepare for what exam, how to write in that 3 hours. That is more important. And basically we don't prepare for that. The main task is that 3 hour. That main task is that 3 hour. How can you concentrate? Understood? Chalo theek hai. Let us read. Commencement of operating lease from undetermined use. So it means initially it was investment property. Again it become investment property na. Undetermined use means what? Again it become investment property. So I was thinking one is, but with by reading now I have doubt. Ye kya likha hai yaar? Commencement of honor occupation. What do you mean by commencement of honor occupation? We are not able to understand the MCQ only, means the choice of answer. But what they want to say, initially it was investment property. Now you have started your own occupation, means classification. It requires classification. Commencement of development with a view to sale. It become inventory. Initially it was investment property. Now it become inventory. End of honor occupation. End of honor occupation means if you are using as PP, now it become end. So now it will give a rent only, means it will be held for without any use. So without any use, so it can be operating lease or it can be held for capital appreciation. So I will say 2, 3, 4 will not be an option. Which is not considered. The option number 1 is correct. Option number 1 is correct. I hope you understood the explanation. But when I read, I was also confused. I have taken some time to give the answer. Understood? Chalo. Any more doubt? You have done all? How many have done all? You have no doubt. Super yaar. Zabardast. I like this type of student. You have no doubt. Chalo theek hai. But you have done and you have no doubt na. Means perfect. 30 out of 30. Confidence is coming? Yes sir. But exam question will be totally different. They will give you big case study. If you see RTP given, they have given one case study and they will ask some question. So that will be for different game. Game will be different and that too exam. Okay, na? So be careful. Chalo. Now can we start today? If you permit me, let's see any more doubt is there or not. Then I will start. Yes sir. All MCQs done. Very good. Okay. ठीक है. एक बात. Thank you my son for the MCQ doubt. Sir, I too mark same answer for those questions which you told, but I just wanted to get it confirmed. Yes, confirmation I'll give way. ठीक है. Okay. चलो. Now can we start IND AS 12? IND AS 12. So today only 2 IND AS. Why I have given 2 IND AS? The reason is what IND AS 105 is one of the chapter where students are not able to write answer in exam. There are, I will say, one chapter IND AS 115 where any question come you will not be able to write in exam, because in this chapter you need to understand the content and you need to write down that content in exam, and normally we forget the content. So only this chapter I will say you need to be thorough with the content of IND AS. Content of IND AS. Are you getting what I am saying? Only in this chapter. Other chapter, if you know, you can write down in your simple word. But in this chapter, if you change the word, now the meaning will change. The meaning will change. So normally if a question of 14, normally this chapter they will ask 15 marks question, 2 questions. 2 questions they will ask 15 to 20 marks. And can you see, if you are not able to write properly, out of 15 they will give you 2, 3, 4 marks. Entire marks down. So this chapter is thoda sa, I will say, difficult from exam point of view, because you have understood, you will understand, but writing is difficult. Writing is difficult. So we'll focus on what content. So I am doing only 2 chapter because you will have time to once again revise the content by your own. Revision to you. Memorization to you need to know. Yeah, I will do memorization on behalf of you. Memorization you need to do. This chapter I will say, sorry, IND AS 115 I will say thoda sa memorization is required. Okay? Chalo. Now IND AS 12, let us start with first simple one. IND AS 12. IND AS 12, I think all know about IND AS 12. Correct? Understood? What was the corresponding AS? AS 22. Now as per the syllabus given by ICAI, they said that you need to have also knowledge of AS 22. So let me just give one small clarification about AS22. Correct. So what was AS22 bata? AS22 is what? Means what is the basic difference? When I am saying AS22, they say find out the difference between accounting income and taxable income. Sorry. And this difference will be known as difference. And these difference are of two types: timing difference and permanent difference. Timing difference and permanent difference. Timing difference are those difference which are originated in 1 year and are capable of reversal in one or more subsequent years. Permanent difference are those difference. This is CA inter. This is CA inter. So even though you don't know, just listen. Correct now, because this has been included as a specific AS in the new scheme. So they may ask a question of difference between AS12, AS22 and IND AS 12. Means they will create one question. They will say refer as per both AS and IND AS. So you need to know the difference now. Correct. So timing difference are those difference which is originated in 1 year and are capable of reversal in one or more subsequent year. But permanent difference are those difference which originated in 1 year but are not capable of reversal in one or more subsequent year. In simple word, if any expense is allowed under income tax rate permanently, means it will not be disallowed in future, it become permanent difference. Or if any expense disallowed permanently and it will not be allowed again in future, it become an item of permanent difference. Or any income which is exempted forever, any income which is taxable forever and it will not be reversed, so it become an item of permanent difference. The best example I will say additional depreciation, weighted deduction. Or the best example for income is agriculture income exempt forever. The best example is deemed dividend taxable forever. Deemed dividend, it will not be again exempted now. So these are the examples of what permanent difference. And on permanent difference will not create any deferred tax. No deferred tax. No deferred tax. Correct. But timing difference are those expenses or income which will originate but it will be reversed also. For example, expense disallowed but in future it will be allowed. For example, depreciation, higher depreciation allowed under income tax rate which will be disallowed in future. Or I will say, for example, preliminary expenses, 1/5 deduction is allowed. So they will disallow some expense which will be allowed in future, For example, bonus, if it is the amount of bonus is not paid, so it will be disallowed, but it will be allowed in the year when it is paid. So it is capable of reversal in one or more subsequent year. Understood? Correct. So this will, on this timing difference, will create what? Deferred tax. So deferred tax is equal to what? Timing difference multiplied by rate of tax. Now what AS22 says? Tax expense is equal to current tax plus minus deferred tax. So it means it will be either DTA or DTL. DTA means what? Minus, and DTL means plus. Means DTL means it is a creation of expense. We are creating some expense, so your tax expense will increase. Sorry, DTL will mean what? Creation of expense, so your tax expense will increase. So we'll do plus deferred tax here. And DTA means what? It is nothing but creation of income. You are recognizing some income. DTA account debit to deferred tax income. So it means your tax expense will decrease. So we'll do minus deferred tax. Only this much I will say about AS22. Last I will give the difference. So this was the starting point of AS22. But now what our IND AS 12 says, that AS22 was based on income approach. But our IND AS 12 will be based on balance sheet approach. This is the basic difference. Balance sheet approach. Why we require balance sheet approach? However, the concept remains same. But there was one difficulty in AS22. There was some item of income or expense which were directly transferred to balance sheet. The best example was revaluation gain. Revaluation gain was never routed through what? SOPL, and it was directly transferred to what? Reserve and surplus. So can you say that difference will never arise? But on revaluation gain also we need to create what? Deferred tax liability, because that is taxable in future. So revaluation gain was not considered under AS22 because that item will never come as a difference between accounting income and taxable income. So this was one of the limitation of what? AS22, which have been rectified where under IND AS 12 by using what? Balance sheet approach. Balance sheet approach. Understood? Why balance sheet approach introduced? So balance sheet approach says what? You need to compare the carrying amount of assets and liability with what? Tax base. With tax base. Carrying amount of assets and liability with what? Tax base. Now simple word I will say, carrying amount means ledger balance as books of account. Ledger balance as per books of account. But if you prepare your books of account as per Income Tax Act, if you prepare your books of account as per Income Tax Act, what is the balance in ledger account? That become what? Tax base. So it means, can I say, now we need to think from two point of view. Our own books of account as per accounting standard or IND accounting standard, as per IND accounting standard. So whatever balance coming, that is the carrying amount of assets or liability as per respective IND AS. But tax base, imagine that you are preparing books of account as per the provision given under Income Tax Act, that will become the tax base of that asset and liability. Understood? This difference now they say it is a temporary difference. Now they have not used the word timing difference, they have not used the word permanent difference, they have used only one word, what? Temporary difference. So only one word is in your life, temporary difference. Now this temporary difference can be of two types. One is deductible temporary difference, one will be taxable temporary difference. Understood? Deductible and taxable. Deductible and taxable. If the difference is deducted in future while computing taxable profit, that will increase or decrease your tax. Once again, if that difference is deductible from taxable profit in future, if the difference is deducted from taxable profit in future, so that will increase your tax or that will decrease your tax. So it means saving means benefit means asset. Means on deduction, on deductible temporary difference, you recognize what? DTA. You recognize DTA. Understood? So any difference which will be deductible while computing taxable profit of future, that difference is known as deductible temporary difference. But any difference which will be taxable, while computing the taxable profit of future, means that will be added. Added means it will increase the tax. It means we need to pay higher tax. It means we need to create what? Deferred tax liability. Deferred tax liability. Understood? Correct? Means simple word. First identify difference. Difference between what? Carrying amount and tax base. Carrying amount you understood. Tax base you understood. You can calculate tax base. We will take some example. Nothing to worry. Have you understood this point? Then that difference, if it is deductible, then deductible temporary difference in future. If it is taxable in future, then taxable temporary difference. Correct. On deductible temporary difference will create DTA. On taxable temporary difference will create liability, deferred tax liability. For this reason, to identify this, one formula is given. The formula is what? In exam, if you forgot everything, suppose दिमाग नहीं चल रहा है, देखो what happened in exam hall, this become blank. This become blank. Automatically this blank. So you need to have some shortcut. Some shortcut should be in your life. So for that purpose, I'll give you one shortcut. You don't apply any concept. Use this table in exam. So whenever a question of IND AS 12 is coming, now draw this table. Draw this table. Understood? So here we write on asset. Here we write on liability. Liability. Here taxable. Here deductible. First write on taxable. First taxable. Then write on deductible. Now only one formula I will give you. Carrying amount is more than tax base. Carrying amount is, याद करो, carrying amount is more than tax base. But the first is what? Carrying amount is more than tax base. Write down यहाँ पर. Carrying amount is more than tax base. Only remember this. Means for asset, if it is carrying amount is more than tax base, it will be taxable, deductible. Taxable. याद आ क्या? Then reverse. Everything reverse. But this will be what? Reverse कर दो. Carrying amount less than tax base. Then this reverse, बताओ. Carrying amount, reverse of this. Carrying amount is less than reverse of this. Understood? This become your formula. Have you understood? Correct? This become your formula. दिमाग मत लगाओ. Now if you have this formula, can you say any question you can do it? Don't apply logic. Don't apply logic. If you are conceptually strong, then this table is not required. If you are conceptually whatever I have said, if that difference is taxable in future, then it will be always taxable temporary difference. If that difference is deductible in future under income tax act, then it become what? Deductible temporary difference. If you are conceptually strong, if you are good in income tax act, then you can do that now. I hope you are understanding. But in exam, I will say apply this table. Every question can be done without any difficulty. So what is the formula? First write down asset. Don't reverse it down. First write down asset, then liability, then taxable, then deductible. And one formula I have given, carrying amount is more than tax base. So this is carrying amount is more than tax base. So this will be carrying amount is less than tax base. So reverse of this, carrying amount is less than tax base and carrying amount is more than tax base. Only this much. Understood? If you have understood this much, so I'll give you 21 example. How many example? For only practice. Will you do that? One I will do. One I will do only to explain how to do. Okay, na? So that you will do. But you might not have my IND AS Saaransh book. So I will display in the projector and the screen. Just write down question number 1. This is the answer. Question number 2. This is the answer. Okay. Don't write the question. Okay. If you don't have my IND AS Saaransh book, just write down the answer. Chalega? And if you have my IND AS Saaransh book, Jindabad. So these are the example. Example how many? 21 example. This I do in my regular batch. If you have understood this much now, then it means we can proceed. We can proceed. If you have not understood this, means we can't proceed in this chapter. Then entire revision will waste. So first I need to make you understand about this now. So one example I will do. First one, easy one. Machinery cost price 1 lakh. Depreciation as per book 20,000. Impairment loss as per book is 10,000. But what is the carrying amount? So 70,000 write down. Then depreciation as per income tax act. So what is the tax base? 1 lakh minus 50,000. Difference is what? 20,000. But it is an asset or liability? Asset. What is the formula? Carrying amount is more than tax base. Then it is taxable, deductible. Return taxable, temporary difference. If taxable, then we will create what? DTL. Only do this. If we can do this for 21 example, means now we can proceed in this chapter. So will you do by your own? Right now, just write down this: carrying amount, tax base, taxable, deductible, and DTL and DTA. Start. Whatever you have doubt, don't do. That I will explain. That I will explain. Everyone do it. And if you have already written, if you have already my IND AS Saaransh book, already you have solved it, then again solve it. Huh? Again solve it. How many minutes you require? I am giving you 50 minutes. 50 minutes. So I am. What I will do? I will do nothing. I will see. You have written this, na? This too you have written, na? So don't apply the demand. Taxable, deductible as per this. Once 6 done, inform me, then I will move to other point. Everyone have done 6 na? 6 done? So tax based thing that you are doing journal entry as per income tax act. ठीक है ना? Think. I could have also done that, but I want you to first you do some mistake, then we rectify it. ठीक है ना? So always mistakes are good. So first you identify that yes, this point you have not understood. So that require explanation. This chapter require understanding of all other chapters. So I'm assuming that थोड़ा you know about all chapters, huh? This chapter require understanding of all the chapters, but I can't delay this chapter. Therefore, I have taken this chapter today only. Once done, just inform me. Live online student, if you have also done, inform me whether you have done or not done. Done. Can we start discussion? If you are not able to do it, leave it. It means that require my explanation. ठीक है ना? Can we start discussion? Sure. Start from the beginning. If you have doubt, then you will say me. Okay. Interest receivable carrying amount is what? 1 lakh, and it will be taxed on cash basis as per IT tax. Means it will become income when it will be received. Means no journal entry right now. Means the tax base is what? 0. Difference what? 1 lakh. This will be what? Taxable temporary difference, and this become what? DTL. You can also think in this way, because it will be taxed on cash basis. It is taxable in future, and therefore it become taxable temporary difference. Correct now? You can think in that way also, but in that regard you need to be thoda sa more conceptually strong. Correct now? Thoda sa doubt you will be confused in exam hall, and because of that reason I have given this table. Ki don't apply concept, apply this rule. This rule will be applied in every question. Chalega. Inventory carrying amount is what? 80,000. And as per IT Act, it is valued at cost price. It is given. So we respect the information given in the question. I don't know what your income tax act says. Now we need to respect the information given in the question. So we'll say what? 1 lakh. So difference is what? 20,000. Taxable, deductible, temporary difference, DTL, DTA. Debtor of rupees 1 lakh. Carrying amount 1 lakh. Is already included in taxable profit. Is already included in taxable profit means it is recognized on accrual basis as per income tax act. Means even though not received. So it means they have also done one journal entry, debtor account debit to sales. It means the tax base will also remain same na. So no difference, no difference. Have you done this only? Very good. So debtor rupees 1 lakh and expected credit loss is what? So means this is nothing but allowance for bad and doubtful debt. So this is 90,000, but we all know that as per income tax act, provision are not allowed. That will be disallowed. So this will be 1 lakh, 1 lakh. Difference is what? 10,000. Taxable, deductible, temporary difference. DTL, DTA. Now debtor rupees 1 lakh, bad debt rupees 10,000, which is not recorded in the books of account. Means this bad debt is not recorded. We should record it. So your debtor become what? And tax base? No, tax bad debt is allowed. Under income tax act, bad debt is allowed or not? Under income tax act, bad debt is allowed or not? Yes, it is allowed. So under income tax act also it will be 90,000, and this will be nil. So you need to thoda sa have understanding about income tax act also. But we all know that bad debt is allowed. Allowance for bad and doubtful debt is not allowed. Allowance for bad and doubtful debt is not allowed. Chalega. Then debtor rupees 1 lakh. Carrying amount is what? 1 lakh, which will be taxable on cash basis. Means it will be taxable only when it is received. Means not no journal entry in the books of as per income tax act. So this will be nil. So this will be 1 lakh, and this is taxable deductible. Taxable temporary difference. So it will be DTL. Correct. Then preliminary expense is 1 lakh. Now as per IND AS 38, this will be charged to profit and loss account immediately. Therefore it will be nil. Nil na? Nil. But written off in 5 years as per income tax act. So in the first year how much will be allowed? 20,000. So how much will remain? So 80,000 become what? The tax base. The difference is 80,000. But the taxable deductible temporary difference. So it will create what? Will create DTA. Understood? Research expenditure 1 lakh. So it will be allowed as an expense. Yes or no? So nil. And fully allowed as per income tax act. Then also nil. Nil. Now there is no asset, there is no liability in both the books of account. Therefore difference is nil nil. Understood? Correct. Now development expenditure 1 lakh. Amortization during the first year. So we are assuming that development expenditure has been capitalized as per IND AS 38 because that 6th condition has been satisfied. Therefore because of that reason they have given amortization. So carrying amount become how much? 90,000. Fully allowed as per income tax rate. Nil. The difference is what? 90,000. This will be deductible taxable. Taxable temporary difference. And this will be DTL. Understood? Correct. Up to 10 any doubt? Means I have done, but even though you have doubt you can ask me. All have done correct also. No wrong. Means you have one wrong. Which one was wrong? 6. Chalo, that is because you have not understood the information given. Okay, now understood? Yes sir. So scientific expenditure on purchase of machinery 1 lakh, depreciation as per book, so it is 90,000. 90,000. 125% deduction. So 125% deduction allowed means value becomes 0. Value can't be negative. The value can't be negative. So value becomes 0. 0. So tax base is 0 only. So it is what? 90,000. But the taxable deductible, taxable temporary difference. So it will be DTL. It will be DTL. Understood? Now dividend receivable from subsidiary company 1 lakh. Your carrying amount is what? 1 lakh. Not taxable as per income tax act. Not taxable as per income tax act. Abhi right now the dividend exemption rule has been changed under income tax act. Previously it was exempted in the books of shareholders. It was taxable in the books of company as CDT etc. Now that has been CDT or DDT. Now that has been withdrawn. Now it is taxable in the hands of shareholders. So we need to respect the information given in the question. So likha dividend receivable not taxable in the books of shareholders. Dividend receivable means shareholders na. So not taxable in the books of shareholders means exempted and exempted permanently. Exempted permanently. So it is an item of permanent difference. Now this permanent difference, this word has not been used. This word has not been used under IND AS 12. So you can't use this word in your exam. You can't write it is an item of permanent difference. Correct now. So don't use this terminology permanent difference. But this permanent difference is very important point to understand the solution. Now can I say if it is an item of permanent difference, no deferred tax? Now if you write on, just write on not taxable, if you write on 0, the difference will arise. So there are two ways. Either you write down difference, and if you are conceptually strong, then it will become nil. No DTA, no DTL. There are two rules. Or second rule, which is more easy, whenever there is an item of permanent difference now, always tax base will be equal to what? Carrying amount. This is second rule. This is second rule. Means you can do in two ways. Either this first rule, but there is a high chance of mistake here. Because there is some difference, and on that difference you will allow what? You will apply rate of tax and you will create what? DT or DTL. So I will suggest you that use what? The second technique, whenever there is an item of what? Permanent difference, always tax base will be equal to what? Carrying amount. Tax base will be equal to carrying amount. And therefore automatically the difference will become what? 0, 0. Have you understood this point? Have you done this only? Very good. Means you are knowing. Means those who have not done correct, have you rectified it? So whenever there is an item of permanent difference, but in exam you can't write it is an item of permanent difference. Okay. Means IND AS 12 has given in some other para by way of some other what? Other way. Same point is given in some other way. Are you getting what I am saying? But you can't write it is an item of permanent difference. Understood? But whenever you can understand it is an item of permanent difference, always assume what? Tax base is equal to carrying amount, not vice versa. Tax base is equal to carrying amount, not carrying amount is equal to tax base. Chalega? Yes, sir. Loan receivable 1 lakh. Can you say in tax also it will be 1 lakh only? 1 lakh only, na? Therefore, no difference, no difference. Outstanding expense 1 lakh. Now it is a liability. Related expense allowed on cash basis. Related expense allowed on cash basis means it will be 0. Correct. No journal entry right now under Income Tax Act. So the difference will be 1 lakh. And now it is a liability. And carrying amount is more than tax base. So it will be taxable deductible. Deductible temporary difference. And it will be DTA. Understood. Then outstanding expense 1 lakh allowed as per IT Act. So if it is allowed as per IT Act, so 1 lakh, 1 lakh, 1 lakh, 1 lakh, 0, 0. Correct. Now outstanding expense 1 lakh allowed if paid before due date. So I have given two situations. Paid before due date. So it is what? Carrying amount is 1 lakh. And paid before due date. So it will be allowed. It will be allowed. But what will be tax base? 1 lakh only. Very good. Everyone done 1 lakh? Everyone done 1 lakh? Very good. So it will be nil nil, but not paid before due date. So can you see it will not be an expense of under Income Tax Act. So it will be nil. The difference will be 1 lakh, and this will be what? Deductible temporary difference as well as DTA. Chalega. Chalega. Then 17. Interest received in advance rupees 1 lakh. So it is also a liability 1 lakh. But what will be the tax base? Will be tax on cash basis. Will be tax on cash basis. What will be the tax base? 0 1 lakh. In this normally doubt came. Someone say 0, someone say 1 lakh. The answer is what? 0. Will be tax on cash basis. So already received na. So what journal entry you have done under Income Tax Act? Cash account debit to income. Therefore your liability is 0. So under Income Tax Act what journal entry you have done? Cash account debit to income. In books of account you are doing cash account debit to liability, but under Income Tax Act cash account debit to income. Therefore 0, there is no liability. So this will be 1 lakh, and this will be also what? Deductible temporary difference and DTA. Chalega? Yes sir. Then outstanding fine and penalty. Can I say it is an item of what? Permanent difference, because that will not be allowed anytime. So it is an item of permanent difference. So 1 lakh is the carrying amount. Tax base will be 1 lakh. Why? Because it is an item of permanent difference. This will be nil nil. Correct. Investment cost price measured FVTPL. This we need to understand financial instrument chapter. So it is measured FVTPL is fair value. What will be carrying amount? Fair value is what? 1 lakh. But that is not allowed as per Income Tax Act. So as per Income Tax it will be 1 lakh. So 20,000 will be difference. This will be taxable deductible. Because it is an asset. Very good. It is a taxable temporary difference, and this will be DTL. Loan received at market rate of interest 10%. So can I say the both will be 1 lakh 1 lakh? Loan received, so both will be 1 lakh. So initially there will be no difference. Initially there will be no difference. Correct? Understood? So 0 0. But loan received 1 lakh, transaction cost 1000. So as per financial instrument chapter, the transaction cost is deducted from what? Liability, financial liability. So this become 99. But as per Income Tax, the transaction cost will be charged to taxable income. So this will be 1 lakh. So difference will be what? 1000. 1000. This will be what? Taxable deductible. Liability hai. Taxable deductible. If you have doubt, see the table. Don't say without seeing table. Any doubt? See the table. Table batao. Table dekhe. It is liability. It is taxable na. Taxable temporary difference. It will be DTL. Understood? All pointers. Now if you have any further doubt, you can ask me, which you have not understood. Because once you have understood, now we can proceed in this chapter. Now this chapter is not only will take question whatever is given in that booklet, and you will be expert in this. This is the main understanding. Because if you have done mistake in tax base only, game is over. So tax base is more important. Understood? Can you proceed? Yes, sir. Pakka? Any doubt? Oh, sure, sure. Now let us start. Let us start the chapter. Now we'll start the chapter. So you have understood the basic understanding. You have understood. Now we can start the chapter. So IND AS 12 is applied in accounting for income tax. Now income tax means only income tax, means is not applicable to indirect tax or any other tax. Only income tax. But income tax include domestic tax, foreign tax, dividend distribution tax, but now it has been withdrawn, as well as any MAT credit, etc. So anything under income tax act will be covered in this chapter. Definition: accounting income, taxable income, tax expense. Now tax expense is aggregate of current tax and deferred tax. Current tax, any tax on taxable income is what? Current tax. Tax base of a liability, it is the carrying amount of the asset or liability for tax purpose. So any carrying amount as per income tax book will be what? Tax base. Temporary difference between carrying amount and tax base. It can be of two types, taxable and deductible. Taxable temporary difference are those difference that will result in taxable amount in determining future taxable profit. Deductible temporary difference are the difference which will result in amount that are deductible in determining future taxable profit. Correct. DTA we create on which amount? On the taxable temporary difference. DTA is created on which amount? On deductible temporary difference. Correct. But there are two more points: carry forward of unused tax losses and carry forward of unused tax credit. Just try to understand. Suppose you have some tax losses. So as per income tax, that tax losses can be set off in future with taxable profit for how many years? 8 years, 8 consecutive years. So whatever tax losses we have, that can be also deducted in future, and that will also save our tax. So on that carry forward tax loss, also that will become a type of a deductible temporary difference. So on that also DTA will be created. So on any carry forward unused tax losses or carry forward unused tax credit, if you know about MAT credit, it is a MAT credit can be also set off in future in the year in which we are paying regular tax. In the year in which we are paying regular tax, I am assuming that you know income tax act, because I am not teaching you income tax act. Okay, correct. So MAT credit also you have some advantage. So that MAT credit will also become a type of deferred tax asset. Understood? These are two special points. Understood this much? Correct? Yeah. Now accounting for current tax normally they will not ask any question specifically. But if suppose they ask you extract of SOPL, so first you need to calculate current tax, then deferred tax. So current tax is nothing but income tax act. First you need to find out taxable income, and taxable income will be based on what? Income tax act. So my role is what? 0. You need to refer which faculty? DT faculty, and that in that you are expert. So I will not teach you how to calculate what taxable income. I will say only what taxable income multiplied by what? Rate of tax. Correct. So normally they don't ask calculation of current tax, because they also know that it is group 1, paper 1. You might not have done what? Group 2. It is quite possible. Normally they will not ask, but they ask, so they will ask based on CA inter syllabus, because there so you have done now. Correct. So you can't say that we don't know. Understood? So they may ask extract of SOPL. In that you need to calculate what? Current tax also. Am I right or not? So current tax means what? Taxable income multiplied by rate of tax. Taxable income will be as per income tax act. Chalega. Now can you say this current tax will be always charged to profit or loss? Can you say CT means current tax is more than prepaid tax. Prepaid tax means advance tax or TDS. If it is more than prepaid tax, then we need to recognize the current tax liability. Then we recognize the current tax liability, and current tax liability will be shown in the balance sheet under current liability. Under current liability. And if current tax is if current tax is what? Less than prepaid taxes, so it will create what? Current tax asset, and current tax asset will be shown in the asset side of balance sheet under current asset. Under current asset. Understood? Correct. This might be important for MCQ question. Can we set off current tax asset and current tax liability? Well, yes, we can set off if two conditions are satisfied. Well, yes, we can set off. If how many conditions satisfied? 2 conditions are satisfied. First condition, entity has a legal enforceable right to set off. An entity must have intention to set off on net basis. Entity has a legal enforceable right to set off. An entity must have intention to set off. So if these two conditions satisfied, then we can set up current tax asset with current tax liability. Understood this point? Correct. This point is not important because this is applicable for foreign tax. Till now no question has been given like this in ICAI study method. Ignore that. Now coming to accounting of deferred tax. Accounting of deferred tax, we have how many steps? 9 steps. How many steps? 9 steps. All the steps I have discussed. 4-5 steps already I have discussed. First step is what? Calculate carrying amount of as per respective IND AS. Then calculate tax base. Already we have done 21 question. 21 example we have done. So calculate tax base. Then compute the temporary difference and classify the temporary difference either as taxable and deductible. That also we have understood. Either it will be taxable or deductible based on that table. Based on that table. Then principle for recognition of DT and DTL. This I need to explain. What is the principle for recognition of DT and DTL? Then assessment of deductible temporary difference. This also I need to discuss. This I have not yet discussed. Then determine tax rate. This also thoda sa I need to discuss. Then calculate and recognize deferred tax. This does not require any discussion. Then accounting for deferred tax. This I need to discuss. Then offsetting. This also I need to discuss. Means 1, 2, 3 so we have done. Step number 1, 2, 3 we have done. Chalega. So step 1 done. Step 2 done. But step 2 we have understood the meaning of tax base of an asset liability. Means in simple word I have said ledger balance as per income tax act. But they have given some meaning. This meaning can be important from MCQ's point of view. What happened? Understood what happened? This, believe me, if you see my previous revision, so I used not important. But now all points become what? Important. So I am doing my job. I am not in hurry. Means I am teaching you as per MCQs also. So solving part is your job. If you ask me, sir, solve karo 1111, that is the what I am not in CA. I am not in CA foundation class now. Whether I am in CA foundation class, not now. So that question I will not solve. But it is my commitment that all question you can solve by your own. Doubt I will take. But believe me, doubt will not come if you have done my revision class also. Doubt will not come. You need to be thoda sa apply your common sense also. Correct. So that actually happening. So this is what the meaning of tax base or asset. So in exam if they ask you the meaning, so you need to write down this only na. Then can you change this? You can't change this. So tax base of an asset is the amount that will be deductible for tax purpose against any taxable economic benefit that will flow to entity when it recover the carrying amount of the asset. But when we recover the carrying, if suppose we purchase one camera, so there is some carrying amount. So how we recover the carrying amount of that asset? How we recover? Either by use or by sale. Either by use or by sale. So we'll do use in future, sale in future. So what they are saying, the tax base of an amount is the amount that will deductible. That will deductible for tax purpose, means as per income tax act, against any taxable economic benefit. Against any taxable economic benefit that will flow to the entity when the carrying amount of that asset will be recovered. Means in future when it will be recovered, that time what amount you are deducting from a taxable benefit, that amount will become the tax base of an asset. Means they have given thoda sa, can I say, complicated meaning. You can memorize, but can I say it's simple what I said in ledger balance as per income tax act. That become more simple na. Any balance as per income tax act, that become what? Tax base. So that is easy to understand. But if they ask definition, so this is the answer. So what they said is the amount that will be deductible for tax purpose against any taxable profit that will flow to the entity when it recover the carrying amount of the asset. Means future deductible amount. Simple word, future deductible amount from income tax act. Let me take one example. This example, machinery. So what was the amount which will be deducted from taxable profit in future? 50,000. That is the tax base. Understood now? But chalo theek hai, yaad to karna, yaad kar lena. Correct. Now, if those economic benefit will not be taxable, it means what? If those economic benefit will not be taxable, then it is an item of permanent difference. The tax base will be equal to is what? Carrying amount. For liability, they have given two meaning. For liability, they have given two meaning. And this was asked in one of the MCQ question of ICAI, which I have seen. Correct. Means they can ask this type of question. They can ask this type of question. So tax base of a liability is this carrying amount less. Carrying amount less. Carrying amount less. that will be deductible for tax purpose in respect of liability in future period. Means carrying amount less amount deductible in future for that liability. That will become what? Tax base. Complicate na thoda sa? Easy is what? Whatever balance as per income tax book. That was more easy to understand. Then in case of revenue which is received in advance, means any pre-received income, for any pre-received income, what they are saying, the tax base will be the resulting liability, tax base of the resulting liability will be carrying amount less any amount of revenue that will not be taxable in future period. Any amount of revenue which will not be taxable in future period, means carrying amount less any amount of revenue that will not be taxable in future year. So that will be what? Tax base. We have taken one question of pre-received income interest. Yeah. So carrying amount was 1 lakh and 1 lakh will not be taxable in future. So 1 lakh minus 1 lakh 0. It's not difficult. You are a small child. Correct na? Chalo theek hai, but yaad karo. Rat lo. For MCQs. Only for MCQs. Then if those liabilities are not tax deductible, tax base of liability will be equal to is what? Carrying amount. In simple word, this only for your understanding. In simple word, if the item are, if they are permanent difference, as defined in AS 22, I have just given. We don't use this term in exam. Then tax base will be equal to carrying amount. Chalega. Understood? Understood. Then this already I have explained, taxable, deductible. I have given this table also. This table I have given. So this point is already completed. Chalega. Then coming to principle for recognition of DT and DTL. This is important once again for MCQ as well as practical questions. So what they are saying, DTL will be recognized for all taxable temporal difference without any condition. Means there is no condition for recognition of DTL, but there is some condition for recognition of DTA. Okay, because of conservatism principle, because DTA is what will for DTA will recognize income, expected income, and for DTL there is an expected expenses. So as per conservatism, we can recognize all expected expenses, but we can't recognize all expected income. So there is some condition for recognition of DTA due to some prudence condition, So what they are saying, DTA can be recognized DTA can be recognized for all deductible temporary difference to the extent it is probable that future taxable profit will be available against which such DTD can be utilized. Have you understood this? Means can I say deductible temporary difference means what? Suppose 1 lakh. So you can get the benefit of this 1 lakh in future only when you have sufficient taxable profit from which it can be deducted. Are you getting? Are you able to understand? Suppose it is going to reverse in year 2 and year 2 you have nil taxable profit. So are you getting any advantage? You are not getting any advantage. So it means can I say you can't create DT on that because you are not getting any deduction in future. If there is no deduction in future, why you are creating DTA? Because there is no advantage. So we can create only DTA to the extent it is probable that future taxable profit will be there against which such DTD can be utilized. Can you do memorization of this para? This para is important. Can you read with me? DTA should be recognized for all deductible temporary difference to the extent it is probable that future taxable profit will be available against which such DTD can be utilized. Can you write on this para whenever a question of DTA will come? Correct. If question is silent, always will assume that future taxable profit will be available. If question is silent, always assume that future taxable profit is available and recognize DTA. You can't say no, future taxable profit is not available, will not recognize. Then no calculation na. So always assume that future taxable profit will be available. Same para they have given for DTA shall be recognized for all carry forward unused tax losses and tax credit to the extent it is probable that future taxable profit will be available against which such tax losses and tax credit can be utilized. Similar formula, similar para, but they have added one more point. Supported by what? Convincing evidence. Means just try to understand. Suppose there is a Wipro company. Wipro have taxable profit in this year. So will you have doubt about future taxable profit? There are no evidence required. But there is one company which is a loss making company, tax loss making company. So you will have a doubt in future there will be taxable profit or not. They are saying no, we'll have taxable profit, but there is a doubt or not. So as an auditor you will ask what? Some evidence, give me some evidence. So it should be supported by what? Convincing evidence. So evidence is required only in this situation, not in this situation. This all para is now important for MCQs. Supported by convincing evidence. Supported by convincing evidence. Understood? Now we have already understood that DT and DTA will not be recognized for permanent difference. DT and DTA will not be recognized for permanent difference. So how they have given this para? How they have given this para? They have given this para by writing this para. DTA and DTL. DT and DTL. DTA exception यहाँ पर ठीक है ना. DT and DTL will not be recognized if it arises from initial recognition of asset and liability in a transaction and which do not affect either accounting profit or taxable profit. It is nothing but it is an item of permanent difference. Means what they are saying, and which do not affect either accounting income or taxable income. Means it is an item of permanent difference. It is an item of permanent difference. Understood? Same thing is given for DTL. DTL will not be recognized if it arises from initial recognition of assets liability transaction which is not a business combination transaction and which do not affect either accounting income or taxable income. So now if suppose they have given any item of permanent difference, write down this para. Don't write down it is an item of permanent difference. Huh? Are you getting what I am saying? Write down this para कि DT or DTA will not be recognized because of this reason. Because of these reasons. Chalega. However, they don't ask reason. They don't ask reason. They want only calculation in this chapter. Correct. This point, one more point is given that DTA will not be recognized if it arises from initial recognition of goodwill in business combination. Do you know this point? Circular. Chalo, I will explain initial recognition goodwill in business combination, but I will explain this point in business combination. Means in this chapter there is one point business combination. Okay, sir. I mean right now I can't explain. Means one thing is clear that any item of permanent difference, no DTA, no DTA. This is an exception to the rule. Chalega. Now this step 5 is also important for from examination point of view. Now with MCQ also it becomes important. So we have understood that DTA should be recognized only when there is a future taxable profit. But how will do assessment of that future taxable profit? For that there is some rule given. See how to do assessment of future taxable profit. Understood? So they have given 3 criteria. How many criteria? 1, 2 and 3. First you apply 1. If that 1 can't be applied, then 2. Then if 2 can't be applied, then 3. You can't go first to what? 3. First apply what? 1. Then apply what? 2. Then apply what? 3. Even the question has given information about criteria 3. But first say criteria 1. Not applicable. Criteria 2, not applicable. Then come to what? Criteria 3. I hope you understood. Correct. So this, all the criteria need to be applied in the serial order. In the serial order. Understood? Have you understood this point? So what we are doing, the topic is what? Assessment or reassessment of deductible temporary difference, tax losses and tax credit. Means we are doing assessment of future taxable profit in simple words. So first criteria, existence of taxable temporary difference. This is only important from examination point of view. Why? Because this criteria 2 and criteria 3 can be applied only based on the information given in the question. Means this is actually practical point. So from exam point of view, they will ask only criteria 1. But then also first 1, then 2, then 3. First 1, then 2, then 3. Understood this point? So what criteria 1 says that if there is some, just see whether you have some taxable temporary difference. For example, just try to understand. This is first year, second year, third year, fourth year, fifth year. How many years? And this is current year. And we have a taxable temporary difference of rupees 1 lakh. My question to you all, will you create detail on this? My question to you all, will you create detail on this? Any condition is there? No. So create detail. Detail at what? 30%. That is 30,000. Understood? Now, can I say it will be reversed in future? Let us assume that it is going to reverse 25,000, 25,000, 25,000 and 25,000. My question to you, due to reversal of this taxable temporary difference in future, the taxable profit will increase or decrease? One second, repeat. What I am saying, due to reversal of this taxable temporary difference in future, taxable profit of future will increase or decrease? Like increase. It is taxable in future, taxable in future, taxable in future. So your taxable profit will increase, na re. Correct? So reverse does not will decrease. Huh? I am asking whether it will increase taxable profit. Yes. It means, can I say it will increase your taxable profit? Means even though your taxable income is 0, but that to the extent of 25,000, 25,000, 25,000, 25,000, you have some taxable profit or not? Due to reversal of what? Due to reversal of DTL. Due to reversal of अच्छा, this is reversing ray. Due to this effect, this will reverse. Okay, due to reversal of taxable temporary difference. Now you have a deductible temporary difference. Suppose you have a deductible temporary difference of 1 lakh, 1 lakh. मान लो same, correct? Now the question is that should we create DT on this? So you need to find out the reversal pattern of this. That you need to estimate. Being a CA, that too you can estimate. We can estimate or not. So as per your knowledge and as per the information given in the question, this 20,000, 20,000, 20,000, 20,000 and 20,000 to reverse in next 5 years. Quite possible? Correct? Understood. Now can you say for this it is available or not? For this 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 not available. Not available. But you will create DT on what amount? 80,000. 80,000 into what? But what you do about 20,000? What will you do about 20,000? Now will you create DTA or will you not create DTA? Are nalak, criteria 2, criteria 3 is also there. But 20,000 will go to what? Criteria 2 and criteria 3. Understood? But for this, can I say you can create based on criteria 1? If question is silent about criteria 2 and criteria 3, it means you can't recognize DTA on 20,000. But can is the question may give some other point na? Are bolna re? Have you understood this point? This question was asked in exam. Same to same this question was asked in exam. Super easy or not? Super easy. But if forget, this question may become difficult. So how? You'll forget, sir. This is very simple point. The point is that normally what happens, from bachpan, what I am saying, what is the rule of exam? From bachpan say, let us go to nursery. From nursery, then you came to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 10, 11, 12, then foundation. Up to foundation, what will say? Foundation mein bhi hua. Foundation mein you have done that. Up to foundation day, my question to you all, whether you have revised entire syllabus before exam or not. Whether you went to the exam hall with full revision or not. Anytime happen that you have done 50% revision, 60% revision, 70% revision, 80% revision, 90%. Some chapters, some point you might skip. But whatever you have done full revision. Full question you have revised. Yes or no? Pura gu 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 gu. Yes or no? Up to foundation. But inter mein, the multiple item came. Hua hoga. Final multiple item will come. Means the point is as a student, bachpan se we are habituated of full revision. And if you have not done full revision, confidence will not come. Lack of confidence you are entering exam hall. That fear will be before seeing the question paper. And question number 1 will come out of book. Surrender. Mentally surrender. And that normally happen in exam hall. When you mentally surrender, you'll forget whatever you know. And most of the time this happens. 50%, only they are asking 50%, but the class 12 mein what your parent asked from you? 90%. Are bola rahe? 90%. Then also, madam, life is easy or not? Are bola rahe? But here to ICAI is asking how much? What your parent is asking? Pass ho ja beta. Whether they demanded rank? Whether they are demanding rank from you? No one is demanding. Rank also what? 70%. Not 100%, not 90%. Means only 50%. Out of 100, only 50% is there na. 50% का इतना पढ़ने के बाद can't you score 50%? Ask from yourself. Can't you score 50%? इतना पढ़ने बोला. Ask from. Can you score or not? What answer is coming? Yes, we can get. I will never. No student will say, sir, 50% we can't. Then to I will say, don't do CA. If you are saying that if you will not get 50%, why you are here? Am I right or not? So if that is easy, means if that feeling is come, what is actually happening in exam? The exam, why we are not getting the marks? Because of lack of confidence. We don't have trust on ourselves. Because of what negative environment created by this YouTube channel. Because we all have faith on YouTube channel. We see all YouTube media, what a bakwas they are doing. CA is not good, CA is worse course, CA is more difficult. Arey bhai, difficult, okay, it is not difficult for me. Because we pass CA foundation, we pass CA interview, pass what? What answer is coming? We'll also pass CA final na. You pass CA foundation na. You pass CA intern na. You'll pass CA final also. But you go to YouTube channel. There is lot of negativity. Lot of negativity. All negativity come from there. ICAI is not good. ICAI is doing that. ICAI will not give marks. I will not give exam. That fear. I will say cut YouTube from your life. Cut YouTube. If you'll cut now, you'll pass. In our days, there was no YouTube channel. There was no Facebook. And because of that reason, we become CA. Believe me, in this arena, even though I would have given exam now, and if I'm distracted, difficult to pass. Difficult to pass. Believe me, difficult to pass. Cut this YouTube. I will say throw your mobile. This mobile you can purchase you can purchase 10 mobile like this after becoming CA. Throw this mobile from your life. Can you do that? ना बोलने से कुछ नहीं होगा. Today go home, give this mobile, surrender this mobile to your father, not to your mother. Huh? Give to your Can you do that? Can you do that? Surrender this mobile to your father. Like, Papa, I will take from you this mobile after becoming CA. Can you do that? देखो आवाज नहीं आ रहा है. Can you do that? Do that. This mobile is what? Poison for in your life. Poison. And this one message can distract your 2 hours. One message. Amendment आ गया. Amendment. अरे क्या हुआ amendment? Only 10 marks ना. Means I have never understood. Student was so worried about amendment. अभी syllabus not completed. Amendment आ गया sir. Amendment दो. अरे भाई syllabus complete कर. First do whatever you have done. That you have not completed. You want amendment. What amendment will do? 10 marks question will come now. 90 marks, 50 marks you can't score. Why you are worried about amendment? Just try to understand this amendment you will do only after completion of your work. Now you have not done your work. You are asking amendment. Abhi old syllabus to new syllabus, only 2 chapter has changed. Every student is asking me 2 chapter de do, sir, 2 chapter de do. I am asking, have you done the preparation? No sir, we have not started. What you will do about that 2 chapters? Simple question or not? Nah sir, worried. Amendment do sir. Will pass because of this amendment only sir. Nalayak. Just try to understand. Throw this mobile. Amendment is not at all important. Yes, important once you complete the entire. So do your homework now first. Do what is required. Do what is required. That much you have done? Not done. So first cover the syllabus. If you have done that, then think about amendment. Then think about amendment. Understood? I am saying students do not score marks because they are worried about those things which are actually not important. I am not saying amendments are not important. Amendments are important, but once you complete your job, then ask amendment. And believe me, I have given amendment. I know till now 80% students have not listened that classes. I know that fact also. But daily I have received, sir, where is the amendment? Where is the MCQs? Where is this? Where is this? Arey bhai, MCQs mil jayega baba. Why you are worried about MCQs? Can I say if you have done this chapter, so you can do all MCQs by your own? So MCQs are important. Keep preparation is important. Understand what I am saying? In our days, what was not there? That facility was not there. And therefore we become CA. I have also studied. You need to also study. But distraction is more. Here distraction is more. So throw your mobile. Believe me, I demanded mobile from my father before becoming CA. That time to Nokia ka dabba phone. Correct na? And my father was financially capable also. He has given me 5,000 rupees. That time 5,000 use amount. Correct na? Understood. But what happened? I have not purchased it. Chal na. My friend has mobile na. Call ही तो करना है. And I have not purchased it. That dabba phone also I have not purchased. My first mobile was after becoming CA. Mobile is not important for any student. Nowadays mobile is necessary. I can understand. Necessary but not important. If you can throw your mobile, the commitment will come. Whether you are committed to CA, you are committed to ICAI, so throw your mobile. So let's see how many I say in my regular batch also, but no one will throw. Throw means surrender to whom? Father. Understood? And if you are in your hostel, I will say you have a locker, just lock in that locker and throw the key. Throw the key. जो होगा देखा जाएगा. And if you want to be in connection with your parents, just purchase one dabba phone of rupees 800 and purchase a new SIM. Can you do that? That means you are committed. That means you are committed to whom? ICAI. Committed to your career. Committed to your career. Because one friend will call now, half an hour wasted, and half an hour will have an effect for next 2 hours. And that will pakka happen. They will say, Acha, you have done this part, this is important, so teacher has done. No, my teacher has not done. Panic. And so please concentrate on that. The syllabus is very easy. Let us come to this syllabus because I am here for this job. So let us come to this. But today I just want that commitment from you all. Next day you are not coming with mobile. So if I see mobile, I will understand you don't have commitment. And Nalayak, you don't have laptop? You don't have laptop? Chalo, theek hai. Okay. You have photocopy store? Take print out na Nalayak. Or give me. I'll give you photocopy, okay? You don't have mobile now? Come to me, I'll give you the photocopy. What do you want more? Without any cost. Anyone want photocopy? Only for face to face. Anyone want photocopy? You want one? You come to me, I'll give you photocopy. Okay? But commitment is required. Okay? Chalo. Now, come to this point once again. So, I think these two you have understood this 20,000 what is required, criteria 2 and criteria. This type of questions are important. I just want to show you one question which have been asked in exam. I have taken in this also because it can be repeated in exam. Because good question, it can be repeated. Same to same question was asked, this question. But this can be done after criteria 2. So first read criteria 2. What is the criteria 2? Probability of future profit. So what they are saying, if criteria 1 can't be applied, come to criteria 2 and you need to find out the probability of future profit. Okay, this is based on management judgment. Whether there is a probable future taxable profit or there is no probable future taxable profit. That is based on the management judgment. It means that is based on the information given in the question. So we need to wait for the information given in the question whether the entity can earn future taxable profit or not. So this is totally based on the information given in the question. The question will provide whether they are expecting future taxable profit or whether they are not expecting future taxable profit. If they are not expecting future taxable profit in year 5, then we can't create DT on that 20,000. Understood? Correct. Then last point they are saying, criteria 3, availability of tax planning opportunity. Availability of tax planning opportunity. Tax planning, not evasion. You know about planning, you know about evasion. Correct? So we are saying tax planning opportunity. I'll just give an example so that you can understand what they want to say. Just try to understand. Suppose in the second year you have 1 lakh taxable profit. 1 lakh taxable profit. But you have a 1 lakh bad debt. Bad debt. It means taxable profit become nil. It become taxable profit become nil. Means in year 2 there is no taxable profit. Can I say as per income tax there is no recognition criteria for bad debt? They said bad debt will be allowed in the year in which it occurred. But when it is occurred, that criteria is not given. Means we can defer the allowance of this bad debt or not in future. Can I say if you defer it, so you have 1 lakh taxable profit or not? So this is tax planning. This is not tax evasion. Means we are under the purview of income tax act because income tax is silent about the occurrence of that bad debt. So we can deduct this bad debt in any year. So we can defer the claims of bad debt in future and automatically in year 2 we'll have some taxable profit, and based on that taxable profit we can create DTA in first year. My question to you, entity will like to create DTA or entity will like not to create DTA? Like to why? Because income increases. Income increases, EPS will increase. EPS will increase, market value of shares will increase. So they will always love to create DTA and therefore they will go for what? Tax planning. They will go for what? tax planning. Understood? Understood. So that criteria 3 is also given, but that is also totally based on the information given in the question. Means you can't apply criteria 3 without information given in the question. Means if the information of criteria 2 and 3 is not given, I will say assume that there is no taxable future profit and therefore we can't recognize DTA for that 20,000. Understood? Correct. So if even after applying criteria number 2, still there are some unrecognized deductible temporary difference, the entity endeavor to see whether the tax planning opportunity are available or not. Understood this point? Yes, sir. Now let us come to this question. PC Limited got incorporated on 1st April 2020 as on 31st March 2001. The following temporary difference existed. Taxable temporary difference relating to accelerated depreciation of 1,24,000. They are expected to reverse equally over next 4 years. 1,24,000 divided by 4 how much? Don't calculate. 31, 31, 31, 31. 31, 31, 31 will come. So taxable temporary difference reversal pattern they have given. Then they give deductible temporary difference relating to preliminary expense 80,000 expected reverse equally over next 5 years. So 20, 20, 20. So it will be 20,000. Sorry, my mistake. 80 divided by 5. So it is 16, 16, 16, 16, 16, 16, 16, 16. So for this 16,000 we have sufficient taxable profit by way of reversal of what? Taxable temporary difference. So on this we can create what? DTA, but we'll have doubt about what? 16,000. For that we need to go to criteria 2 and criteria 3. Let's see what question says. It is expected that PC Limited will continue to make losses for the next 5 years. Means there is no future taxable profit, and for tax planning they are silent. Means we can't apply criteria 2 and criteria 3 for that 16,000. So it means we need to recognize DTA only on 16 into 4. But we can't recognize DTA on 16,000. But DTL on entire amount. DTL to entire amount, na? DTL will be created on entire amount. The same answer is given. But that's easy or not? Easy. But once you retain the concept, because 5 marks question, free marks. It is a free mark. But can you write properly? Can you calculate properly? Then only you get marks, na? So writing thoda sa as per IND AS 12. Chalega? Yes, sir. Done. This is also done. You have understood. Then determination of tax rate. Now determination of tax rate is based on 2 points. Tax rate. First, my question to you all: the DTA and DTL is based on future taxable income. So, should we apply current tax rate or future tax rate? Current tax rate or future tax rate? Current tax rate. But can you say the advantage or disadvantage means you are paying higher tax or lower tax based on what? Future tax rate. So, what IND AS will say that we are not supposed to estimate tax rate. Will not estimate any tax rate, but your tax rate will be based on this point. Your tax rate will be based on this point. What they want to say? The tax rate in computing the current tax. Sorry, this will be deferred tax. There is some typo mistake. Typo mistake is there. The tax rate in computing deferred tax should be based on taxation laws that have been enacted or substantively enacted. Means it is substantially enacted by the end of reporting period. Understood? So what they want to say, I'll just give an example. Suppose this is the year 2023-24. So can you say Finance Act 2023 is applicable for this year? And suppose rate of tax is 30%. So current tax is based on 30%. Correct. Now doubt is about deferred tax. Correct. Now suppose on this date Finance Act 2024 enacted. And as per this 35%, but you will take 30%, 35%, 35% for deferred tax. Because can you say Finance Act is already enacted by the end of reporting date? Or Finance Act is enacted, but not enacted, but it is substantially enacted. What do you mean by substantially enacted? Means bill has been passed, only President sign is left. Okay, President is formality in India. So can you say it is virtually certain that it will be enacted within short period of time? Then also it will be taken. Then if it is substantially enacted, then also take what? 35%. But it is neither enacted nor substantially enacted, then we'll take what? 30%. Means if question is silent, always take what? 30%. But if question is provided, only one question of this nature has been given in ICAI study material, where we are taking not 30%, we are taking what? 35%. But now can I say it become important from MCQ's point of view. So till now no question has been given, only one question of that nature is given, where they have given this point where we are taking what 35%, not 30%. If question is silent, always take what 30%, but because you can't assume by your own this point, you can't assume by your own this point. Understood this point? Then second point, what they are saying, it also depend upon manner of recovery or settlement of liability. Tax rate depends upon the manner of recovery. For example, there is one asset. Asset. Now, can you see in future either it can be used or it can be sold? Yes or no? So you are recovering the carrying amount either by use or by sold or by sale. If you are using, suppose I am using this camera, so I am generating my coaching income. That coaching income is taxable at 30%. But if you sell it, so I hope you know that capital gain, long-term capital gain, whatever, I am not going to income tax act. But suppose as per income tax act, on sale, 20% is applicable. 20% is applicable. Understood? Now, asset carrying amount is 1 lakh. Tax base is 80,000. So there is a taxable temporary difference of 20,000. Now the question is that will you apply 30%, 20%? Understood? Have you understood this point? Now the question is that will apply 30% or 20%? 30%. It depends upon the manner of recovery. So you will ask from management whether in future you are going to use it or sell it. If you are going to use it, then what? If you are going to sell it, then what? It depends upon the information given in the question. Till now no question of this nature have been asked, but can be asked in exam with MCQs pakka. Have you understood this point? Have you understood this point? So this point has been explained in this manner of recovery. Last point is level of taxable income. Sometimes what happens is that tax rate is based on slab rate. Abhi, for company we have flat rate, but there can be some amendment in future now. There can be amendment in future. So suppose they have given slab rate. Slab rate, you know. So what IND AS 12 says that in that case you need to first calculate average tax rate. First find out average tax rate. That average tax rate will become the tax rate for calculating what? Deferred tax. So average tax rate means current tax divided by taxable income. That will become average tax rate, and that average tax rate will be used for what? Deferred tax. That is given in this point. I think you have understood tax rate. Till now I think ICAI has not given so much importance to step number 6 because this is not yet asked in exam. But you have understood. Then calculation and recognition deferred tax. So you have understood. Multiply with the taxable and deductible time difference. Then accounting treatment of deferred tax. Now the question is that deferred tax will be charged to PL or OCI. It will be charged to PL or OCI. It can be charged to PL or OCI. You say PL or OCI. OCI. OCI who said? Why OCI? Tax expense is an aggregate of current tax and deferred tax. So tax expense to SOPL means PL na? How OCI? So what IND AS 12 says that the tax deferred tax can be charged to PL or OCI or other equity directly depending upon the accounting treatment of transaction event for which you are creating deferred tax. Means if you are creating deferred tax on depreciation debited to PL or OCI. Therefore deferred tax will also go to PL. Revaluation gain. But the revaluation gain is transferred to what? So their deferred tax will go to what? Correction of error. We have not an IND AS asset, but you know IND AS asset. Correction of error will be adjusted with PL, OCI, opening retained earning. Opening retained earning. Therefore deferred tax will be also adjusted with opening retained earning, means other equity. Other equity means it will depend upon the transaction and event for which we are creating what? Deferred tax. Simple word. So it can be PL or outside PL. In OCI such as revaluation amount in accordance with IND AS 16 or directly in equity such as correction of error as per IND AS 8. I have just given 2 examples. This is example. Have you understood? Correct? Have you understood? So this question is given in ICAI MCQ. Understood what they are trying to do? They are trying to only catch that point where they know that you don't practice. Because normally all the question is based on PL. Normally, I have this type of question also given in IND AS 12. So I hope you might be knowing about that. Step number 9. When to offset DT and DTL. So DT and DTL when to offset. So they have given 2 conditions. So what they are saying, an entity shall offset DT and DTL if and only if the entity has a legally enforceable right to set off what? Current tax asset and current tax liability. So like if you can set off current tax asset and current tax liability, so it means you can set off what? DT and DTL, provided one more condition is there, the DT and DTL relate to income tax levied by same taxation authority. Means DT of India, can you set up with DTL of Pakistan? No. But DT of India and DTL of India can be set off. So these two conditions they have given, the entity has the legal enforceable right to set off these two, and DT and DTL relate to income tax levied by same governing law. In exam, whenever question is silent, set off. In exam, question is silent, set off. DT and DTL net basis we write down in the balance sheet. Question is silent. Don't disclose separately in the balance sheet. Understood? Correct? Yes, sir. Now, we have some special point. So this upward revaluation is important from exam point of view. Whatever is important. Business combination is super important from exam point of view. I am writing whatever the important. Share based payment till now not asked, but they have given one question, so might be important. Okay. Might be important. That's important I have written. We'll do everything. Downward revaluation till now they have not, but this can be also one question. Now upward revaluation. Upward revaluation means we are discussing about revaluation gain. Correct? Batao. PP can be revalued. Bole yes or no? PP can be revalued. Investment property can be revalued. Dekho. Last day we have done IND AS 40. Yes, sir. Same thing will happen in exam. Yes, sir. Think and say. Have patience. CA will answer only after thinking. Don't say yes, sir. In exam will say yes, sir. They will say come again. Please be careful. You know all the points. But what happened in hurry? We are doing mistake. You know or don't know? But you have not thought about this. I am giving example. You are saying yes, sir. I was cross-checking. Understood? Even though you have done, you are forgetting that point. In exam, what will happen? Small point, huh? Okay. So PP, intangible asset. Any other asset? Any other asset for which revaluation model is there? Which asset? You said yes. Which asset? Biological asset. That is fair value model, and that is transferred to PL. That is transferred to PL. We are asking about revaluation gain, which is transferred to OCI. You said yes. Batao, yes, batao. Only these two. Revaluation model, only these two. So whenever I am saying these, so it is only property, plant and equipment as well as intangible asset. Correct? Yes, sir. So if PP is revalued, this one point. Whenever there is a revaluation, so of course, can you say tax base and carrying amount will be different? Means if suppose I will take example land, because land is not a depreciable asset. So I just want to ignore the depreciation effect. Now land carrying amount is suppose 12 lakh after revaluation, and tax base is 10 lakh before revaluation. Why? Because under income tax, so revaluation gain will not be allowed. So that is not allowed. Correct. So can you say not allowed, but it is not an item permanent difference, because that will be taxable in the year of sale. That is taxable in the year of sale. So I am not saying not allowed in the year when you have done revaluation. So it will be allowed in the year when it is sold. Correct? Yes or no? So it is a 2 lakh what? Taxable temporary difference. So on this will create 30%. That become what? 60,000. So what IND AS 12 says that because this revaluation gain has been created through OCI, so this deferred tax will be also transferred to OCI and will be accumulated in revaluation surplus. So your revaluation surplus become how much? 2 lakh minus 60,000, that is 1,40,000. 1,40,000. So if you have done IND AS 1, IND AS 1 says that OCI should be always shown net of tax. Net of tax means as per IND AS 12. Net of tax means as per IND AS 12. Understood? So in your OCI means in SOPL also you write down 2 lakh to 1,40,000. 1,40,000. How much will be transferred revaluation surplus? 1,40,000. 40,000. Understood? Correct. Now we have done one point of revaluation surplus. The revaluation surplus can be either entirely transferred to retained earning on derecognition, or a portion, means an amount equal to additional depreciation, can be transferred from revaluation surplus to retained earning. Correct. So my question to you all, now when you are doing transfer to retained earning, you will do transfer 2 lakh to 1,40,000. 1,40,000 net of tax, because you created 1,40,000, so you close 1,40,000 only, na? Correct. Now in case of additional depreciation wala point, but you will transfer net of depreciation, net of tax. Depreciation, additional depreciation, net of tax. In simple but exam point of view, so 1,40,000 divided by remaining useful life kar dena. Remaining useful life. This much will transfer retained earning as per IND AS 16 in combination with IND AS 12. In combination with IND AS 12. This point can be also important from exam point of view. Understood? Correct. This much you understood. Now just try to understand. Suppose we purchase one PP, 10 lakh, depreciation is 2 lakh. So it become what? 8 lakh. Next year 8 lakh, and again depreciation 2 lakh, but there is a revaluation gain of 4 lakh. Let us assume revaluation happen at the end of the year. I have assumed revaluation happen at the end of the year. So on revaluation to no depreciation, correct? It become how much? 10 lakh, correct? Then next year 10 lakh divided by remaining useful life. Divided by remaining useful life, na? थोड़ा change कर दो यार, तो इसमें आएगा. Let us make it 6 lakh. It become how much? 12 lakh. So 12 lakh divided by 3, how much? 4 lakh, na? Are you getting what I am saying? So this become how much? So this become carrying amount as per books. Let us go to what? Income tax. 10 lakh. Let us assume depreciation is same as per income tax and as per book. Practically not possible, huh? I just want to ignore the depreciation effect. So this will be 2 lakh. This will be 8 lakh. Then 8 lakh minus 2 lakh. No revaluation. This is how much? 6 lakh, and 6 lakh minus what? 2 lakh. That is what? 4 lakh. This become tax base. So the difference will be taxable term difference. 8 lakh 0. 12 minus 6 lakh. 12 minus 6 lakh how much? 6 lakh. And 8 lakh minus 4 lakh how much? 4 lakh. Batao. This is because of our revaluation gain. So you will create DTL at what rate? 30% through OCI. Through OCI. Bole yes or no? How much? 6 lakh into 30%, how much? 1,80,000. Correct. Now you can see how much reverse. 6 lakh now become 4 lakh. How much reverse? 2 lakh reverse. So get 2 lakh reverse due to what? Batao. Why 2 lakh reverse? Because can I say 2 lakh reverse because of additional depreciation? You can see here the additional depreciation was how much? But they have allowed only how much? 2 lakh. So the 2 lakh reverse because of additional depreciation on what? Revaluation. Correct. So can I say we need to reverse, means now we need to reverse DTL. Reversal. This is reversal, huh? At a rate of 30%. How much reverse? 2 lakh into 30%. How much? 60,000 reverse. Bole yes or no? This you have understood. So but the DTL created through what? So DTL reverse through what? Only because of this point I have done this much. I am doing my job. I am not only reading everything, huh? So I am doing my job because I know where you can do mistake. Correct na? After A, B comes na, you will say A, then B only comes. You will not think. I say that deferred tax effect is based on a transaction. You say DTL created to OCI, correct, because revaluation gain is transferred to OCI. But reversal is because of what? Additional depreciation. Additional depreciation transferred where? PL. So reversal will be through what? PL. Reversal will be through PL. In this, so all the student will do mistake if you can't retain this point. So I have just given one point so that now you can retain this point in exam hall, because this is very important point in exam. Correct? Created through, reverse through PL. Understood? Correct? Now I think you will not forget. If you remember me in exam, you will not forget. Correct? So that is only given. If PP is revalued as per revaluation model, any upward revaluation is created to OCI as revaluation surplus. Due to revaluation, DTL will be created and adjusted in OCI. Revaluation surplus is shown in balance in other equity net of tax. This point you have understood? Subsequently, additional depreciation on revalued amount is transferred to PL. Due to this, DTL will reverse through PL, adjusted through PL. Accounting treatment of revaluation surplus. If an entity opt to transfer revaluation surplus to retained earnings during the useful life, such transfer should be now net of related deferred tax as per IND AS 12. So now that transfer from revaluation surplus retained earnings will be net of tax. Will be net of tax. Understood? Correct. One question I would like to take for this. This question. A Limited prepare financial statement to 31st March each year. The rate of income tax applicable to A Limited is 20%. The following information related to the transaction, assets and liability of A Limited during the year ended 31st March 2002. A Limited has a 40% shareholding in N Limited. A Limited purchased this shareholding for 45 crore, rupees 45 crore. Correct? So it is a question of investment in associate. Okay. So I am assuming that you know equity method. However, can I say in this we require only carrying amount. So carrying amount will be given the question. Therefore, the accounting is not required. Accounting is not required. The shareholding give a Limited significant influence over L Limited but not control, and therefore A Limited account for its interest in L Limited by using equity method. The equity method carrying value of A Limited investment in L Limited was 70 crore. And as on 31st March 2001 it was 70 crore, and 75 become on 31st March 2002. In the tax jurisdiction in which A Limited operate, profit recognized under equity method are taxed if and only if they are distributed as dividend on the relevant investment is disposed of. As per Income Tax Act, we don't apply equity method, so carrying amount will be equal to cost price only. Correct? Now they have asked you that find out the deferred tax liability on this. So this we can do very easy. So what we will do, batao? 31st March 2001, 31st March 2002. Correct? But what was the carrying amount? 70 and 75. What is the tax base? 40 and 40. Correct? What is the taxable temporal difference? 30 and 25. 35, no? 35. Are you getting what I am saying? What is the rate of tax? 20%, no? Something wrong? Oh, 45 crore. Sure, 45 crore. 45 crore. 45 and 45. So this is coming how much? 25 and 30. Tax rate is what? 20%, no? 20%, 20%. So the DTL how much? 5 and 6. 5 and 6. Now, they have asked what will be the deferred tax of this year. Means they have asked in the question, what is the deferred tax liability of this year? But what is the deferred tax liability of for the year ended 31st March 2002? What is deferred tax liability? I am asking some question to you. What is the deferred tax liability of for the year ended 31st March 2002? 6. And what is the deferred tax? 2 questions they have asked. What is the deferred tax liability? 6. And what is the deferred tax? 1. Very good. 1. So the difference between these two is the increase in deferred tax liability. So your deferred tax is what? 1. Now this deferred tax will be transferred to PL or OCI. This also they have asked. But the PL ki OCI. Understood? Batao. This investment, whether this increase will be transferred to PL ki OCI. you don't know equity method, so this is transferred to PL, and therefore this will be also transferred to PL. Equity method I think you have forgotten. So if you have forgotten, I need to explain you. The difference due to increase will be transferred to PL, therefore deferred tax will be also transferred to PL. Correct. This point you have understood? Chalega. Now they have asked one more point. Actually I am doing this question for this point only. A limited major, this you will do, I will not do. Okay, now you do it. Let's see whether you can recall everything or not. A limited major is head office building using revaluation model. The building is revalued every year on 31st March. On 31st March 2001, carrying value of building after revaluation was 40 crore and its tax base was 22 crore. During the year ended 31st March 2002, A limited charged depreciation in SOPL of 2 crore and claimed a tax deduction of this depreciation as per income tax is about 1.25 crore. On 31st March 2002, the building was revalued to 45 crore. In the tax deduction of A limited, in which A limited operates, revaluation of property, plant and equipment does not affect the taxable income at the time of revaluation. Have you understood? Or I will explain. This is 31st March 2001, 31st March 2002. But what is the carrying amount given? 40. What is the tax base given? And for this, can I say it will be revalued amount? 45. But this is what? 40 minus what? 2. Plus what? There is revaluation gain. Plus what? 40 minus 2 is correct. Plus how much revaluation gain? 7. 7 is the revaluation gain. And this will be 22 minus what? 1.25. That is how much? 20.75. So difference coming taxable temporary difference, but how much? 18 and 24.25. So DTL at what rate? 20%. 4.85. Understood? This much, so I think calculation you can also do, provided you understood the question. I think this, so no explanation required. Now, can you see in this current year there is a revaluation gain? Now, on revaluation gain of 7 lakh will create DTL. DTL, that creation will be through OCI. I hope you understood. Means, can you say this 4.85 means out of that 7 into 20%, how much? So can you say DTL through OCI will be how much? 1.4. So the balance is what? 3.6 and 4.85 minus what? 1.40. How much? 3.45. So you can see there is a decrease in DTL. So this is so DTL created, means this is the DT expense. This is DT expense now. DTL created with DT expense. Am I right or not? But here now DTL reverse hua due to depreciation effect. So there is some DTL reverse also. How much DTL reverse? 0. This is DTL reverse. This is a reversal. So this is DT income. DT income now. DTL reverse means it is a DT income, deferred tax income. This will be through what? PL. So this is through PL. So this is DTL created through OCI. This is DTL reverse through what? PL. Understood? This question till now I think not asked, but given in ICAI mathematics expected question. Till now I think not asked in exam. Not asked in exam. But expected, because 2-3 times they have given RTP also. Understood? Chalega? Yes sir, understood. Revaluation you understood. Now let us come to the second part. Downward revaluation and impairment loss does not require much explanation. You can calculate tax base easily and carrying amount easily, but only be careful, impairment loss and downward revaluation both can be adjusted to OCI. So to the extent it is adjusted to OCI, deferred tax will go to what? OCI. To the extent it is adjusted to PL, deferred tax will go to PL. Only this is the concept. Calculation you can do, some questions are there, you can do it by rote. Chalega? My help is not required. Coming to business combination, this is very important because this point will be asked in business combination chapter also. Now what IND AS 12 says that all the assets and liability, whatever has been acquired in business combination will be recognized at fair value in the books of acquirer. But as per Income Tax Act, the tax base remain unchanged. Means the tax base of acquiry will remain unchanged. So due to this, can you see initially there will be some difference? Means normally can you say, suppose I purchase this mobile from market. So I purchase this mobile at rupees 50,000. So what is the carrying amount? What is the carrying amount? And what is the tax base? Initially, first of all, one second. I purchased this mobile from the market by paying how much? 50,000. So what is the carrying amount? What is the tax base? So normally can you say on initial recognition there is no difference. But when you purchase this mobile in a business combination, so it will be fair value. Fair value, let us assume 50,000. But tax base will be equal to tax base of previous owners, means acquiring. So that can be 40,000. That can be 30,000. So initially there will be some difference. So on initial recognition, means on the date of acquisition, you need to compare fair value of INA with the tax base of INA. Any difference will be taxable, deductible. That taxable will be DTL, the deductible will be DTA. That will be adjusted through what? Goodwill. That adjustment will be done through goodwill. Means either goodwill will increase or goodwill will decrease. Understood? Have you understood this point? Yes, sir. Means, can I say the simple formula is what? I'll give you the simple formula. If fair value of INA on the date of acquisition, find out. Then tax base of INA on the date of acquisition. This tax base of INA means tax base of INA as per acquiry. This is, are you getting what I am saying? With tax base of acquiry will become tax base of acquirer now. Now, if suppose they have not given tax base information, so always we'll assume that carrying amount of INA will become tax base. That is the assumption in exam. So if nothing is given, it will be equal to what? Equal to carrying amount if question is silent. Equal to carrying amount if question is silent. If question provide information, take the information given in the question. Take the information given in the question. Understood? The difference will be either taxable or deductible. Okay, this is nothing but initial carrying amount, huh? So I am writing fair value, don't be confused. The formula remains same, carrying amount tax base. So don't be confused. Fair value is the initial carrying amount. Fair value is the initial carrying amount. But we write fair value by name because in business combination chapter we write on fair value by name. Are you getting what I am? But this is initial carrying amount. So carrying amount, tax base, difference remains same. The difference we are calculating by carrying amount and tax base. So it can be either taxable or deductible. If carrying amount is more than tax base, means fair value is more than tax base, then taxable, otherwise deductible. Understood? Now, on taxable will create DTL or DTA as per the respective tax rate. Whatever. And then we'll pass journal entry. Journal entry will be INA account debit to DTL, if suppose DTL, to cash PC, and the difference will be automatically adjusted where? In goodwill. The balancing figure will be goodwill. This is as per business combination chapter. Understood? Correct. I'll take one question, but have you understood? Correct. Now one doubt will come. That doubt, if you do rectification, that then doubt will not come, but doubt will come. See, sir, the concept says that on initial recognition of assets and liability. But can you see, initially we are recognizing goodwill also. So why on goodwill we are not creating any deferred tax? Why on goodwill we are not creating deferred tax? Understood? This doubt should come. But as per Income Tax Act, that goodwill is not tax deductible, means it is an item of permanent difference. And if it is an item of permanent difference, no deferred tax on that. Are you getting what I am saying? So there is many rules on this from exam point of view, because as per Indian Income Tax Act, so of course it will be always what? Not tax deductible. And whenever it is not a tax deductible, goodwill will not recognize any DT and DTL. But can you see, there can be some amendment under Income Tax Act, and because of that reason goodwill might become tax deductible. When it becomes tax deductible, then we should create DTA and DTL on that also. So if question is silent, always what will assume? Goodwill is not tax deductible. Therefore no DTA, no DTL, and question will be always silent. Understood? Correct. So because of that reason, so there is one MCQ given in the question. Because of that reason, I am explaining this. Here on goodwill, what will be the deferred tax? 0. That MCQ came in ICAI. Here on goodwill, what is the deferred tax impact? 0. Because question was silent, na? Understood? Have you understood? So as per Indian income tax on goodwill, no deferred tax, no deferred tax asset, no deferred tax liability. Chalega, I'm not going in detail. So in regular class we go in detail, but not now. Chalega. I will like to take one question based on this because मजा तो है in this question 10. Now, on 1st April 2001, A Limited acquired 12 crores, representing 80% stake in B Limited by means of cash payment of 25 crores. This become PC. There is a group policy to value NCI in the subsidiary at the date of acquisition at fair value. Okay, sir. The market value, I am assuming that you know thoda business combination chapter. Okay. NCI you all know. The market value of equity shares of B Limited on 1st April 2001 can be used for this purpose. Okay, sir. On 1st April 2001, market value of B Limited is 2 rupees. On 1st April 2001, the individual financial statement of B Limited shows a net asset of 23 crore. This is the carrying amount of net asset? Carrying amount. The directors of A Limited carried out fair value exercise to measure the INA of B Limited. The following matters emerged. The property having a carrying value of 15 crore has an estimated market value of 18 crore. So how much increase? 3 crore. Property, plant and equipment having a carrying value of, this swiping mistake is 11 crore. 11 crore has an estimated market value of 13 crore. How much increase? 2 crore. Inventory 2.5 crore has a fair value of how much? 3 crore. How much increase? 0.5 crore. The fair value adjustment have not been reflected on individual financial statement of B Limited in consolidated financial statement. The fair value adjustment will be regarded as a temporary difference. As a temporary difference for the purpose of committing deferred tax. The rate of tax is 20%. Calculate this. Simple. So first find out fair value of INA. So fair value of INA will be what? Is this plus increase. So 23 plus 3 plus 2 plus 0.5. How much? 28.5. 28.5. Okay. Now whether the tax base is given. Tax base of acquiry is given. Not given. So what will assume? This is an assumption. If given to take tax base of INA. Understood? Tax base of INA. Understood this point? But not given, so we will take what? 28.5 minus what? 23. So difference coming how much? 12? 5.5. What is the rate of tax? 20%. What is the deferred tax? 1.10. That is the deferred tax liability. That is the taxable temporary difference. Simple, super simple. Now what journal entry do? INA account debit to cash payment to DTL. The difference will be goodwill or gain on bargain purchase. Simple. Understood. That is as per business combination chapter, that entry. Chalega. In this only DT and DTL we are doing. Chalega. Only one information. Suppose because it is a question of parent company and subsidiary company. The parent company might have a tax rate of 30% and it might have a tax rate of 20%. Quite possible because one question of this nature was given. If these both are Indian company, so both will have 30%. So they sometimes give this type of question to confuse you. Now they have given tax rate in their jurisdiction, tax rate in their jurisdiction. In India, so both will be same, nare. So this type of question they should not ask, but they want to trouble you. Correct. Now, batao, we should create deferred tax based on 30% or 20%. We are calculating deferred tax on CFS. CFS. Doubt आया ना? One question of this nature is given. Therefore, all question need to be done. And wherever doubt is coming, highlight that doubt. That question is only going to come in exam. You need to highlight those points where you are getting trouble. Practice not required. Practice required for limited questions. Practice few questions for speed. All question does not require practice. You do all question practice. Maja aa raha hai. No. Limited question practice by reading all the questions. So that you can highlight all the points where you are getting trouble. Write down that point in some notebook and refer that point before exam. Understood now? After the same question will come, you will be either you will do wrong or you will do correct. Means if you are taking 30%, it might be correct or wrong. If you are taking 20%, it might be wrong or correct. Depending upon what you are taking. But what you will take? Apply common sense. Apply common sense. So as a income tax knowledge you should have. But it is as per the tax base of what? Means actually the tax base we are taking what? Of subsidiary company now. So as per income tax rate of tax will be based on what? 20% only. So it will be 20%. it will be 20%. Understood? So this is one question of this nature is given. However, in all other questions they have given same tax rate. Only one question they have given this. So you will take the tax rate of subsidiary company. Tax rate of subsidiary company. Understood? Understood. But why I have not given India as Saaransh book? Because as per both are Indian company, the tax rate will be same now. If it is a foreign company, then tax rate will be different. But can I say in that also? Are you getting what I am saying? Correct. So we will take the tax rate of which is related to subsidiary company. So only one question they have given. Therefore, I am asking this. Chalega? Yes, sir. Done. This is also done. You have understood, 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 understood. Share based payment. Share based payment. देखो as per income Indian income tax act EV expense whatever is calculated as per IND AS 102 is permanently disallowed as per income tax act. Will not fight on this. I don't know whether you are aware of this or not, but it is permanently disallowed. Understood what I am saying? But suppose if it is not permanently disallowed, apply your income tax act. As per my knowledge, it is permanently disallowed. Because sometimes regular class students say, sir, no, it is permanently disallowed. So one day I called one BT teacher in the class. He also said permanently disallowed. Now, if there is some amendment, so refer amendment. I am not aware about that. I am not aware about that. Are you getting what I am saying? But as per my knowledge, it is permanently disallowed. So no deferred tax. So no question now. There should not be any question of this nature. But institute has given one question based on this. Based on what? Income tax act of other countries. Because India's 12 has been designed for overall point of view. If there is some amendment, so that amendment will be applicable now. So if that is applicable, if that is allowed, then what will do? So what they are saying? However, in some countries, tax deduction is allowed for SBP expense arising due to ESOP or SAR. You know ESOP? You know SAR? SAR means what? Stock appreciation right. The amount of such deduction differ from related cumulative EB expense recognized as per IND AS 102 and may arise in later accounting period. So like that deduction will be allowed but not in the during vesting period. It will be allowed during exercise period. When you are exercising it, when you are doing exercise of that option and based on the market price prevailing on the date of exercise. So deduction will be allowed but based on the market price of shares which is prevailing on the date of exercise. But you only say we create EB expense based on what? As per IND AS 102. We create EB expense. If I will explain, because IND AS 102 we have not done. So this is what? Vesting period, exercise period. Market price of this is 120, 135, 140, 150, 160. Exercise price is 20, 20, 20, 20, 20. But during vesting period, we recognize expense based on which market price? Based on which market price? 120, 135, 140, 150, 160. 120. 120 now. We will take this. Means we are recognizing EB expense based on the fair value of option. If you remember, fair value of option on grant date. Fair value of option on grant date. Yes, and reassessment is not allowed for equity settled. Remember, thora. So it means we are recognizing based on this. But what Income Tax Act is saying that you will get a deduction in which year? In the year of exercise. Based on what? Market price of shares prevailing on that day. So there is some difference. There is some difference. Understood. So now we are trying to understand if that question is asked, how to react in exam hall. How to react in exam hall. Correct. Acha batao, what journal entry we are doing? Let me take one question directly because that question will be only asked in exam. This question. I know this question will be only asked in exam. On 1st April 2001, P Limited granted 1 crore share option worth rupees 4 crore subject to 2-year vesting period. So 4 crore is what? 4 crore is fair value of the option. 1 crore is the number of options. Chalega? The income tax law permitted tax deduction at an exercise date. Dekho. In India it is not allowed only. But they have created question based on this. So we need to follow the question now. You will know as per Income Tax Act. It is not allowed. You don't know how to create question. We'll file a case against you. You can't write now. Can you write? You can't write. Now, if there is some amendment of this nature, so don't blame me, because as per my knowledge, as per income tax act, it is permanently disallowed. If there is some amendment, so okay, then question is correct. Then also I am referring question only ना, चलेगा? Okay what? ठीक है ना? So income tax law permit a tax deduction and an exercise date of the intrinsic value of the option. ठीक है? ठीक है. Intrinsic value means what? Market price minus exercise price on the date of exercise. The intrinsic value of option at 31st March 2002 is 1.6 crore and 31st March 2003 is 4.6 crore. 4.6 crore. The increase in the fair value of option on 31st March 2003 was not foreseeable at 31st March 2002. The options were exercised at 31st March 2003. Give the accounting for the above transaction for deferred tax for the period ended 31st March 2002 and 31st March 2003. Assume that sufficient taxable profit will be available. This point they have given for DTA. Tax rate is 30%. Let me explain the question. Question number, whatever I am doing. 2 year, 1 crore option. The fair value of option was 4 crore. On this date, intrinsic value is what? 1.6. On this date, intrinsic value is what? How much? 4.6. And this is the date of exercise. Means vesting day and exercise they are same. Correct. My question to you, EB expense will be based on which value? EB expense will be based on which value? 4 crore. And if all the options are vested, so it will be equally. So 2 crore, 2 crore. What journal entry you are doing? EB expense debit to SBP reserve na? SBP reserve. This SBP reserve is a liability or equity? SBP reserve is a liability or equity? SBP reserve is a liability or equity? Huh? I am asking other equity is also equity nalayak. I am asking liability equity, you are saying other equity. Liability or equity? Liability equity. Anyone saying liability? So initially many one said liability. So correct it. It is an equity. Yeah, it is an equity. It is an equity. Okay. Chalega. Now based on income tax act, okay, this will be allowed in the year of exercise. This is the actual information. Okay, but at year end 1, so we don't know this information. At year end 1, so we don't know this information. Nah. Understood? At year end 1, we don't know what will be the actual intrinsic value. As correct or not? Understood? Now apply your common sense. Now for SB we are doing based on first year end 1, then year end 2. But what is the carrying thing and say? What is the carrying amount of liability or asset? What is the carrying amount of liability or asset? Huh? How liability? Where is the liability? अभी बोला कितना प्यार से बोला SBP reserve is what? I said equity. You also said equity. Then I am asking carrying amount liability. You are saying 2 crore. So then equity and liability are same. Then the pura IND AS 32 chapter is bekar. They are different na? Correct na? So it is 0. It is 0. Correct. Now we need to find out tax base. In this tax base now you need to apply the definition. If you apply shortcut you will forget. The shortcut means ledger balance. Correct na? So what they say, tax base of a liability. Tax base of this is the deduction allowed in future. So this is actually one type of asset. Whatever future deduction is what? Asset. So tax base of an asset is the future deduction allowed. So whatever amount deductible in future, that become tax base of. Understood? So whatever amount is which is allowed as a deduction in future, that become what? Tax base of an asset. Understood what I am saying? So can I say in future some expense is allowed or not? But that we need to estimate. So in year 1 batao, how you will estimate? Based on which information? Based on which information? Based on actual information. What is the actual information? 1.6. 1.6 is for the first year or both year? Both year. You will do divide by 2. Divide by 2. So this becomes 0.80. So in simple word I say this tax base is nothing but future reduction. Future reduction. Future reduction. And that will become deductible temporary difference. And on this will create DTA. At what rate? At what rate? How much given? 30%. Understood? This point you have understood. Now next year, but what is the tax base? Can you say because this is only the exercise, now there is no future deduction, already entire will be allowed. Therefore, can you say it will become 0 because tax base is equal to future deduction which is allowed in future. We already allowed to tax base become what? 0. It means can I say it become what? Nil, and therefore no deferred tax asset. It means whatever that deferred tax you have created that will reverse in which year? Second year. It will reverse in second year. It means the first year what journal entry you are doing DTA account debit to deferred tax income, and second year you are doing deferred tax expense to what? DTA with the same amount. This is a question till now not asked in exam, but 100% this question will be asked. In which attempt I don't know. Can it be a newly inserted question till now not asked? Good question, correct? This is a good question. So with this I think all points we have done. These all points are not so much important for examination purpose. Just read it with question you will be able to understand. I have done my job from examination point of view. The last point, disclosure, is important. In this disclosure this point is important, correct? What they want to say, whenever applicable tax rate and effective tax rate can due to permanent difference, due to changes in tax rate from one year to another year, there will be some difference in what? Effective tax rate. Means the applicable tax rate and effective tax rate will not match. So therefore they want some reconciliation of that. See, what is the reconciliation of tax amount as per SOPL and tax as per applicable rate? If there is some difference, so that you need to reconcile. So what they are saying, that reconciliation be done in two ways. The reconciliation can be done in two ways. One is based on amount and one is based on rate. So whenever it is based on rate, we compare applicable tax rate with effective tax rate, and then we give the reason for the difference. Reason for the difference. So if you calculate based on amount, it will be tax as per applicable tax rate and tax expense as per SOPL, and then give reason for the difference. This is important because already one question have been asked in exam, but that question I will ask you to do by your own. This reconciliation, because that is simple, because bank reconciliation statement you have done many times. This reconciliation does not require my help. So this question you do by your own, but super important. Already asked in exam. So they will give you some SOPL. In this they have given some tax expense 165.40, and then they will give you that as per applicable tax rate it is 178.20. We need to reconcile this. So you can see they have started with what? They have started with tax as per applicable rate, and then we reconcile as per SOPL, and this was the reason for the difference. The reason was given where? Here only, and that reason we need to find out. So you need to do plus minus like this. Means in question all the solution is given, or you do plus minus. But the question is important, already asked in exam for 8 marks. So sometimes this question become difficult when you have not done before exam. Okay. So do it, you will be able to understand. With this, my examination viewpoint, revision viewpoint has been done from this chapter point of view. Correct? Okay. I have taken half an hour extra. Okay. So we'll take break of half an hour and then we'll come for IND AS 115. Okay, sir? Hello. Sure. Hello. Can we start once again, everyone? Okay, sir. So now we'll start IND AS 115, revenue from contract with customer. Already I have said about this chapter that this chapter require thoda sa more understanding regarding the content of this chapter, because whenever a question will come in exam with solution, with solving, you need to also write the provision also, because they are asking that type of questions only. And from this chapter, what I have understood from the past trend of examination question, they create a new question for this chapter. Normally, means not always, but they're creating a new question for this chapter. Now, always a new question will be a difficult question for anyone. Correct now. But if you know the content, you can express yourself. Correct now. And basically, the student are not getting point because of writing in this chapter. Now coming to revenue from contract with customer, of course IND AS 115 is the single IND AS for all the revenue recognition. All the revenue recognition. Now scope of this chapter once again important because of MCQ, so it is applicable to all types of revenue except those revenue which are covered in other IND AS. Means all revenue, but if some other IND AS is applicable, to, for that, for example, interest income. For that there is IND AS 109. So interest income will recognize as per IND AS 109. So what are the other income, other revenue? Non-contractual income. For example, we have done IND AS 41, we recognize fair value gain or loss. So that can be also income, but that is as per IND AS 41. So of course, can you say the name only revenue from contract with customer? This chapter start with contract. So if there is any income due to non-contractual, that is of non-contractual nature, so that is not covered in this chapter. Any income because of lease contract or any revenue recognized because of lease contract in the books of lesser will be as per IND AS 116, not as per IND AS 15. Any revenue arising from insurance contract in the books of insurance company, that will be as per IND AS 104, but not in syllabus. This is not in our syllabus. Any income arising from financial instrument contract, means interest income, dividend income, will be as per IND AS 109. Any contract that are not with customer, so any contract that are not with customer are outside the scope of this chapter. Then this last point is thoda sa interesting, कि any non-monetary exchange between the entities in the same line of business, between the entities in the same line of business to facilitate sales to their customer. So that will not be covered, means that will be not a revenue as per IND AS 15. What they want to say, I just give one example. Suppose there are two company, both companies are dealing in same line of business. Let us take petrol. Let us take petrol. Both are in petrol. Now this is in North India, means they are into manufacturing of petrol. Okay, and this is in South India. So basically they will deal with North Indian customer and they will deal with South Indian customer. It does not mean they cannot sell to South Indian customer now. So suppose they have done one contract with South Indian customer, they have done with North Indian customer. Understood now? So transportation is there. So to avoid that transportation cost and risk in the transportation, what they will do, they will exchange, they will do one contract. To their South Indian customer they will supply, to their North Indian customer they will supply. But there is this exchange of petrol, which is the same line of business, petrol remains same, there is no commercial substance, means this contract does not have any commercial substance. Are you getting what I am saying? So any contract for purchase and sale of petrol from the either entity, well, this is outside the scope of this chapter. This is not a revenue. This will be covered, this contract will be covered, this contract will be covered, but any contract between these two is a non-monetary exchange, so this is not covered in this chapter. This will not be revenue as per IND AS 115. Understood? So what is the para? Para is what? Non-monetary exchange between the entities in the same line of business to facilitate sales to their customer. So same line and to facilitate sales to their customer. If this condition satisfied, outside the scope of the chapter, but they have said different line of business, then it will be in the scope of this chapter. Chalega? Yes, sir. Then of course, what is the meaning of revenue? Revenue, they have given a very simple meaning. Any income from ordinary activities are revenue. Any income from ordinary activities are revenue. So we need to understand what is the meaning of income. Income is what? Income is nothing but increase in economic benefit due to either increase in the cash flow or enhancement of asset, means increase in asset or decrease in liability, that result in corresponding increase in equity other than any amount of contribution received from equity participant. Means if you are receiving some cash flow from equity participant, that is not an income. Apart from that, any increase in asset, any increase in decrease in liability will be what? Income. That giving corresponding effect to what? Increase in equity, that become income. So any income from ordinary activities become revenue. Understood? Means can I say in this way, all income or revenue are income, but all incomes are not revenue, and any income which are not revenue are other income. Any income which are not revenue are other income. Therefore in SOP we have revenue and other income, revenue and other income. So right now we are discussing only about revenue, not about other income. Now one good point of this chapter is what? They have given 5-step model for all revenue recognition. But if you remember AS7, AS9 and AS9 also for service of goods, some other condition, for sale of for rendering of services, some other condition, for sale of goods, some other condition. They were different conditions, but they have given here 5-step model for revenue recognition. Will apply 5-step model. So what is that 5-step model? First step is what? Identify the contract with customer. First, to identify the contract. If there is no contract with customer, the chapter will not be applicable. Then identify the performance obligation in the contract. Can I say, when we do any contract, both the party have their own obligation, but one party will have payment obligation, one party have performance obligation. For example, in our contract, I have done one contract to teach you, but which party have payment obligation? You. And which party have performance obligation? So in my books IND AS 115, in your book IND AS 37, liability. In your books liability, in my books revenue. Understood? The performance obligation means in my books now. So in my books what will be applicable? IND AS 115 will be applicable. So identify the performance obligation in the contract. So what IND AS 115 says, that in one contract there can be multiple performance obligations that you need to identify, and for each performance obligation revenue recognition can be at different point of time. You need to identify the performance obligation in the contract. Then determine the transaction price, means consideration. Determine the transaction price. Then all the transaction price whatever you have determined in step number 3 will be allocated to each performance obligation as per some ratio. That ratio we need to understand. So then allocate the transaction price to each performance obligation in the contract, and once you have allocated, then recognize revenue as and when entities satisfy the performance obligation. As and when entities satisfy the performance obligation. The last step is the revenue recognition step. When to recognize revenue, that depend upon the satisfaction of performance obligation. Can say any question can be done only after the completion of step number 5, because the agenda is revenue recognition. So revenue recognition is based on what? Step number 5. So step number 1, step number 2, step number 3 is only determination. Identify, determine. So that will be as per the information given the question. Then allocation will do, and then recognition will do. Correct now. But they can ask any question from any step. Means it is quite possible they may ask a question only about determination of transaction price, or they may ask only question about allocation criteria. It is also quite possible. But can I say overall question, if I say good question, so it will be from step 1 to step number 5. From step 1 to step number 5. Correct. But we can understand step number 5 only we have understood previous all steps. So first identify the contract with customer. In this not much discussion is required. Correct now. Customer, they have given the meaning of customer also. Who are the customer? So all the contractual party is not a customer. You means you do sometime contract with other party also. Correct now. For example, I have done sale of PP. So sale of PP to some other person. So that person is not my customer. But if I sell my inventory, the other person will become my customer. So they have given proper definition for that. Why sale of PP, that person is not a customer, and why sale of inventory, that person is a customer. So what is a party that has contracted with an entity to obtain goods or services, to obtain goods or services that are output of entities ordinary activities, that are the output of entities ordinary activities in exchange for consideration. Right now you are receiving what? Service from me, and that is the output from my ordinary activities. But if I sell my camera to you, so that is not my output from ordinary activities, therefore that in that case you will not be my customer. But right now you are my customer. अच्छा नहीं लगता, you are my student only, but in this chapter I will call you what? My customer. Correct now? Practically speaking, you are my customer, but in our relationship it is not a relationship of what? Seller and customer. It is a relationship what? Teacher and. I always think that now when I started teaching, now I'll just see, take your 1 minute. When I started teaching now, I started teaching not because of मतलब ऐसा नहीं था कि I want to earn Miss Max. I was passionate about this profession, because in this profession there is one direct relationship with the student and you get a lot of respect, believe me. So when I started teaching, the initial days I was enthusiastic that was, but धीरे now at this point of that respect पता नहीं is somewhere कहीं चला गया. Now, I'm not saying everyone, but can now it become total commercial activity. Correct ना? कि I become a product in the market. Correct ना? This is after COVID-19 happened. After COVID-19, this online classes now, we become a product. Product is what? In some website. Correct ना? So we now think, where is the teacher? Teacher is now missing. The respect is there, but मजा नहीं आता है, वो कहाँ चला गया? There is something I am not able to identify. Correct ना? So now it become intangible respect. कि we need to only understand that we are getting respect. Correct now? So somewhere that is now missing. But face-to-face class, I like to teach face-to-face classes because there is what? One direct contact. And always I think that for any successful, if you want to become successful, the blessing of two parties required. One is what? Your parents, one is your guru. You consider, I don't know, but I always consider you as a student. So if you are my student, I am your guru only. Correct na? If I am considering you as my student, so of course from my point of view I am your guru. And blessing is always required. Blessing of these two persons is always required to become successful. Whenever I go to my native place, I am from a small town. So whenever I go to my native place, one thing I always do that, if possible, I meet with my guru. Wherever I have done my coaching or my school, if possible, I meet them. I take the blessing now also. That is a prime factor for what? Success. So we are living in Indian society now. So we need to understand the aspect of Indian society. If you are not taking blessing from them, success will come, but when it come, I don't know. Correct? So if you want to become successful, true successful, these two blessings are required. Parents, and if you consider anyone as guru, that their blessing is also required. Correct? But okay, chalo, nowadays it has been eliminated. What I have understood from this COVID-19, after COVID-19, because of this Google Drive classes, that is now missing. So you have understood this is very simple. Meaning of contract, so you are doing from bachpan, that any agreement which are enforceable in the eyes of law, that become a contract. Now this might be important criteria for recognizing a contract. So what IND AS 115 says, that all contracts are not accounting contract. So if it satisfies 5 conditions, then only it become accounting contract, and that accounting contract, for that accounting contract only will apply step number 2, step number 3, step number 4 and step number 5. So it means first they need to satisfy how many conditions? 5 conditions. So it is quite possible you have done contract, but then they need to meet what? How many conditions? 5 conditions. First, party have approved the contract. Can I say this is understood fine? Approval is required. Then entity can identify. Entity, in this chapter entity means seller entity. In this chapter whenever I am saying entity, so entity means seller, not buyer, not customer. Okay, sorry. Entity can identify each party rights regarding goods and services, means whatever goods and services going to be transferred, that had been identified in that contract. Then entity can identify the payment terms. The payment terms has been also identified. Means if the payment term is not identified, it is not a accounting contract. Understood? Then contract has a commercial substance, means it should give some commercial benefit to both the party. So at that point we have done the non-monetary exchange. with a similar type of business to facilitate sales to a customer, it was lacking some commercial substance, therefore it was not a it was not to be considered as revenue. Understood? Then it is probable that entity, probable means chances are more than 50%. So virtual certainty is not required. If it is probable, then more than enough. It is probable that entity will correct substantially all of the consideration which they are expected to be entitled. Means all the consideration are expected to be recovered. If all these conditions satisfied, then on the date of contract it will become accounting contract, and then we can go to step number 2. But one point is, I said contract done, amount received. But suppose one of the condition is not satisfied, quite possible. Suppose amount received in advance, but payment terms was not decided, or consideration was not known, or it was quite possible that it was probable that all the amount will not be collected. It is quite possible one of the conditions was not satisfied, but amount has been received. So what IND AS 115 says that accounting treatment of consideration received. And from this one question was given MCQ. I used to say in class that this is important till now not asked in exam, but now they have given an MCQ question based on this. So MCQs, so all points are important. Are you getting what I am saying? Correct? Understood? Practical question, this might not be important because there is no question in ICAI study matter regarding this. So accounting treatment of consideration, if the contract has satisfied all the conditions, then go to step number 2. But if the contract with the customer does not meet any one of the above criteria and the consideration has been received, so what IND AS 115 says that consideration received will be recognized as a liability till all the conditions are satisfied. Then once the conditions satisfied, go to step number 2. Correct? But there might be a possible situation, the consideration received, then it can be recognized as revenue also if two circumstances arises. So what are that two conditions? This is actually important. To recognize the consideration received as revenue even though all the 5 conditions are not satisfied, 5 criteria. Understood? If the entity's performance has been completed, means entity has performed their part of obligation, entity's performance is completed and all the consideration has been collected and the amount is non-refundable. It was mentioned in the contract that amount was non-refundable and the performance obligation satisfied, so that will become revenue only. So that will be recognized as revenue. Or the contract has been terminated, the contract has been cancelled and the amount whatever received is non-refundable, then it will be recognized as revenue on the date when it is terminated. Understood? If the contract has been terminated and the consideration received is non-refundable, then also it will be recognized as revenue. Understood? देखो substantially ना, अभी ये इसमें this is very doubtful word. Substantially has not been defined in any IND AS. This substantial word has not been defined in any IND AS. Only in one part they have defined, that is in financial instrument chapter. So whenever they say substantially, so it is a matter of judgment. Ask management. Correct now. Whether substantial, now substantial may be 90%, it can be 85%, means depends upon the facts and circumstances of each case. Correct now. However, from my point of view, substantial means 90% or more than 90%. Correct now. But that has not been defined. So that type of question they will never ask in exam. That type of question they will not ask in exam. Practically this is a doubt. Okay? Okay, chalega? Yes, sir. Now this contract term ho gaya. Now there are two important points: combining contract and contract modification. Combining contract. The combining contract means what? Two or more than two contract with same customer. Suppose you have entered into 2 or more than 2 contracts with same customer. Can we combine it and can we apply IND AS 115 on that combined contract? This is a point. Have you understood? You have done 2 or more than 2 contracts. Suppose I have done one contract with you, I will teach you FR. Then second contract that I will teach you AFM also. Okay, na? And now can I combine these 2 contracts and apply IND AS 115 together? Well, if any one of the following conditions satisfied, you can apply, you can combine it to any one condition. How many conditions? Any one out of 3 conditions. So what they have given? 2 or more than 2 contracts should be accounted for a single contract if they are entered if they are into at or near the same time, at or near the same time with the same customer, and if any one of the following condition exists. If any one of the following condition exists. First condition, the contract are negotiated as a package with the single commercial objective. Means entire, even though we have done two contract, but amount has been decided as a single package. Two contract, but I say FR AFM I'll take 20,000. So it has been negotiated a single package, so it can be combined. It can be combined. Or the amount of consideration paid in one contract depend on the price of performance in other contract. Suppose FR I have said 10,000. Now you came for AFM. If you take only AFM, I will take what, 15,000. Suppose. But if you have taken FR, I have said for AFM 10,000. So FR AFM means AFM price is based on what? Because you have taken FR, so it can be combined. It can be combined. And the goods or services promised in one contract, goods or services in the contract are actually a part of one performance obligation. Means actually they are not two contracts, they are part of one single performance obligation. Suppose you have done one contract for construction of building. After few months you realize that you need to also install a lift there. Now you have done a separate contract for installation of lift in the building. So actually it is a part of what, single performance obligation. Therefore it can be combined. It can be combined. Now when it will become single performance obligation, that is based on step number 2. That is based on step number 2. So when it become a single performance obligation, that clarity will come in step number 2. Correct. So what are the three conditions? Can you repeat with me? First is what? The contract are negotiated as a package with a single commercial object. Second, the amount of consideration paid in one contract depend on the price of other contract. The goods or services in the contract are actually a part of single performance obligation. Anyone? All three? Anyone? Understood? Then this you can read. Means I am just giving the point which are important from exam point of view, because this chapter is lengthy. So I am not reading those points which I know that question will not ask from there. Okay, correct. However, you need to read entire point. So some point you can understand by your own. I am not giving stress on that point. Chalega? Yes, sir. Now contract modification is very important, but this you can understand only when I do step number 2. I'll come back to this point after step number 2. Okay, na? So contract modification I'll come back. Now step number 2 is what? Identifying the performance obligation. So what do you mean by performance obligation? That we need to understand. The performance obligation is a promise given by seller entity to customer. There is a promise to provide goods and services, that become performance obligation. So it is a promise in a contract with a customer to transfer to the customer either. Understood? There is a promise with the customer to transfer to the customer either a goods or services that are distinct, either single goods or services that are distinct, or a bundle of goods or services that are distinct, a bundle of goods or services that are distinct, or a series of distinct goods or services that are substantially the same and that have the same pattern of transfer to the customer. Means to understand this, so we need to understand what do you mean by distinct. Correct na? Are you getting? So I can explain this definition only when we understood the meaning of distinct. Here distinct does not mean difference. Distinct means not, here distinct does not mean different. It is some other meaning which we will understand only after reading IND AS 115. So it means they want to say if there can be two or more than two performance obligation. Two or more than two performance obligation. Now whether that two or more than two performance obligation are a single performance obligation or they are different performance obligation, that is based on distinct. Whether the goods and services provided are distinct or not distinct. Understood? So further we need to go to what? The understanding of distinct performance obligation. Distinct performance obligation. So what they are saying, to understand distinct performance obligation, we have how many model? 2-step model. So there are two conditions. How many conditions? Two conditions. First, what they want to say, step 1, it must be capable of distinct, capable of being distinct. Means the one goods or services is capable of being distinct from other goods and services. Correct? And once this condition is satisfied, then it should be also distinct in the context of contract. It should be also distinct within the context of contract. Means capable of being distinct and it must be distinct within the context of contract. Means it is capable but cannot be distinct because of contract, then it is a single performance obligation. Means both the condition need to be satisfied. It must be capable of being distinct and it should be distinct within the context of contract, then there will be two or more than two performance obligation, otherwise it will be a single performance obligation. I hope you are understanding. So when it will be capable of being distinct and when it is distinct within the context of contract, that we need to understand. So first let us come to capable of being distinct. This point number one is what? Capable of being distinct. Capable of being distinct. So what do I want to say? Simple, but the customer can benefit, the customer can benefit from the goods or services either on its own or with other resources readily available to them in the market. Correct? Means suppose you purchase this mobile and this calculator with me. Correct? Understood? So then this mobile can be used with you, can be used by you either on its own or with some readily available resources in the market. Means you don't require this calculator now. You don't require this calculator. Correct now. Therefore these are distinct means this is capable of being distinct. Capable of being distinct. Are you able to understand what I am saying? Correct. It become capable of being distinct. Correct. So what they are saying, customer can benefit from the goods or services either on its own or with resources readily available with them. Readily available with them. This is the prime condition. First condition you understood. So again it is capable. It is capable of being distinct. When? Can you repeat with me? Because this is a key word. You write on this only. In this paper, for this particular chapter, if you write something else, different meaning will come. Different meaning will come. So can you repeat with me? Customer can benefit from the goods or services either on its own or with the resources readily available with them. Only this much. Correct? Second is what? This is what? Distinct within the context of contract. This is distinct within the context of contract. Means it might be capable, then also if it is not distinct within the context of contract, it become what? Single performance obligation. Single performance obligation. Correct? Means I'll just give one example. Let me take one example. Suppose you purchase one AC. You purchase one AC with installation services. So there are two goods and services: purchase of AC and installation services. Now, can you install AC from some other party? Yes, it is capable of being distinct. Capable of being distinct. Correct now. But within the context of contract, normally that vendor will only install it. That vendor, the manufacturer person will come and they will only install it. Are you getting? So it is quite possible that is not capable within that is not distinct within the context of contract, because it is quite possible during installation they are providing some customization services, some modification services. It is quite possible now. So it means even though it is capable of being distinct, but it is not distinct within the context of contract, therefore it will be a single performance obligation. I have just given an example. We need to understand the contract for that. Understood now? So it depends upon the contract what they have mentioned it. So what they want to say, key separately identifiable from other promise in the contract. So what they want to say, key one, the transfer of goods or services to a customer is separately identifiable. The transfer of goods or services to a customer is separately identifiable if significant integration services is not provided. Integration service is not provided means one goods and services is not integrated to other goods and services. Correct? Or significant modification or customization service is not provided means one goods or services is not modifying other goods or services. Correct? Or it is not highly interdependent or highly interrelated means one goods or services is not highly interrelated or highly dependent to other goods or services. It means it is separately identifiable. Then it means what? It is also distinct within the context of contract, and then it will be two or more than two performance obligation. Understood? Means can I say in this way? In other words, you will better understand with this. Two or more promise to transfer goods or services are not separately identifiable, means they are same, are not separately identifiable from other goods or services if the entity provides significant integration services, or if one or more of the goods or services significantly modify or customize other promised goods or services, correct, or if the goods or services are highly interrelated or interdependent with other goods and services, correct. Now let me take one example. Suppose you purchase one software also require installation, correct. Now that installation you can do either by your own or by some other party, but normally what happens, the vendor will come and they will install it. Normally, for example, I purchased one tally software recently, correct. Now so मैं बोला छोड़ ना, you only install, I can install it, but बोला purchase किया, I have paid some, you only install that. So he was installing that software and he has not provided any customization services, means that to I can also do na, that too I can also do, or I can ask some other party to do it. So that tally software was not requiring any customization and therefore it will be a single performance obligation. But suppose that party, if suppose they would have been providing some customization service, I don't know whether you are aware or not, the tally software can be also customized as per my business. As per my business, suppose I require some customization, so it means they are while installing, while installation, they are also providing some customization services for that software. Then in that case, it will be, if it is if they are providing customized, I've said something wrong, I think so. Initially what I've said, customization services was, so I'll change the, please I'll take the example, I forgot actually, some call came, I was say I don't see this call, I say that this mobile is what, अभी किसी का some important party call came, so my entire mind go to there, so I missed what I was saying. So I always say these are all dangerous. Concentration lost. Who is this person? You know, my wife. Normally she will not call, but she called today, might be some important work. Okay, she will never call. Why? You know, because I will never pick up the phone. I've already said that don't disturb me when I am in class. 1 minute, I need to just give me 1 minute, okay? And now my sister is calling. Means something is there. Means some problem is there. Chalo. 1 minute. I'm just writing message me. Then two or more than two family members is calling in the same time now, there might be some issue. Chalo, 1 second. Come to the example. I have given the example that we suppose I purchase what? One software, it requires installation services. So it is capable of being distinct. It is capable of being distinct. Correct now. Now suppose that installation services are provided and no customization service was given. No customization service was given. So can I say then it will be a single performance obligation or multiple performance obligation? It will be single performance obligation or multiple performance obligation? Huh? No. Then it is a multiple performance obligation. That only I said wrong. Correct. 1 second. Read what they are saying. What they are saying. In other words, two or more promises are not separately identifiable if one or more of the goods or service significantly modifies or customize other promised goods or service in the contract. Means if that is giving some customization services, so installation is a part of what? Installation is a part of that software. Means without installation, so we can't use it. Without installation, we can't use it now. So it means it become a single performance obligation. It become a single performance obligation. Not able to understand. See what I am saying. Suppose I purchase, 1 second, try to understand. I purchase one software. It requires installation. But installation, we are, for installation also we are also paying some amount now. For installation also we are paying some amount. Correct. Now if that installation is not providing any customization of that software, it means there are two different performance obligations. There are two different performance obligations because they are capable of being distinct within the context of contract. They are capable of being distinct within the context of contract. Understood? But this installation is providing some customization services to the software. The software cannot be used without that customization. It means it is what? It is not distinct within the context of contract, and it become a single performance obligation. It become a single performance obligation. The simple word I will say from examination point, just see whether significant integration services provided, whether customization or modification provided, or whether they are highly dependent or interrelated. So it means these are single performance obligations. Otherwise it will be separate performance obligation. Means if no significant integration services, no customization, no modification, no, not highly interrelated or interdependent, so it means they are two different performance obligations. So what is the keyword? Now if you are not writing this keyword, they are not going to give you marks. So these keywords become important for this chapter. Understood why I am saying content are important for this chapter? So can you repeat with me? Significant integration services. Second is what? No significant customization modification. Then not highly dependent or interrelated. This is what? Distinct within the context of contract, and this is capable of being distinct. Capable of being distinct. Now you have understood. Means can I say two identical goods can be also distinct? Can I say that two identical goods can be also distinct? So it does not mean two identical goods will be always single performance obligation. Two identical does not mean it will not be distinct. Understood? So two identical goods can be also distinct if these two conditions are satisfied. Now if you have understood distinct performance obligation, we can go to what? Modification. Now let us come to first modification. Contract modification. This is important. Modification. Modification. Now what is this concept? Whenever there is a modification in the contract, means initially there was some contract done, then after some time some modification was done in the contract, either due to increase in the scope, either some more contract was added, means some more goods and services are added, or due to increase in the price, or there may be some increase in the price. Can you say when we increase the goods or services, or we increase the price, both will result in modification? Both will result in modification. Now point is that whenever there is a modification in the contract, what IND AS 115 says that it may be either a separate contract, or it may be either not a separate contract. If it is a separate contract, then it will be a separate contract. Apply IND AS 115 separately without adjusting with original contract. Correct now? Means originally there was one contract, you have done some modification. Now the question is that whether we'll do adjustment or this modification will be done separate accounting. Understood now? So what they are saying, if it is a separate contract, then original contract will remain as it is, do accounting as we are doing. This modified contract will be a separate contract and apply IND AS 115 separately to that. But if it is not a separate contract, then whatever you have done for original accounting, that requires some adjustment due to modification. That requires some adjustment due to modification. So what is that adjustment? We need to understand. So first we need to understand when it is a separate contract and when it is not a separate contract, and then accounting treatment, then accounting treatment. Understood the point? So what they are saying, two conditions, if there are two conditions, if these two conditions satisfied, it means it is a separate contract. It means it is a separate contract. Understood? So what are that two conditions? If the scope of the contract increases, if the scope of the contract increases, not decreases, if the scope of the contract increases, understood? If the scope of the contract increases because of the additional goods or services that are distinct. Distinct, you have understood? Means two conditions. Two condition is also satisfied. Have you understood this point? So if the scope of the contract increases because of additional goods and services has been added which are distinct from previous goods and services, which are distinct from original goods and services. Understood this point? Then price of the contract also increases. Price of the contract also increases by an amount of consideration that reflect the standalone selling price of additional goods and services in the contract. Understood? Means price increases by an amount which is equal to the standalone selling price of the additional goods and services. Now what do you mean by standalone selling prices? Standalone selling price is the price which will be received when such goods and services are sold separately in the market. That is the standalone selling prices. means I will say actual prices. Understood? So if these two conditions satisfied, then contract modification will be a separate contract and apply IND AS 115 separately without doing any adjustment to the original contract. So it does not require any reference because you need to apply IND AS 115 from the beginning, from step 1 to step number 5 separately to that contract. Understood? Correct. So these two conditions you have understood. So can I say in this way, if either one of the means if any one of these conditions is not satisfied or both the conditions are not satisfied, then it is not a separate contract. Then it is not a separate contract. So either any one of the condition is not satisfied or both the condition is not satisfied, then it becomes not a separate contract. In this case, they have given two circumstances. They have given. If it is not a separate contract, then there can be two situations. If the remaining goods and services are distinct, remaining goods and services are distinct from the goods or services already transferred. So remaining goods and services are distinct from the goods and services already transferred. So what IND AS 115 says that it will result in the termination of original contract and creation of new contract. So we'll assume that original contract has been terminated and new contract has been created. Understood? Now whatever transaction means whatever the remaining transaction price means consideration, correct now. So whatever transaction price remain, so we'll allocate the remaining transaction price not yet recognized to the outstanding performance obligation. Outstanding performance obligation means goods and services. Understood? So remaining transaction price will be allocated to the outstanding performance obligation. So what they have said once again, if the remaining goods and services are distinct from the goods and services already transferred, then it will be what? Cancellation, termination of original contract, creation of new contract, and we need to allocate what? The remaining transaction price which is not yet recognized as revenue to the outstanding performance obligation. Correct. Now if the remaining goods and services are not distinct, from what? From the goods and services already transferred, then in this case we need to account for the contract modification as if it were a part of existing contract, as if it were a part of original contract. So we need to account contract modification as if it were a part of existing contract. In this case, we need to adjust the amount of revenue already recognized. On a cumulative catch-up basis. Correct. Now what is cumulative catch-up basis? I'll explain with one example. But have you understood the entire treatment? This is important to remember. You need to memorize this. So can you repeat with me once again? Contract modification can be of two types. Separate contract, not a separate contract. Separate contract, two conditions. First condition, the scope of the contract increases because of additional goods or services that are distinct, and the price on the contract also increases, that is equal to the standalone selling price of additional goods and services. If either of these two conditions not satisfied or both the conditions are not satisfied, then it will not be a separate contract. In that two circumstances, if the remaining goods and services are distinct, then it will be termination of existing contract and creation of new contract. In this case, we need to allocate the remaining transaction price which is not yet recognized to the outstanding performance obligation. Second, what if the remaining goods and services are not distinct? In this case, what will do? He will treat the modification as if it were a part of existing contract, and in this case revenue already recognized will be adjusted by using cumulative catch-up adjustment basis. This is all our keyword. Cumulative catch-up basis means if you are not writing this keyword now, so they will understand only working, you don't know IND AS 115. So this all terminology are important. Correct? Understood? Now what they want to say, just to try to understand, means can I say if it is separate contract, then to no more discussion required, apply IND AS 115 separately. Correct? If it is not a separate contract, okay, so if the remaining goods are distinct, so what they have said? Correct. What they have said? Ki it will be termination of original contract and creation of new contract. Suppose modification was done यहाँ पर. Suppose modification was done यहाँ पर. And transaction price was 1 lakh. Correct? Out of this 1,20,000 is already recognized. So how much remain unrecognized? Means as per original contract already you have recognized how much revenue? 20,000. Now how to recognize revenue? That depends upon step number 5 coming soon. So I am not going to step number 5. Correct now. I am just giving one hint. Suppose question says that out of 1,20,000 is already recognized due to up to this point of time. Quite possible. So how much remain unrecognized? 80,000. Now due to modification, suppose the price also increases by 50,000. So what is the total transaction price which remain unrecognized? 80 plus 50. 80 plus 50 means what? 1,30,000. This 1,30,000 will be now allocated to remaining performance obligation as if it is a new contract. You need to once again identify the performance obligation by applying step number 2. Suppose there are 2 or more than 2 performance obligation, so this 1,30,000 will be allocated that 2 or more than 2 performance obligation as per step number 2. Understood? Correct. Now if suppose they are not distinct, correct. Let me take one example. Suppose abhi what happened? Suppose initially you have done one contract that I will teach you. Suppose I will teach you 300 hours at rupees 100 per hour. This was my contract, and out of this 100 was what? 100 hour I have already taught. It means how much revenue I have recognized? 100 into 100 how much? 10,000 I have already recognized. But यहाँ पर modification was done because the syllabus become थोड़ा सा more complicated. I said 100 is not enough. Correct now? Or I said in this way कि syllabus has increased. I need to teach again 50 hours extra. Means initially it was how much? But now how much? 50 hour extra. But I said for 50 hours I will take 150 rupees extra. Correct? Quite possible now. Ki for 300 I am taking how much? But syllabus changes, so I need to teach you extra 50 hours. For that 50 hours, because that is complicated, I will take 150 per hour. You also agreed. You have agreed. Bola sir, Jindabad. Understood now? Correct? Now, batao whether the remaining services are distinct or not distinct. Are distinct or not distinct? Are not distinct because I am teaching the same syllabus now. Only amendment came. It is not distinct. Correct now? So can you see it is not distinct? So in this case what we'll do? We'll say in this way, what is cumulative catch-up basis? 300 hours into how much? 100. How much? 30,000. Additional how many hours? 50 into 150 how much? 7,500. Total how many hours? 350. Total become how much? Now per hour become how much? It become how much? 250. It 250 कैसे हो गया यार? 107 point something. So let me take 107. So it become 107 per hour. 107 ना पक्का? 107. Okay. It means initially you have recognized how much revenue? You have recognized 100 into 100 is equal to 10,000. But now you should recognize on cumulative catch-up basis. Cumulative means you need to do working from the beginning. So now as per the new rate it should be 10 into 107, that is 1,07,000. It means you need to increase your revenue by how much? 7,000. So up to this period you increase your revenue by how much? 7,000. That is adjusted. You need to adjust the amount of revenue by applying cumulative catch-up basis. Understood? Cumulative catch-up basis. Correct? Some questions are given that you do by your own. I think both you have understood. Correct? What do you mean by this? What do you mean by this? Chalega? Understood. Yes. So contract modification is one of the questions from which question can be asked. Now let us come to performance obligation once again. So performance obligation you have understood. Now let us read the meaning once again. A promise in the contract with the customer to transfer goods and services. Correct. Promise. Performance obligation means promise in the contract to transfer the customer either a goods and services that are distinct. Now you know the meaning of distinct. So either the goods and services that are distinct that will be one performance obligation. Or a bundle of goods and services that are distinct, so that bundle will be one single performance obligation. Or a series of distinct goods or services, a series of distinct goods or services that are substantially the same and have the same pattern of transfer to the customer. For example, I'm just give example. Suppose I have taken one bookkeeping services, accounting services, means I am doing some accounting services for my client. So it is a series of one services or multiple services. Means I am providing only one services or multiple services. Can I say one day I am doing purchase voucher, one day I am doing general voucher, I am preparing tally also. Many things I am doing now. So it is series of distinct services, but substantially they are same and they have the same pattern of transfer to customer. Morning I will come at 9 and evening I will go at 5. Same pattern of transfer to customer. Therefore it will be, even though it has a series of services, series of distinct services, then also it will be one performance obligation. So even though it has series of distinct goods services, but if they have the same pattern of transfer to the customer and they are substantially the same, then it will be considered one performance obligation. I hope you have understood this point. Correct? Understood? Now once again I'll come to this point. This point you have understood, is capable of being distinct, and these are distinct within the context of contract. Correct? Understood? Chalo. So step number 2 also you have understood. So in step number 2 you need to identify the performance obligation based on the definition of distinct. Based on the definition of distinct. Once you have identified, because these two questions are, I will say, tough in exam. If they ask only question from step number 1, or they will ask only question from step number 2, means identification, means you write down now, then writing part. So writing part we are weak. In writing part we are weak. So you need to write as it is, whatever is given under IND AS 1.5. You can't change the keyword, and if you are changing the keyword they will not give the marks. Understood? Correct now? Because just try to understand. One more thing I just want to say, just try to understand what actually happened when your paper is checked by others. Correct now? I'll give you one example. What actually happened? I'm with you. I'm with student. I will always think from student point of view. But those who are checking the paper, they will follow ICAI solution now. But whether they are FR teacher, whether they are tax, they are not a teacher only. So they have written exam, patani 15 years before, now so they become obsolete. As per teaching is concerned, बोलना yes or no? As per syllabus is concerned, means they are totally dependent on suggested solution or not. Now in share based payment, if you have done share based payment, अभी याद आया इसलिए बता रहा हूँ, because yesterday, last night I was going through one paper. Last night I was going through one paper. I said, ले क्या करे बताओ. I am not against student. I am not against ICAI. I am not in favor of ICAI, but I am always favor of student. Correct now? Are you getting what I am saying? What actually he has done? If you know that we need to find out number of employees. So number of employees, suppose 500 given, then 90%. Then 90%. I think this type of calculation you have also done. You have done or not? So how much it is coming with? I am just giving you what actually happened. $364, 4.5. Now the question is that whether we'll take 364 or 365. Understood what I am saying? चलो इसमें तो थोड़ा डाउट आया, but it is 364.23. then what will take? 360. देखो, 2 answer I am getting as per ICAI it is correct. वो देखना पड़ेगा ना. Understood? How many taken classes from me? What I have said? 360. I have said 365. I have not said 364. I have not said 364. I said this is employee. Employee rounding off will not do. If it is increase, will take one employee extra. This is as per ICAI I have taken in my class. Rounding off is not applicable यहाँ पर. I don't know what you have done. I am not fighting with you because 364 is also correct. 365 is also correct if you ask me. But I will teach as per ICAI requirement ना. अरे बोलना रे. I will teach as per ICAI requirement. So I always say 365. Now that my student only, my student, he has taken 364. Now what actually happened? So 364 is also correct. But when he has done 364 into number of option 364 number option 1 by 3, so this amount will not tell you this and there will be some more difference. So बताओ whether he will check this, he is not aware about this, he has forgotten ना. अरे बोलना रे whether उसको पता है इसके बारे में, he will say अच्छा not correct, not correct, not correct. He is doing his job correctly only, I will not blame him. However, ICAI should give two answers. Am I right or not? So I am not saying which one is correct. As per ICAI book, this is correct. As per ICAI book, what is correct? 365. Believe me, his marks were deducted. And I said that student, I have also done my solution. Just refer my solution. I have taken 365 in my solution. Means when I am preparing such a solution, then also I have taken what? 365. अब बताओ, अब think about once you become CA, you are checking the paper, what you will do? बताओ what you will do? You have also forgotten FR, huh? You will check as per ICAI solution or not? So they are not doing wrong. अब who is wrong in this? ना देखो there is some rules, तुम समझते नहीं हो. There is some rules which we need to follow. ट्रैफिक में रूल है ना, इफ यू गो बाय राइट एंड इफ यू आर समटाइम गोइंग बाय लेफ्ट, एक्सीडेंट नहीं होता है, देन आल्सो दैट इज रॉन्ग ना. अरे बोलना, पुलिस विल कम विदाउट एक्सीडेंट, दे विल चलान ना, विल मेक ए चलान और नॉट, दे आर फॉलोइंग दैट रूल्स ना. अरे बोलना रे, हु इज रॉन्ग? सब्जेक्टिव इशू. आर यू एबल टू अंडरस्टैंड? बट इफ यू आर फॉलोइंग ICAI book, you need to follow what? ICAI solution. So that assumption taken, therefore I say don't change the assumption taken by ICAI. Don't change the assumption taken by ICAI. So just I am informing you by seeing that answer, because last day only I have seen this, so it is in my mind. Got this? अब now for this type of mistake, fight कर लो. कितना fight करोगे? Because if you will fight, next exam will come. Better don't fight. Are you able to understand? Correct? Are you able to understand what I am saying? I am not against you, huh? I am with you. If I am checking the paper, I will give 100% mark. But they are not asking me to check. And they will never allow us to check because we are a teacher. That is also correct. Because we should not involve in the board of studies. Because we are emotionally attached with what? Students. So that is also they are correct only. Understood? What I am saying? Have you understood? हाँ, they should give two solution. वहाँ पे थोड़ा सा mistake है. So they should ask us before giving the solution. That they are not asking because they don't like us. Believe me, they don't like us. They don't like private teachers in CA. ICAI don't like us. Understood what I am saying? They are totally against the private tutors. Okay? Okay. Now come to this point. So I have just informed you, it is a small point which a teacher says you need to follow in exam, and because of that reason you are taking classes now. Otherwise, what is the use of taking classes? Got it? Now determining the transaction price. Think one second. Don't be demotivated by this point. Only because I have seen one paper. It might happen in some other paper they are given marks. Understood? So don't be demotivated. What is our job? To write exam and then relax. Always be relaxed. Write exam, relax. Believe me, if you think much about result, you will not be able to prepare. So right now think about preparation. Result you will pass. Deserving student will always pass. Deserving student will always pass, because this was not the only question in which you have done wrong now. You need to get 50%, and because of only this question you are not getting 50%, that is also not correct to say, because this question was of 8 marks ना. चलो this question नहीं हुआ, 90 marks में 50% लेके आओ ना, so criteria is very less, only 50%. Correct ना? हाँ, if the criteria is 90%, then I will say this is unjustified. Am I right or not? Correct? Understood? तो थोड़ा सा be positive. think about that 50% target. Be happy while writing while entering into the exam hall. Be confident about yourself. Have a trust on yourself. Have a faith on yourself and believe in God. God is always with you. Correct? And then go to exam hall. What is the transaction price? Transaction price means for nothing. Transaction price means the amount of consideration to which an entity expect to be entitled in exchange for transferring goods or services. Means simple, what is the amount of consideration, what is the mention in the contract. Now what IND AS 115 says that this transaction price may be affected by four factors. May be affected by how many factors? Four factors. First is variable consideration. Second is significant financing component. Third is non-cash consideration, and fourth is the consideration payable to customer. Correct. Now variable consideration means now the consideration can be either fixed or variable. Okay, so whenever variable consideration, we need to estimate it. So first let us come to variable consideration. So what they are saying that whenever consideration is variable, we need to estimate the amount of consideration. Now when estimation, so how to estimate it? So estimation is given same to same they are given as you have done under IND AS 37. Now IND AS 37 also we have done estimation, and for revenue also we are doing estimation, the same way of estimation. So what they are saying, if an entity has a large number of contract with similar characteristics, then we'll find out the expected value, and expected value of is equal to weighted average of all possible outcome consideration. For example, suppose the contract is that customer will provide some performance bonus. If the contract is over on a timely basis, so they have given performance bonus if it is completed within 30 months, then 20% bonus. 25 months, then suppose 25% bonus, and 20 months, then suppose 30% bonus, and if this is not satisfied, 0% bonus. Correct. So this too you can calculate the amount. This is 20% of the fixed consideration, whatever. Take care. Now they have given probability also. This probability is 20%, this probability is 30%, this probability is 50%. So you can find out what weighted average, and that will become the amount of performance bonus to be included in transaction price. That we can do as per the information given in the question. Correct. Second is what? If the contract has only two possible outcomes. So what they said, whenever there are only two possible outcomes, suppose they have given some performance bonus, and they have said that if it exceeds 50%, then you will get, means if 50% target is achieved, then you will get a bonus of 20%. If not achieved, then you will get 0 bonus. So there is two possible outcomes. So there are how many outcomes? Two possible outcomes. Whenever there are two possible outcomes, so we'll take most likely outcome. Most likely outcome means which is more probable. So can I say I have given? I have not given. Suppose the chances of these is what? 70%, and chances of this is 30%. So this become most likely outcome. So that amount will be included in the transaction price. So whenever there are two possible outcomes, you will take the most likely amount. Understood? It is also important from examination point of view. Now can I say, because you have estimated the variable consideration, so can I say after some time there may be some changes in the transaction price, because there may be some reassessment in the variable consideration. So if there is some changes in transaction price due to reassessment of variable consideration, so you need to adjust the amount of revenue. This I will explain you by one way of one question. How to adjust the amount of revenue every year, this I will explain you through one question. But if the transaction price changes due to changes in what? Variable consideration, so you need to adjust the amount of revenue also. How that adjustment is done, that I will explain with one question. Chalega? Yes sir. That is given reassessment of variable consideration. Now significant financing component. Now the word is what? Not financing component. The word is significant financing component. Means can I say if the financing component is insignificant, then ignore. If financing component is insignificant, then ignore. Now once again, significant has not been defined. Therefore, it is a matter of judgment. It is a matter of judgment. Understood? Correct. But we say in this way, if the rate of interest is 2% or 3%, it can be considered as insignificant. But if the rate of interest is 15%, 10%, 8%, these are significant. These are significant financing component. So if there is an insignificant financing component, then ignore it. Then no adjustment required. So of course, can I say whenever there is a financing component, we need to adjust the amount of transaction price with the time value of money. With the effect of what time value of money means we need to find out present value of consideration. We need to find out present value of consideration. But what they say, there are two situations. Two situations means what? If suppose control is going to be transferred at this point of time. So either we have received in advance, either money has been received in advance, or there will be some late payment. There will be some late payment. Can you say both involve what? Some financing component. Both involve some financing component. Are you getting what I am saying? Correct. Means can you say suppose we receive 10,000 advance. 10,000 advance. So this will be present value. But we need to recognize revenue यहाँ पर ना. So this will be future value ना. This is future value. Means of course we receive some less amount because that is present value I have received. But actual amount was future value only. If I am receiving advance, so of course they will give us some less amount na, because it will include what? Some financing component. So in this case we need to add what? Interest rate as per the information given in the question, and this will be the amount of revenue. This will be the amount of revenue. Understood what I am saying? Not able to understand. Not able to understand. 1 second. What I am saying? You have understood significant financing component. This too you have understood. The word is significant. It means ignore insignificant financing component. Don't worry, insignificant that will be given the question. They will give some hint about insignificance. So 2%, 3% normally that will be considered as insignificant. 4%, 5% that is insignificant or significant, that will be a doubt. That will be a doubt. I hope you are understanding. Correct now. So they will not ask that type of question. So they will give 8%, 9%, 10%. That will be always significant because market rate of interest is right now going what? 9%. I hope you are understanding. Correct now. Got this point? So whenever insignificant financing component ignored, then don't adjust the transaction price with the effect of time value of money. But whenever there is significant financing component, we need to adjust the transaction price with the effect of time value of money. Time value of money means present value, future value, present value and future value. So now there can be two circumstances. Suppose the control is going to be transferred at this point of time. Means suppose the control was going to be transferred on 31st March 2023, and suppose if the control was transferred here, the transaction means the sale consideration would be 10,000, but you receive some advance amount. But if you receive advance amount 1 year before, so will you receive 10,000 or more than 10,000 or less than 10,000? Less than 1,000. Let us assume 9,000. Let us assume 9,000. So my question to you all, your revenue should be 9,000 ki 10,000? 9,000 ki 10,000? 10,000. So what Jain will do? Ki bank account debit to contract liability. How much you receive? 9,000. Correct. Then you need to recognize interest expense account debit to contract liability. How much? I am assuming 1 year. Understood? Then your revenue will be what? Contract liability to revenue. How much? 10,000. This you have understood. Correct. This is one situation. Second situation is what? There may be some late payment. So late payment, can you see? Then the payment will be 11,000. 11,000. So your revenue should be 10,000 ki 11,000? 10,000. In that case also your revenue become 10,000 only. That I am going to inform you. The revenue remains same whether you are receiving advance or you are receiving late payment. So in this case, first generate is revenue, receivable account debit to revenue. How much? 10,000. Then interest income will come. So interest income will be what? Receivable account debit to what? Interest income. How much? 1,000. I think you are understanding my handwriting, huh? Correct. And then next point is what? You receive. So bank account debit to receivable. How much? 11,000. I hope this also you have understood. Correct. So two situations may arise. You need to understand which situation question has been given. Whether they have given advance wala question or late payment wala question. Understood? Means can I say this is nothing but a loan received from customer, and this is nothing but loan given to what? Customer. So this will be a financial liability and this will be financial asset. So financial liability, financial asset, IND AS 109, IND AS 115 says that subsequent recognition will be done by amortized cost method. By amortized cost method, by applying EIR. Understood? Correct. So can I say whenever there is significant financing component, then only IND AS 109 will be applicable. If there is no significant financing component, then there is no question of discounting, etc., then ignore that amortization cost table. Then ignore that amortization cost table. Then it will be at undiscounted amount. At undiscounted amount. Understood this point? Correct. Now only one doubt will come. So what will be the rate of discount? What will be the rate of discount? That is also important discussion from examination point of view. Ki how to determine the discount rate? First you will identify whether the rate, whether the contract has given some rate of interest. Means the question has given some rate of interest. Contract means what? Question na? Question has given some rate of interest. Means contractual rate of interest specified in the question. If yes. Now whether it is equal to market rate of interest. Means if the contractual rate of interest is equal to market rate of interest, then no adjustment required. Discount rate will be equal to contractual rate of interest. Understood what I've said? Not able to understand. When I am saying contractual rate of interest is equal to market rate of interest, means the contract at market term, then no adjustment required now. No adjustment required. In that case, your discount rate will be equal to contractual rate of interest. Means whatever is given in the question. But if the contractual rate of interest is not equal to market rate of interest, means the contract is not at market term, or contractual rate of interest is not given in the contract is silent regarding, quite possible contract has not mentioned any rate of interest. In that case we need to determine what? Discount rate. We need to determine discount rate. So as per IND AS 115, what is discount rate, that we need to understand. So what IND AS 115 says that discount rates should be determined by using the following. First preference will be given to this. Second preference will be given to this. So first preference is what? Incremental borrowing rate. Incremental borrowing rate. Incremental borrowing rate will be always given in the question, because we can't calculate incremental borrowing rate. Incremental borrowing rate will be given in the question. Incremental borrowing rate is nothing but market rate of interest based on your credit profile. Correct na? Abhi recently I have taken a loan. So I was knowing that fact. I am just saying that what he asked me, ki we need to find out your what? Credit rating. Correct na? So how? But first they said ki rate of interest is what? 8.1%. But then also we need to see your credit rating. So na 8.1 do na bhai. Like credit rating. So I was coming in second slab. So rate of interest become 9.1%. I started fighting. I want 8.1%. I have not done 8 by default, but it does not depend upon this. It depends upon your credit risk. Means can I say market rate of interest depends upon what? My credit profile. Credit profile. Understand what I am saying? So different entity have different credit risk, and based on that incremental borrowing rate will change. So this will be given in the question. How can we determine incremental borrowing rate? We can't determine incremental borrowing rate. So this will be always given in the question. But suppose it is not given in the question, then we need to find out EIR. EIR means what? Interest rate implicit in the transaction. Interest rate implicit in transaction. This is nothing but what? Effective rate of interest. So I think you know what about EIR. We need to find the rate of interest at which present value will be equal to future value. Future value will be equal to present value. Understood? And so in one question what happened? Very good question that is given in ICAI study matter. I think I have taken that question. Kallo. That question will take. I like that question personally, because every student will do mistake in that if they have forgotten this point. If they have forgotten this point. Yeah, 31. Abhi to right now you have done immediate basis, so you will do correct. But what in exam hall, that is a point of concern. Correct na? So in exam, if you forget that point, every student will do mistake. Why? I will say. ST Limited enter into contract with the customer to sell an asset. Control of the asset will be transferred to customer in 2 years. That is, performance obligation is satisfied at a point in time. Sorry. The contract include two alternative payment options. Payment of 5,000 in 2 years when the customer obtains control of the asset. A payment of rupees 4,000 when the contract is signed. Correct now? Either you pay in 2 years when the customer obtains the control, or you pay before 2 years when the contract is signed. The customer elect to pay 4,000 when the contract is signed. Means it is advance. Advance received now. ST Limited concluded a contract containing significant financing component. Thank you very much. They have given it is significant financing component. This word, what understood? Significant financing component. Up suppose they have written insignificant financing component. Ignore. Then no adjustment required. Whatever received, that will be on revenue. Understood? Because of the length of the time, this is given. Okay. The interest rate implicit in a transaction is 11.8%, which is the interest rate necessary to make the two alternative payment option economically equivalent. Now, if you cross check, the present value of 5,000 in 2 years will be 4,000 only at this rate of interest. Don't cross check, it will be same. I have cross checked. Don't cross check. Understood now? Means this is nothing but EIR. However, the entity determined that rate should be adjusted in promised consideration is 6%, which is the entity's incremental borrowing rate. Now both are given. Correct? Past journal entry, but of which rate you will prefer? 11.8%, 6%. Abhi, you have done this. And I have written what? First preference. By an exam, believe me, you will take what? Because in every chapter we are taking what? IRR. We are taking EIR na. In financial instrument chapter, in all other chapter we are taking EIR only. So most of the students, if they have forgotten this point, they will take EIR. However, the correct answer is what? 6%, and they have done based on what? 6%. Understood? Correct. Now, this you need to identify where you can do mistake. This is a special point. Give a star mark in this question. This question revised before what? Exam. Understood? That is your job. That is not my job. Understood? Now what IND AS 115 says that there are three circumstances when there is no need to adjust the time value of money, even though there is a significant financing component. Understood what I am saying? There are three circumstances when there is no need to do adjustment of time value of money, even though there is a significant financing component. Correct? This might be also important from MCQ's point of view. If first the customer paid in advance, and the delivery is delayed due to request of customer. Means the delivery is delayed only because of request of what? Customer. So even though you have received some advance, that does not have any significant financing component. Understood point? They are delaying it. We want to give the control. They are not taking the control. I hope you are understanding. So customer paid the advance, but the timing of transfer of those goods or service is at the discretion of customer. Correct. Second, a substantial amount of consideration is variable. Substantial amount of consideration is variable. For example, suppose we have done one contract. I say that the amount of consideration will be 50,000 rupees. If you pass the exam, amount is also correct. If you pass the examination, it is contingent or not, variable or not. Variable, whether I will receive or I will not receive, that depend upon your performance, my performance as well as your performance na. So it become variable consideration. So of course I may receive after 6 months in this attempt, or next to next attempt, or next to next attempt, or next to or 5 years, 6 years, whenever you pass or you will not pass. You not some other student. Correct. Just try to understand. So it means it is substantial amount is variable. So in this there is nothing time value of money now. There is no time value of money. So we can't adjust the time value. Once it is received, it will be my revenue. So when the substantial amount of consideration is variable, then there is no need to adjust the amount of consideration. The last, the difference between the promised consideration and the cash selling price arises for the reason other than the provision of finance. Other than the provision of finance. For example, normally in our business we receive in advance. This is a short-term course. This so we have short-term course. Suppose that it is a 2-year course. Then also we receive in advance only because we have a risk that if we don't pay then. And therefore normally we receive in advance. Normally we receive in advance. So the reason of receiving advance is provision of finance or provision of security. Security na. Therefore we are not supposed to adjust the amount of consideration received. Even though it might happen, it may have some significant financing component. Correct? So because of these three factors, if there are these three factors, no adjustment required. No adjustment required. Chalega. Then they have given one practical expedient. Practical expedient means what we do practically. So what we do practically, then it will become an overriding point of particular IND AS. So practically what happens, if the time gap between the receipt of payment and the time when the control is transferred is 1 year or less than 1 year, then we ignore what? Any adjustment for time value of money. So what they are saying, as per the practical expedient, when the entity transfer promised goods or service to customer and when the customer pay for that will be 1 year or less, then there is no need to do any adjustment for the significant financing component. Understood? Done. This also done. Correct? Non-cash consideration. This is interesting and till now not asked, but with MCQ pakka they will ask. Non-cash consideration. Non-cash consideration. I am just taking one example where you understand everything. This is seller. This is customer. Now they sell one asset. This asset was inventory in the books of and PP in the books of customer. But in the books of and they purchase, this was purchased means in exchange of old asset. In exchange of old asset means new asset was purchased in exchange of old asset. But in this book, which IND AS will be applicable? In the customer book, which IND AS is applicable? 16. In seller books, inventory ignore karo because it is already sold. Which IND AS is applicable? 115. I am not discussing about inventory, I am discussing about sale. Chalega? Batao. As per IND AS 16, what will be the cost price of PP acquired? Bolo? Fair value of asset given up plus minus cash adjustment, or fair value of asset received, or carrying amount of asset given up plus minus cash adjustment. Chalo, you remember. Now in the books of these. Now can I say they are receiving some consideration in the form of non-cash because old PP, old asset is also received. So what will be the transaction price that we are deciding? So what IND AS 115 says that transaction price will be fair value of the asset what? Fair value of asset received. Very good. Fair value of asset received plus minus cash adjustment. Or if that is not known, then what? If that is not known, if that is cannot be determined, then standalone selling price. Standalone selling price, because now they know the sale price of new asset na. They know the standalone selling price na. Standalone selling price of asset given up. Or what? Batao. Or what? Or what? Nothing na. Very, you are silent. Very good. Means you are thinking. Acha, you have not said carrying amount of asset received or carrying amount of asset given up. I am happy that you are silent because you are thinking. Then this will be the always known. Mean third situation will never arise because a seller will always know selling price na. So, but first preference will be given to what? This. First preference will be given to this. This you have understood. So, what is the formula? Fair value of asset received plus minus cash adjustment or standalone selling price of asset given up. Understood? Correct. Now, one more question which is important for MCQs. Suppose they acquired equity shares of customer entity, non-cash consideration. So, what general entity will do? Investment in equity shares to revenue. This will be general entity, na? Suppose the non-cash consideration is what? Equity shares of customer entity. Quite possible, na? Are bolna re? Correct. So, what general entry? Investment in equity shares to revenue. Batao. First preference will be given to what? Fair value of equity shares. If that is not known, then standalone selling price of good given up. Okay. Suppose the contract was done on 1st Jan and you acquired 1000 equity shares, 10,000 equity shares, and that time fair value is 30. The revenue become how much? 3 lakh. Now on 31st March on reporting date, the fair value of equity shares become 35. But what adjustment you will do? What adjustment you will do? Don't say nothing, yeah. Thora to. Achha, in revenue any adjustment? No, correct. But in investment, means it is actually as per financial instrument chapter. Now financial instrument chapter that it will be either FBTPL or FBTOCI. So 30 will become 35, 5 will go to either PL or OCI, but we are not supposed to adjust the amount of revenue. This question is going to come in exam, either practically or MCQs, any type, but 100% will come. This entire thing is mentioned in this point. Chalega? You can read. Then last point is consideration payable to customer. Sometime what happened that the seller entity need to pay some consideration to the customer because of some voucher given. I think sometime you have received some voucher and in that there is some cash back. So cash back means you receive some some amount from the seller entity only, na? So that is consideration payable to the customer. Consideration payable to the customer. So consideration payable to customer include cash amount that an entity pay or expect to pay to the customer. Understood? It can be either in the form of coupon or voucher. It can be either in the form of coupon or voucher. So what will be the accounting treatment for this? So what IND AS 115 says that first identify whether seller entity has purchased some goods or services from the customer separately. If they have not purchased any separate goods and services from the customer entity, then whatever consideration is payable to the customer, that is deducted from transaction price. So if nothing has been purchased from customer entity, then account for the consideration as a reduction from transaction price. But if they have purchased some item from the customer entity, then it will be accounted as separate purchase in the books of what? It will be accounted as separate purchase in the books of what? Seller entity as per respective IND AS. As per respective IND AS, na? Suppose I have sold, means I am providing services to you. Now it might happen I need to pay you rupees 6 lakh because I purchased car from you. So car is a separate asset, separate purchase. So I need to record car as per IND AS 16 only. Are you getting what I am saying? But this in this also there is 2 points. Suppose the fair value of that goods is 10 lakh. Quite possible. But you are paying 12 lakh. Quite possible. Then in that case what you will do? But then to the extent of fair value of that goods and services purchase, it will be a separate purchase. Whatever excess price you are paying, they will reduce from transaction price to recognize the revenue. Understood? So what they are saying, does the consideration exceed the fair value of distinct goods or services that the entity received from the customer? Yes. account for the excess as a reduction of the transaction price. No, account for the purchase of goods or services in the same way that entity account for other purchase from supplier. Till now this point has not been asked in exam. I don't know whether they will ask this point or not. But it may be asked, it may not be asked. Correct. Now let us come to step number 4. Allocation objective. Allocation objective is very simple. Well, once you identify performance obligation, once you have identified transaction price, this transaction price need to be allocated to two or more than two performance obligations. If there is one performance obligation, then no allocation required. Allocation required only when there are two or more than two performance obligations. Based on what? Based on standalone selling price. Standalone selling price. Normally standalone selling price is given in the question. So given in the question, in that ratio, suppose you have A, B, C, three performance obligations, and the transaction price is 10,000. So you need to determine what? Standalone selling price. Now they are going standalone selling 5,000, 5,000 and 2,000. So you need to allocate this 10,000 in this ratio. Allocate kar do. Now normally they will give standalone selling prices because it is not easy to estimate the standalone selling prices in examination question. But what IND AS 115 says that this standalone selling price may be directly observable. If it is directly observable, then there is no need to estimate it. But if it is not directly observable, then we need to estimate it. So they have given three methods for the estimation. They have given how many methods of estimation? So you should know this. You should know this method of determining standalone selling price. So if the standalone selling price is not directly observable, we need to use these three methods. First we'll use what? Adjusted market assessment approach. Adjusted market assessment approach means go to market, find your competitor and see how much your competitor is charging for that similar goods and services. That will become what? Standalone selling prices. Understood? First. Second, expected cost plus profit margin. Like you need to estimate your cost, add some profit margin, that will become the standalone selling price. Understood? So first you apply this. If it cannot be applied, then apply this. And the last is what? Residual approach. Residual approach means what? Let me give an example. Suppose A, B, C. There are three performance obligations and 15,000 is the transaction price. And suppose standalone selling price of this you have identified. Standalone selling price of this you have identified. So total become how much? Total become how much? 12,000. And now you are not able to identify the standalone selling price of C either by using 1 or by using 2. So we will apply residual approach for what? C. Residual approach means what? This minus this how much? 3,000. The 3,000 become what? Standalone selling price of C. And ultimately this will be only allocated. This will be only allocated. This become the residual approach. Believe me, only one question has been given and that question I have given in this. One question is already asked in exam. One question is given in ICAI study matter and that they have also asked in exam. This question, good question means I am saying. So this I will do, but after one point. They have already asked this question in exam. For how many marks? Marks is not mentioned, but this is already asked in exam. Okay, sir. I don't remember marks. I think 10 marks question. So only based on this para. Correct. But to do that question, I need to also explain allocation of discount and allocation of variable consideration. However, that is based on allocation of discount. What they are saying, normally whatever discount is given, can you say whenever we purchase bundle of goods and services, then we give discount. So that discount should be allocated proportionately to all the goods. For example, you have taken FR, AFM, all 5 subjects you have taken. Then of course we'll discount and that discount will be allocated based on the standalone selling price of all the goods or services. But sometimes discount relate to one or more but not all performance obligations. One or more but not all performance obligations. In that case, discounts will be allocated one or more but not all performance obligation. Understood this point? Have you understood this point? Based on this one question has been given this question. I will say first you read it. I don't want to do this, but this is important from exam point of view. Just read it. You will be able to understand because it's very lengthy. If I read, it will take 30 minutes. Just read it whenever you have time. If doubt, we'll discuss. Because very simple. You'll understand with the solution only. Chalega. But I hope you have understood what they want to say. The discount relate to one or more, but not all performance obligation, then discount will be allocated 1 or more, but not all performance obligation. Understood? Similarly, allocation of variable consideration, whenever there is a variable consideration, for example, suppose I said FR AFM, you have taken two subjects from me. Suppose I am only teaching AFM, FR AFM, and I said if you pass in C exam, I'll give you refund of 50%. So normally can I say, if I say pass in exam, it is allocated to both only, because you need to pass in FR AFM both now, then that whatever variable consideration is there, that should be allocated to both. But if I say in this way, you have taken FR and AFM from me, and if I say if you score 90 marks in FR, then only I'll give you 50% refund. Then entire variable consideration is for what? FR only now. Then in that case, variable consideration cannot be allocated to what? FR and AFF. Means if question is silent, variable consideration should be allocated to all performance obligations in the ratio of standalone selling prices. But what they say, if the two conditions are satisfied, then variable consideration will be allocated one or more, but not all performance obligation. Understood what I am saying? In that case, variable consideration will be allocated to one or more, but not all performance obligation. So what are that two conditions? This is also important from examination point of view. Correct. What are two conditions? What they want to say? The terms of variable payment relate specifically to the entity's effort to satisfy the performance obligation. I already said now, if you pass in FR exam, so that is totally based on the performance obligation for FR classes. That related to FR classes now. Correct. So the terms of variable payment relate specifically to the entity's effort to satisfy the performance obligation, and allocation of variable amount of consideration entirely to one or more performance obligation, but not all performance obligation, is consistent with the allocation objective. Understood? Means I'll just explain this with one example. One question has been given. I think with that question you will be able to understand what they want to say. Suppose A and B are two performance obligations. The standalone selling price is 20 lakh and 30 lakh. Are you getting what I am saying? Now, they are paying fixed consideration for A. Fixed consideration for A. This is fixed consideration. And they are paying variable consideration for B, which is equal to 30 lakh. So can you see here, allocating variable consideration entirely to B is consistent with the allocation objective, because can you say ultimately we are allocating 20 lakh and 30 lakh, which is equal to their standalone selling prices. So here second condition is satisfied, and therefore entire variable consideration will be allocated to what? Only B, provided first condition is also satisfied. Understood this point? But suppose if I say in this way, so now AB 20 lakh 30 lakh. Okay. Now fixed consideration is 10 lakh, and I am saying we are paying for B 40 lakh, which is variable consideration. Means the contract has been designed in this way. They are saying fixed consideration is for A 10 lakh and variable consideration for B 40 lakh. Now you only say allocating 40 lakh and 10 lakh to A, whether it is consistent with the allocation objective? No. We can total consider 50 lakh and this is also 50 lakh. So can you allocate 10 lakh to A and 40 lakh to B? So this is not consistent with the allocation objective. It means in this 10 lakh will be also allocated in this ratio, 40 lakh will be also allocated in this ratio. This ratio means what? 20:30. So in this case, even though variable consideration relate specifically to B, then also it is not consistent with the allocation objective. Therefore, variable consideration will not be allocated to one, it will be allocated to both performance obligation. One question has been given, that question is not yet asked in exam, can be asked in exam. So I have just informed you what was in that question. Chalega? Yes sir. Changes in transaction price, I will take one question at the end, because for that step number 5 is also required. You want break? बहुत हो गया हाँ ना 10 minutes only, but you want break ना. तो अभी देखो step number 5 is left, and then there are 10 sub points. Step number 5 is thoda sa lengthy, but after that there are guidance given. A to J is 10 guidance. Normally I have seen that they ask question from this guidance, but that require understanding of step 1 to step number 5. So normally these guidance are important, and at the end after this guidance there is one special point about appendix D to IND AS 115. Correct now. So that is also, that can be also important. Last point is what? Service concession arrangement. Have you done this? So then it will be easy for me to explain. Sometimes students don't do this service concession arrangement, so that I will explain at the end. It will require. Let's see. Today I will teach you only up to 5. If some portion is pending, I'll do tomorrow because I have some work. Okay. ठीक है ना? So at 5 I will leave. Okay. चलो. We'll take 10-minute break. No no ठीक है मीनिंग इज सेम दे विल नॉट स्टेप ना कौन सा स्टेप बता वो इसलिए हटा दिया था मैंने Can we start once again? Yes, sir. Now come to step number 5, which is more important step for this entire revenue recognition, that is satisfying satisfaction of performance obligation. So what IND AS 115 says that revenue will be recognized as and when performance obligation is satisfied. For this purpose, what IND AS 115 says that performance obligation can be satisfied. Performance obligation can be satisfied either at a point in time or over the period of time. At a point in time or over the period of time. At a point in time, then revenue will be recognized at that particular point. At a point in time, then revenue will be recognized at that particular point. For example, you have done sale of goods on 31st March and the control of goods has been transferred on 31st March. So it means performance obligation was satisfied on 31st March and therefore entire revenue will be recognized on 31st March. But if I am saying over the period of time, for example, right now I am teaching you and I am teaching you for the next 6 months. So can you say the performance obligation is satisfied in the next 6 months? Then revenue should be recognized over the next 6 months. Next 6 months, it is quite possible in this 6 months there can be one accounting period. So some revenue will be in the first accounting period, some revenue will be in the second accounting period. But how we'll understand it is over the period of time or at a point in time? For that reason, IND AS 115 has given how many criteria? 3 criteria. Well, if any one criteria is satisfied, then it is over the period of time. If any one criteria is satisfied, then it will be over the period of time. Means if any one criteria is not satisfied, then it will be at a point in time. Understood? So what they have given, that criteria is important. Transfer of control over a period of time. Criteria A, B and C. If any one of these criteria is satisfied, then it is over the period of time. Otherwise, it will be at a point in time. So what is the first criteria? The customer simultaneously receive and consume the benefit as and when entities perform. As and when entities perform. Means customer receive as well as consume the benefit provided by entities performance as and when entities perform. I'll just give one example, you will be able to understand. Suppose I am doing some accounting services on your behalf. Means I am doing bookkeeping services. So guys, the first day I came and I have given some services, so you receive it and you have consumed it also, because can I say whatever benefit I have provided, that will enjoyed by you only na. Means can I say, even though suppose at some point of time, suppose the contract is cancelled, suppose I am terminated by you, so you will appoint another accountant, whether he will do from the beginning or from that point of time where I have left. It means whatever I have provided, you have enjoyed or not. Means can I say second accountant is no need to reperform the work whatever has done by me. It means you have received as well as you have benefited. It means it is over the period of time. Over the period of time. I'll give you second example, audit services. So first day done, second done, third day. Because if suppose I terminated, other auditor will come and he is supposed to re-perform the entire audit, because that auditor will not rely on my work. Understood? In this case, you receive but you have not consumed it. You have not consumed it. It means criteria 1 is not satisfied. Then criteria B, criteria 2 or criteria 3 may be satisfied. Understood? But criteria 1, yeah, criteria A is not satisfied. In this also, first in exam you will apply what? A. If this is not satisfied, then B. If this is not satisfied, then C. Don't start from C. In any question, first apply what? A. Then apply B. Then apply C. Don't start from C in any question, okay? If A satisfied, there is no need to go to B and C. But if A not satisfied, then go to what? B. Then go to C in this order. Chalega? Yes, sir. This is examination point of view. I think this you have understood. A you have understood? Correct. B. B is very easy. The entity's performance create or enhance any asset that a customer control as and when the asset is created or enhanced. It is as simple as, suppose you are doing some construction in the property, means suppose you are doing construction of building on the land of customer only. Understood? Means land is under the control of what? Customer. So whatever construction you are doing, that also with the control of what? Customer only. It means, can I say that whatever work you have performed, that is under the control of customer. As and when you perform, as and when you perform, it means the control is transferred over the period of time. As and when you perform, as and when you perform. Understood this point? So what they are saying, the entity's performance create or enhance an asset that a customer control as the asset is created or enhanced. I'll give you a better example. One more example. Suppose I want to purchase one furniture. So there are two things. Either I will say the carpenter that you construct and then you give me, or you can come to my home, you can construct in my room and then install it. Normally we do. So whenever he is doing manufacturing in his factory premises, if he is doing manufacturing in his factory premises, but I am getting control during the course of construction at the time of delivery. At the time of delivery means control will be transferred at a point in time. But when the construction is done in my premises and installed after that, so can you say if 50% done, then also it is under my control na? Bola, it means here control is transferred over the period of time. Understood? I think better example I have given. हो गया. So I think second also you have understood. ठीक है. First and second is थोड़ा clear cut. Third is थोड़ा सा interesting. Criteria C. The entities does not create an asset. The entity does not create an asset with an alternative use. Means whatever asset was created that cannot be used by entity for any other purpose. For any other purpose. The entity's performance does not create an asset with an alternative use. Correct? To the entity, and the entity has an enforceable right to payment for the performance completed till date. For the performance completed till date. Understood? Means whatever performance has been done by the entity that will not create any asset with an alternative use to the entity, means entity cannot use it for any other purpose. Means can I say if I am doing any construction of building which is as per the customization of the customer, means which is as per the specification given by the customer, so can you see it is for that customer only, it is for that customer only na, because this cannot be sold to any other customer. Are you getting? Suppose I am doing construction of building as per the design or specification given by the customer. Are you able to understand? So it means this building is not available for any other alternative use. This building is not available for any other alternative use. And there is one more condition. The entity has an enforceable right, legal right, to demand payment for the performance completed till date. Means if 40% work has been done, so seller entity can demand 40% work remuneration. So if these two conditions satisfied, it means it is over the period of time. Over the period of time. For example, let me take my example. Suppose I am not doing recording. Recording hata do. Don't see recording. Right now recording is also going on. Okay, leave that. Suppose I am teaching you face to face. So I am teaching you first day, second day. So whatever services I have provided, whether it is having any alternative use by me, can I use it for any other purpose? I have given the lecture. Then second batch I need to again come na. Means whatever service I have provided, that is cannot be used for any other purpose. Means first condition satisfied. Now with this condition, if the second condition is also satisfied, means entity means I have a legal enforceable right to demand payment for the performance completed till date. Then both the conditions satisfied, it means it is over the period of time. It means it is over the period of time. Both the conditions need to be satisfied. The first condition is what? Can you repeat with me? The asset so created does not have an alternative use to the entity, and the seller entity has a legally enforced right to payment for performance completed till date. Now the question is that what do you mean by right to payment? How much? So what they said right to payment means what? Here payment means what? Cost incurred plus reasonable profit margin. Means if you can demand your cost incurred plus some reasonable profit margin, it means you have a legal enforceable right to payment. But if you can demand only cost, means the second condition is not satisfied. Means you can demand what? Cost incurred plus reasonable profit margin. But if you can demand only cost incurred, means second condition is also not satisfied. Understood? So here right to payment means what? Payment for what? Payment means compensation for cost incurred plus reasonable profit margin. Understood this point? For example, let me take one example. I said about audit. So I am providing you audit services. I am providing you audit services. Now the question is that whether criteria A is satisfied. A. No. Already I have said B. No, B to not. B is basically for asset only. It is not for service. So B is normally for asset. B is only for asset. A and B are for goods, asset as well as what? Services. Goods or services. This is for goods or services. Now see, but whatever audit services I have provided, whether it is whether it can be used for any other purpose by me? No. This first condition satisfied, and suppose with that condition I am legally enforceable for the right to payment for the audit services provided till date, means second condition also satisfied. It means it will be over the period of time. So in second means in this criteria both the condition need to be satisfied. Both the condition need to be satisfied. I think you have understood. Means any one criteria satisfied, it is over the period of time, otherwise it is what? At a point in time. Now once you have understood whether it is over the period of time or at a point in time, then let us discuss about revenue recognition. Can I say at a point in time no revenue recognition method is required, because entire revenue will be recognized at that particular point of time, therefore no method is required. But over the period of time, so we need to understand how much revenue is recognized at which point of time. For that reason they have given some method. So they have given some method for measuring progress of performance obligations satisfied over the time. So this method is only for what? Over the period of time. This is not required for at a point in time, because in that case the entire transaction price will be recognized revenue at that particular point in time. Got this point? So they are given two methods, output method and input method. From examination point of view, this is important. Correct? Output and input. Output is very simple, because of that reason they will never ask. Output method means what? Revenue will recognize to the extent of value of goods and services provided. Understood? Means suppose let me explain this way. You have done 40% of work. So you need to find out what is the value of 40%. This much revenue will be recognized. Okay, in exam the value will be given. How can we estimate? Practically also they will call some surveyor. They will call some surveyor. Surveyor will estimate the value of this 40% work. Are you getting what I am saying? And that much revenue will be recognized. Means from examination point of view, if they are asking output method, so information will be given about what? Estimation, because we are not good in estimation in that. If suppose they say 40% work performed, so what is the value of that 40% that will be given in the question? That much revenue will be recognized. And therefore it becomes very simple from examination point of view, and therefore they will not ask what? Output method. They will ask what? Input method. Understood this point? Yes sir. So for example, surveyor of performance completed till date, appraiser of result achieved. I think in costing, contract costing, because you have done contract costing, I think under new scheme that has been deleted in CA Inter. I think contract costing deleted or not deleted? चलो मेरे को क्या लेना है, ठीक है ना. But contract costing you have done. There you have done one method, surveyor, certified, uncertified, bakwas method, huh? Therefore deleted. I think deleted. It should be deleted. That is totally bakwas. But you have done certified, uncertified. So that is certification from whom? Surveyor. Certification from whom? Surveyor. But that is actually totally bakwas. Therefore it should be deleted. I think new scheme that has been deleted under CA Inter. Chalo. Output method you understood. Input method means what? It will be recognized on the basis of entity's effort or input to the satisfaction of performance obligation. In simple word, it will be recognized based on the input given in that process. Means either it is based on the resource consumed or labor hour expended or cost incurred or machine hour used. From examination point of view, this is only important, because they have not yet asked any time machine hour, they have never asked labor hour. But if they ask what to do, I will explain. From examination point, what is important? Only cost to cost method. This you have used in AS7. AS7, if you remember, you have calculated percentage of work performed by using one formula, cost incurred divided by total estimated cost, and this will be the percentage of work performed. So first we'll find out how much work has been performed by using cost to cost method. Cost to cost method means actual cost incurred divided by total estimated cost, that will be percentage of work performed. On that basis you recognize the revenue. That much percentage of revenue will be recognized. that much percentage of revenue will be recognized. That is nothing but cost to cost method. Suppose they ask labor hour, so same formula, labor hour incurred divided by total estimated labor hour, machine hour, machine hour, machine hour, whatever, total estimated machine hour. Understood? The formula remains same. You need to first find out percentage of work performed based on that formula. But in exam they will ask cost to cost method only. Understood? Before going to some other point, I'd like to take one question. This question. 26. Entity has a fixed fee contract of rupees 1 million, fixed 1 million to develop a product that meet specified performance criteria. Estimated cost to complete is 9,50,000. Estimated cost to complete. The entity will transfer control of the product of over 5 years. That is given over what? And the entity use cost to cost method. Means can a question only specify it is over the period of time? So now in this question you are not supposed to identify by using A, B, C. It is already given it is over the period of time. To measure the progress on the contract, it is given cost to cost input method. Understood? An incentive award is available if the product meet the following weight criteria. Means some bonus is available. If the weight is this, award is 0%, 10%, 25%, incentive fee is 1 lakh, 2,50,000. The entity has an extensive experiences creating the product that meet the specific performance criteria. Based on this, the entity has identified 5 engineering alternatives that will achieve 10% incentive and 2 will achieve 25% incentive. In this case, the entity determined that they are 95% confident that it will achieve 10% and 20% confidence that it will achieve 25%. Batao, will use weighted average or most likely outcome method? Most likely outcome method. So it is 95%. So we will go for 10%. 10% means 1 lakh. So 1 lakh will be our performance bonus. Understood? Initially. But can you see it may change subsequently? If the circumstances change, so they have given one more point. This you read, this is only to based on the analysis, the entity believed that 10% to be the most likely amount when estimating the transaction price. Therefore, entity include only 10% award in the transaction price when calculating revenue because the entity has concluded that it is probable that significant reversal of the amount of cumulative revenue will not occur. Okay. This point, this para is not important. Okay, now come to this point. The entity reassesses its production status quarterly to determine whether it is on a track to meet the criteria for the incentive award. At the end of 4th year, means at the end of 4 years some changes happen. It become apparent that this contract will be fully achieved with the weight-based criteria. Therefore, entity receive its estimate of variable consideration to include the entire 25% incentive fee in the year 4 because at this point it is probable that significant reversal in the amount of cumulative revenue recognized will not occur when including the entire variable consideration in the transaction price, and therefore at the end of 4th year will take 2,50,000. Correct? Yes, sir. Means this type of para are dangerous because you will take more time to read in exam. Means your time is wastage. So you need to read very fast and understand very fast. Because actually this para were not so much important. Only you need to find out now it will be 25%. Correct now? Only that was relevant now. But in exam you read entire para and dhire dhire you read. 1 minute will become 10 minutes. And if you do not understand, you will read again. And if you are confused, you will leave it only. Correct? ऐसा होता है exam में. Evaluate the impact of changes in variable consideration when the cost incurred is as follows. So they have given cost incurred. And you can see Jadu is what? Actual cost is 9,50,000 only. This is Jadu. Jadu, he estimated is how much? And actual is how much? Practically impossible. Practically impossible. Then you need to find out contract revenue recognized. So in this what we'll do? First you need to find out transaction price. How to do? Any question I am saying. I am doing this question from the point of view overall. Means any question can be done. However, whatever solution is given now, as per that solution, only this question can be done. So I am giving you one format. Use that format to apply every question. Means whenever they change the estimation also now, then also your answer will tally. But with this, there is a quite possible this format will not help you in all other questions. So I am changing the format. Chalega? So use this format. So first find out transaction price. Fixed consideration, how much? 10 lakh, 10 lakh, 10 lakh, 10 lakh, 10 lakh. Then variable consideration, it is initially 1 lakh, 1 lakh, 1 lakh. From 4th year it become 2 lakh, 50,000, 2 lakh, 50,000. So this become total transaction price. This become total 11 lakh, 11 lakh, 11 lakh, 12 lakh 50,000, 12 lakh 50,000. Understood? This is the first step. First step you understood? This is first step. Second step, find out percentage of work performed, but on cumulative basis. Do in what? Cumulative basis. In which basis? Cumulative basis. Correct. So can you give me actual cost incurred on cumulative basis? Actual cost incurred on cumulative basis. First 50,000, then 50,000, then 1,75,000 plus karo 1,75,000. 50,000 plus how much? 1,75,000 plus 50, 2 lakh. Then plus करके बता रहे हो. So it is 6,25,000. Then plus na 9 lakh and then 9,50,000. I think correct. Then can you give me total estimated cost? In this question, can I see it is same every year? But in your exam question, it can be different for every year. Means they may say that in year end 2 estimation change. So whatever the new estimation that you take, are you getting what I am saying? Suppose second year estimation change, so you take the new estimation. But in this question, it will be 9,50,000 every year. Be careful that last year both actual and estimation will be same. So you need to cross check whether these are same or not. If they are coming different, means you have done some mistake. Chalega? Yes, sir. Now find out percentage on cumulative basis. So this by this, this by this, this by this, this by this. Batao. .2 decimal. Give me 2 decimal. 26% and 23.68% and 16.60. गुस्सा हो जाते यार. 65.79. You become angry na. Then 74. Then 100. I will give 100%. Last month तो 100% होगा ना रे. ठीक है. This is second step. First step you understood. Second step you understood. Third step. Third step, you recognize revenue. Means you can calculate profit. Calculation of profit or loss. Now, can you say your contract revenue on cumulative basis? You will first calculate on cumulative basis. So apply this percentage on this. Percentage on this. Apply. Understood? On transaction price. You can do separately for fixed and variable also, but that is not required. You can do directly on total, or if suppose you want fixed separately, variable separately, that is also chalega. But total में कर दो. Total how much? बताओ. 11 lakh into 5.26%. It is 57,000. Then 6. Then 1184 250. You have done on 12.5 na. 12.5 में. Then last I will give 12 lakh 50,000. So this is cumulative contract revenue. Cumulative revenue I will say. Then can you give me revenue of each year? Revenue year wise. Year wise, understood? So now minus this like this. How much? First I have written 2,02,000. Then 463 then 4,60,560, then 65,750. Done. Then from this minus cost, actual cost, that is 50,000 on act method year wise. Can you give me year wise? 1,75,000, then 4 lakh, then 2,75,000, then now you can find out profit. Profit you can calculate. This is the third step. Understood? So in every question you apply this. All questions can be done, but the process whatever is given ICAI solution, that can be done only when estimation remains same. But if estimation change, that process can't be applied. So I have given one simple method for all questions. Understood? Any question can be done in this way. Rule remains the first transaction price as per IND AS 115 step number 3. Then percentage as per step number 5, percentage of work performed by using cost to cost method. Then calculate revenue over the period of time by using that method only. That only we are doing. Then minus actual cost, that become profit. Simple. Difficult? Any question of any nature now you can do now. Process remains same. Only they will change the language of the question. चलेगा? Understood? You can see in that question now, if you see in the solution now, they have done one adjustment for this, which is actually not required in my method. It is automatically adjusted. They have done one working note for that changes in transaction price. In my case, that is automatically adjusted. So when you will follow my method now, you are not supposed to do separate working note. Automatically it will be adjusted. Better method na? Correct. However, you can see the solution remains same. Our is 4,61,212. मतलब हमारा कितना है? It is 4 lakh. The difference is coming because of a rounding off, because we have taken percentage and they have done divide by this. Means they have done 50 by 9,50,000. That approximation difference is coming. Difference coming because we have taken percentage and they have done 50 by 9,55, 2,25,000 divided by 9,55 like this there. So they have taken accurate figure. So you can also do that in that way. Instead of calculating this, do directly what? What you'll do? 11 lakh into 50,000 divided by 9,50,000. Then 11 lakh into 2,25,000 divided by 9,50,000. So your accurate answer will come. Your accurate answer will come. So they have done in that way. Because of that the difference is coming. Okay? But this भी चलता है. Understood? चलेगा? Yes sir. Understood. So that also done. So can I say with one question I have explained output method also? With one question I have explained output method also. चलेगा? Yes sir. Now coming to this point, these 2 points are important from examination point of view. Now what they want to say, whenever you apply input method, in that also cost based input method, means whenever you apply input based cost to cost method, cost to cost input method, means that method is important from IND AS 115 also. So they have given some exception rule. So what they are saying, if any costs incurred which are in abnormal nature, so that cost should be excluded to find out progress of payment. Correct only? If there is some abnormal loss, so okay, that should be excluded to find out the progress in measuring the output. Understood? So when any cost incurred does not contribute to entity's progress in satisfying performance obligation, such cost must be ignored in measuring progress. For example, abnormal losses, etc. So till now this type of question has not been given, so they may give any abnormal loss, so that abnormal loss should be excluded from that actual cost incurred, understood? From that actual cost incurred and from estimated cost also, to find out percentage of work performed. Are you getting what I am saying? Suppose in the last question they have given, in the first year 10,000 was abnormal loss, so you will take 40 or 50? You will take 40, so ultimately this will become 2,15,000. Correct, that is fully excluded from this calculation, and that 10,000, but that 10,000 will become what cost? यहाँ पर 10,000 आएगा. That is a expense or not? So while deducting expense, that will come, but not in measuring the progress. Understood? So till now this type of question not given, but given that it is simple, you can do it. Yes sir. So this point is very important, have been asked 2 times in exam. 2 times in exam. Okay. There are sometimes some question become important. Why? Because first time they will ask student will not perform good, then they will ask again student will not perform good. So they will start asking till that time student will perform good. So repeated question means student are not performing good in that question. Understand what I am saying? It's very simple concept, but you will understand. But can you retain in exam hall? Understood? I will say MRQ, but can you retain? That is the point. Solution is very easy. Solution is very easy. So what they want to say? When the cost incurred is not proportionate, when the cost incurred is not proportionate to the entity's progress in satisfying its performance obligation. You will not understand like this. I will take that question only because I don't want to explain much about this. I'll take directly that question. From that question I will try to explain. This question. On 1st Jan 2001, entity contract to renovate a building including the installation of new elevator. But the first, it is one performance obligation or multiple performance obligation? One or multiple? One single performance obligation. This para is applicable only when there is a single performance obligation. If there are 2 performance obligation, the para whatever we are reading, that is not applicable. It means this question में वो para लगेगा. Because it is a single performance obligation. The entity estimate the following with respect to the contract. Transaction price is how much? 50 lakh. Expected cost, elevator how much? Other cost how much? Total how much? 40 lakh. The entity purchased the elevator and they are delivered to the site 6 months before they will be installed. The entity uses an input method based on cost to measure progress toward completion. The entity has incurred actual other cost by 31st March 2001. Means what they want to say? The contract was done on which date? The contract was done on which date? 1st Jan 2000. Abhi right now it is 31st March. And the contract will be completed in 6 months. They have said 6 months. 6 months. Now they have said what is the transaction price and what is the cost of elevator. What is the other cost? 25 lakh. But up to this 15 lakh is incurred, and this out of 25 lakh how much incurred? 5 lakh. Now what is the total cost incurred? 20 lakh. So out of 20, this total is what? 40. 20 by 40 means how much? 50% work performed. 50% work performed. But no, this is not correct. How 50% work performed? You have only purchased elevator, but you have not yet installed it. And your abhi construction, whatever renovation started, and that is only 5 lakh incurred. You have not done the installation now. You purchased and given to what customer. Control has been transferred to customer, but till now you have not installed it. So can I say this cost is not proportionately as per the progress, is not proportionate to the progress of work, and therefore what they are saying, this cost should be excluded in measuring the progress. Are you able to understand? It means you have incurred only what? 5 lakh. Out of how much? 25 lakh. Means how much percentage work has been performed? It means you have performed only 20%. Only 20%. And what they want to say? Now there are 2 points. One is 15 lakh and one is 5 lakh. Means for this you recognize revenue to the extent of cost incurred only. Means for elevator recognize revenue to the extent of cost incurred only. Are you getting what I am saying? For this how much revenue you recognize? 15 lakh only. But for this how much revenue you recognize? 20% of what? 15 minus 20. Sorry, minus 15. My mistake. 50 minus what? 15 now. How much? 35. 35 ka 20% how much? 7 means for this you recognize 7. So what is the total cost? What is the total revenue? What is the profit? Profit will be 2. Profit will be 2. Means whenever this para is applicable. Now let us read. Now you will be able to understand. Solution I have given, but let us understand. Now you will be able to understand much what they are saying. When the cost incurred, means cost of elevator incurred, is not proportionate to the entity's progress, means entity's renovation of building, in satisfying its performance obligation. It is not to entity's progress in satisfying the performance obligation. Correct. In such case, revenue should be recognized only to the extent of cost incurred. So revenue for elevator will be only to the extent of cost incurred. Such recognition of revenue to the extent of cost incurred is appropriate if at contract inception all the following conditions satisfied. Let's see whether all the following conditions were satisfied or not. The good do not represent distinct performance obligation. First condition satisfied. Customer is expected to obtain the control of the goods significantly before receiving the services. 6 months before they receive the control of the elevator. Correct now. Cost of such goods is significant. The cost of elevator was significant, 15 lakh. It was significant in relation to total expected cost. And the entity purchase, entity means seller entity purchase the goods, means elevator, from the third party and does not significantly involve in designing or customizing such elevator. They are not involved in designing or manufacturing such goods. Means they purchase and transfer to whom? Customer. They are not involved in designing or modifying or manufacturing such goods. They are purchased and transferred to whom? Customer. Understood. If all these 4 conditions satisfied, then only this para will be applicable, and then only you can do in this way. Otherwise, you can't do in this way. So this become an exceptional question, and therefore asked how many times? 2 times. And believe me, performance was not good, and therefore it will be again repeated. Again it will be repeated. 2 type of questions are important from exam point of view. One, the question which is repeated asked, and one question which is not yet asked. What is not yet asked can be asked in exam, and what is they are asking every time now, that is also important because student is not performing good in that. Suppose any question have been asked one time, few years, 5 years before, and after that not yet asked, means the performance was good in that question. That may be also asked, but it means what? The performance was good in that question. Chalega? That is from my experience I am saying. Chalo, done. This is also done. Then this is also one good point from examination purpose, from MCQ point of view, reasonable measure of progress. What they want to say? Ki sometime what happened now, initially we don't know the outcome of the contract. Similar point was given in AS7. Outcome of the contract means whether there will be profit or loss. Suppose you have taken a long-term contract, so can you say we need to know what is the outcome? Outcome is profit or loss, and that can be understood only when we can estimate transaction price or estimate the cost. Suppose we are not able to estimate the transaction price, we are not able to estimate the cost. So it means we don't know the outcome of the contract. Means outcome can be profit or loss. So in that case, what they want to say, don't recognize any profit because of conservatism. Because overall there can be loss. Suppose there is a loss and you are recognizing profit in first year, it is correct or wrong? Wrong. But in that case, revenue will be recognized to the extent of cost incurred. So whenever you are not able to measure the progress of payment, you are not able to measure the progress, in that case revenue recognized will be equal to the cost incurred. Understood? Can be important for MCQ, just read it, that point is only given. Sometimes we use straight line method. Straight line method means transaction price divided by number of year or number of month. In 2 situations, when the entity expect that customer will receive and consume the benefit of the entity's promise equally throughout the contract period. For example, bookkeeping services, security services, so customer receive the benefit equally only, that time we can use S&M basis. Or sometimes the entity does not know and cannot reasonably measure how and when the customer will request the services. For example, annual maintenance services, AMC, we don't know when the customer will demand services, so that time it will be divided equally throughout the period. So in these 2 cases we use straight line method for measuring the revenue. Correct? Then transfer of control at one point of time, this you can read, it is simple, done. Step 1 to step number 5, done. Understood? Now let us come to small point, guidance on special aspect. First is customer option for additional goods or services. This have been also asked 2 times in exam. Customer option for additional goods or services. Now, customer option means entity has given option to the customer to purchase additional goods at a discounted price. I hope you have also received that option. Means you have received some voucher, you will get some 20% discount when you come back again. ऐसा मिला? Have you used that? Have you anytime used that? Means we also redeem that. So in that case, what happened? That is voucher you receive only for initial purchase. Because you have done initial purchase, that because of that reason you receive some option, na? Yes or no? So what IND AS 115 says that for initial sale there is 2 performance obligations. One is sale of good, one is sale of option. Therefore, whatever consideration you receive for initial sale should be allocated to 2 performance obligations. So whatever consideration you have received should be allocated to performance obligation in the same as per the standalone selling prices, and whatever portion has been allocated for option, that will not be recognized revenue immediately. Correct? Means suppose you receive 10 lakh and allocated portion for good is 9 lakh, so you recognize revenue of 9 lakh only, and whatever allocated to option 1 lakh, that will be advance for future purchase. This is advance for future purchase. Now you receive some advance for future purchase, or you can say this is a contract liability or deferred revenue. It is a deferred revenue, which this revenue will not be recognized right now, it will be deferred. And case now this revenue recognized only when the option is redeemed or option is cancelled, whichever is earlier. So once the customer redeem it, it will be recognized, or the time period has been expired, so it will be recognized as revenue. But only the point is how to allocate. I think journal entry though you have understood. Next time on the second purchase, 1 second will pass, deferred revenue to revenue. This point you have understood. Only how to allocate, for that one question I will take, because that question have been asked 2 times, can be again repeated in exam. I think this. Entity intend to contract for sale of product A, rupees 1000. As part of the contract, entity give the customer 40% discount voucher for any future purchase up to rupees 1000 in the next 30 days. Entity intend to offer 10% discount on all the sales during the next 30 days. So 10% is available to all customers. It means actually the discount what he got is 30% now. So 30% become material right for the discount. So we'll take 30%, will not take 40%, because 10% is available for all customers. The 10% discount cannot be used in addition to 40% discount. Means out of 40%, 10% is inclusive. The entity believes that 80% likelihood that customer will redeem the voucher, and on average customer will purchase 500 of additional goods. Determine how many performance obligations. You should mention 2 performance obligations and the standalone selling price and allocated transaction price. So what is standalone selling prices? So can you say standalone selling price of the good product A is 1000 only, but we need to find out standalone selling price of option, that will be based on 30% discount. So on an average they are purchasing what? 500. What is the likelihood? 80%. So 500 into what? 80%. Correct. And what is the discount? 30%. So what is the standalone selling prices? 120. So this becomes standalone selling price of product A. This becomes standalone selling price of discount voucher. What is the total standalone selling price? 1120. Now what is the consideration? Can a consideration receive 1000 only? This 1000 will be now allocated to these two in which ratio? 1000 and 120. That allocation they have done. So they have allocated 1000 in the same ratio. So this will be the revenue for the product A. This will be deferred revenue for option. Understood this point? Super easy from exam point of view. Correct? Yes, sir. If they ask journal entry, give journal entry also. Now come to the next point. Sale with a right to return. Sometimes we sell with a right to return. In that case, what we'll do? So what IND AS 115 says, suppose you sold 1000 units add rupees 30. But out of that you are expecting that 970 will not be written, but 30 will be written as per your past experience. Means that you need to estimate, means this become also variable consideration. The variable consideration need to be estimated. Suppose this is given, this is estimated data, or they will give you some outcome. Based on that outcome you need to find out this. They will give some probability, based on that you need to find out that. And so suppose in the exam it is given, so out of that entity is expecting that this will not be done, but this will be done. So what IND AS 115 says that we should recognize revenue only for what? But and this will be considered refund liability, means your journal entry bank or receivable, whatever, will be how much? 30,000 to revenue how much? Revenue how much? 970 into 30 is equal to what? 29,100. To refund liability. Refund liability will be how much? 30 into 30, 900. Done. Correct. Means can I say to the extent of this refund liability, some goods are lying with customer, but that goods belong to you because you have a right to recover. You have a right to recover. It means you need to also recognize the asset. So you will pass one more journal entry, inventory. You will increase the inventory now. Inventory account debit, and the adjustment will be done with the cost of sales. Means your cost of sales will also decrease. Because can I say as per IND AS 2 you have done one more journal entry, cost of sales to inventory with what? 1000 now. So already you have debited this. So what they are saying, if you have debited this, so this adjustment is also required. This adjustment is also required. So you need to debit the amount to inventory and also credit cost of sale. Correct. And that amount will be what? Based on what? Carrying amount of the asset. Correct now. Means suppose they have given cost price of the asset is what? Inventory is what? Let us assume the cost price is 20. So can you say it will be 30 into 20? 30 into 20 cost price of that inventory. Correct. Minus any cost of expected cost of recovery. Means if there is any cost of recovery, that will minus, this will become what? This amount. Inventory account debit to cost of sales. Correct. Till now, this type of question they have not asked. They have given only cost. Cost of recovery they have not given. Correct. But if they have given the minus cost of recovery also, expected cost of recovery. So that is given. Let's read. So to account for the transfer product with the right to have return, entities have recognized all the following. Revenue for the transfer product to which entity expect not to be returned, a refund liability for the product expected to be returned, and an asset and a corresponding adjustment to cost of sales for his right to recover product from customer on settling the refund liability. That only we have done. Now for point number C they have written an asset recognized for right to recover product from the customer on settling the refund liability shall be initially measured by reference to the carrying amount of the product less any expected cost to recover those products. So carrying amount is nothing but cost price or NRB, whichever is lower as per IND AS 2. Chalega. Got this point? This has done. Then non-refundable upfront fee. This is not so much important, but चलो इसको बाद में करते हैं. Now coming to consignment arrangement. Consignment arrangement. Now you all know about consignment. Only what you need to understand, whenever there is a consignment arrangement, so we recognize revenue in the books of principal or agent. Principal. So we need to recognize revenue in the books of principal, and in the books of agent only revenue will be recognized to the extent of commission. Only this point is given. But in exam when they will ask a question, you need to first understand whether it is a consignment arrangement or not, and this you also need to write down, because you know the answer. But if you are not able to write down this, they will not give marks. Are you getting? Therefore I said content is important. Content is important. Are you getting what I am saying? You have understood from the question it is a consignment question, but how to write down? So first you need to prove yes it is a consignment arrangement now. For that they have given how many conditions? 3 conditions. First, the product is controlled by the entity. Entity means seller entity. Correct? Until a specified event occur. We know about, we have done entire one consignment chapter in foundation. The product is controlled by the entity until some event occur, means sale has been done by consignee, then the control is transferred. The entity is able to require the return of the product or transfer of the product to third party, the entity may ask consignee to transfer the product to any other third party. The dealer means consignee. Dealer means consignee. The consignee does not have an unconditional obligation to pay for the product until it is sold to some other party. So if these three conditions satisfied, it means it is a consignment arrangement. Chalega. Understood? So you need to write down this condition in exam. Okay. Then principal versus agent consideration. What they said, first you need to identify the seller entity is principal or agent. Means if it is principal, then recognize revenue on gross basis. If it is an agent, then recognize revenue on net basis. Correct. Net basis means commission. Correct. So that you know principal gross and agent net means there can be two type of transaction. If they just try to understand, if there is a principal to principal and then customer. So right now this is seller entity, this is seller entity. Suppose I am transferring to you and you may transfer to some other person, na? That is the end customer. So this is the manufacturer, this is the retailer. If both are principal, both will recognize on which basis? Gross basis. But it might be principal to agent and customer, then here gross, here what? Net. Understand what I am saying? So either the business can be principal to principal, or it can be principal to agent also. So there you need to identify. So you need to identify when the entity is a principal, means both entity can be principal, na? Both entity can be principal, na? So it is not that only the first entity will be principal, second entity can be also principal. So that type of question they will give. So first you need to identify whether the entity is a principal, and they will ask for this person. They will not ask for this, because first person manufacturer will be always principal. Doubt will come for retailer or distributor, na? Are bolna rahe? Doubt will come for retailer or distributor. So they will ask for retailer or distributor. So if retailer is the principal, then gross basis. Retailer is an agent, then what? Net basis. For that, how many conditions are given? 4 conditions. So if 4 conditions are satisfied, then it become a principal entity. And this is why I say this is dangerous chapter. Because of this condition, you know the answer. Believe me, you will know the answer. Yes, principal, agent, maja aa raha hai. But can you write? Can you express yourself? And result will not give you marks. This question will be 5 marks, because this question have been asked 2 times. I know everyone have given correct answer. Last exam also they have asked question based on this. From my point, yes. Last exam also I pucha na, and that question is ICAI 30 metric question. But then also I know writing part to ढीला है ना. देखो once again they will not deduct marks for grammatical mistake, handwriting, spelling mistake. I am 100% correct. They will never deduct marks for grammatical mistake. They will not deduct marks for spelling mistake. ज़्यादा भी मत करना. And handwriting तो चलता है. ठीक है. Means can you write down these 4 points? First question is that if you can write down in your own words, they will give marks. Because they will check like this. Acha, 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 like this. Are you getting? So marks is given on that basis, because there is no other basis. I am always say that CA exam at final level should not be on subjective basis. वहाँ तो एक practical case study देना चाहिए, which is IB, which is nothing but last paper, paper 6. Paper 6 is, believe me, interesting paper. Paper 6 is interesting. पूरा book लेके जाओ. Then also whether you will be able to write. Correct now? Means all subject books. Means that time you need to take your what? Entire luggage. How many books, Ray? I think you may have 50 books. So how can you carry? कैसे carry करोगे? Can you carry? I think FR only you will have 7 to 8 books with class notes. Can you carry that much books? लेके जाओ. बस लेके जाओ ऊपर. कहाँ से निकल? मतलब interesting. That exam is going to be interesting. Means I sometimes think मेरे में क्यों नहीं था ये exam? It's lovely exam. We love that. How to write that exam? That will be an experience. Correct ना? इस paper 6 मजा आने वाला है. Therefore, I am not talking anything about paper 6 right now, because I know one part will be FR, but my role is very less. Open right. Correct na? So first you need to understand which page to open. in this regard. Therefore, अभी क्या हो गया? Group 1, Group 2 selection is totally waste. First write on group 1, then write on group 2. Because if you're writing first group 2, what about group 1? It can't be, but the paper 6 is based on what? Entire group 1, FR, AFM audit. And that too, I have heard, I mean, till now I have not done research on that. I have done only for my part research. That also I've heard that they are asking law and costing also. Is it true na? That is what I have heard. Means they will ask law and costing. Means your that वाला paper. कौन सा paper? क्या बोलते हैं उसको? हाँ, self paced वो जो भी है, correct ना? That तो मजा तो आने वाला है. Means 2 subject deleted, but छोड़ देगा. Means they are not going to leave you. Means of course two subject deleted, lot of pressure reduced, but that one subject is Mahabharata, and that too case study based question. So first to understanding case study, that is only what? One job. So in that no coaching is required, only what? Understanding. So I will say if you are writing both group, you have started. You have started that case study? Huh? How much time you have allocated for that? Huh? Exempted. Acha, jo exemption hai, those students who are exempted, believe me, you have done some punya in your पिछले जन्म. Believe me, you have done some punya in your पिछले जन्म. So please praise the God and your parents कि वाह क्या मतलब ऐसा है. You are cleared only, cleared तो चलो ठीक है, but those who are exempted, you are so cleared by your effort na. They are exempted because of some other paper. Economic law is substituted because the economic law was very easy to score marks. So who are exempted? चलो मतलब मजा आ गया. Then to believe me, for you तो golden opportunity to become CA. ऐसा मौका नहीं आएगा. Correct? I'm saying Hindi. ऐसा मौका नहीं आएगा. In this attempt, give your 1000%. लगा दो. विसे ना कि लगा दो पैसा. Understood? When COVID-19 came, he said लगा दो. Yes or no? In stock market. Correct na? So that mauka will not come again na. The Sensex was down to 28,000. Now it is 70,000. So those who have invested that time, no need to work for 3, 4, 5 years. Correct na? So this mauka God has given to you. Don't miss this mauka. This I am saying true. 5 paper, 1000% effort. And those who are writing 6 paper, don't worry. Everyone is writing 6 paper. They are exceptions. Correct na? So 6 paper. But have you started that? So what you have planned for that? No planning. You are waiting for whom? Very good. But only I want to say that first complete your group 1, then complete your DT and IDT, then think about that. Before that, don't panic. Don't panic. Understood? Don't panic about paper number 6. Because even though you have read, you have to carry books. Correct? Don't panic about that paper. I will say at the end what to do about paper number 6. I'll give you an idea. See how to do from exam point of view. Believe me, all are same. Even I will go to exam hall now. I am like you for that paper. Believe me, all are same. Smart work is required. Hard work is not at all required. So don't waste your time for that paper. First complete 5 subjects. That is your target. That is your target. Understood? And those who are exempted, लगा दो 1000% effort. Believe me, you will not get this chance. Is very good chance to clear the exam. Chalo. This we let us read. That an entity is a principal. That first is what? Entity is responsible for fulfilling the contract. Means seller entity. Means this both are a seller entity. This is also seller entity. This is also entity. So, abhi question they will ask for this particular point. So, whether this entity is responsible for fulfilling the contract to the customer directly. The first condition. If they are not responsible for fulfilling the contract directly, means they are responsible. So, they become what? Agent. This person become agent. I hope you are understanding. Second, the entity have inventory risk. They have inventory risk. Correct. Third, entity have a discretion in establishing the prices. For example, I'll give you my example. We have listed our product to e-commerce website. So they are agent. Why they are agent? Because they are not, they have no right to change the prices whatever we have. Means in our website, if my product have the price of 10,500, in their website their price will be 10,500. They can't give discount without asking permission from you. Means they are agent. The third condition is not satisfied. Third condition is not satisfied. The entity have a discretion in establishing the prices. If that condition not satisfied, means they are agent. They are not principal. The entity is exposed to credit risk. Of course, if the customer default, so it is totally the risk of principal, not for the agent. You know from consignment chapter. So this A, B, C, D condition satisfied, then entity is the principal. Understood? Chalega. If entity is a principal, then recognize on which basis? Otherwise, which basis? Net basis. Correct. Now, sale based or usage based royalty on license of intellectual property. On license of intellectual property means what happens whenever we give license for our intellectual property. For example, I have my intellectual property recorded classes. You have taken these recorded classes to play in some remote area and allow the student to see the classes. Quite possible. So that is known as virtual classes. So I have given my intellectual property license for that intellectual property. Correct now. So I may receive some sale based royalty income. Means once the student will come, then I will get revenue. That is known as sale based royalty income. Understood? Or usage based royalty income. So this is known as sale based or usage based royalty income. Understood the topic? So in that case, when to recognize revenue? So what IND AS 115 says that whenever there is a sale based or royalty, sale based or usage based royalty income, revenue recognized when A or B occur, whichever is later. A or B, whichever is later. So later of when A, the subsequent usage or sale occur, or when the performance obligation satisfied, whichever is later. Means performance obligation satisfied, but sale is occurring after 6 months. So whether we recognize today or after 6 months? After 6 months. Now sales occur right now, but performance obligation not satisfied. We need to wait for what? But normally performance in this type of contract, performance obligation is satisfied on signing the contract only. Therefore it is based on the sale or usage only. But they have given whichever is later. One question is there in ICAI study material. That question you can do. Then bill and hold arrangement. This is also important topic. 2 time question have been asked. 2 time. See, sometime what happen? Bill is made. Correct. But the goods are hold. Invoice is made, but goods are hold. So in that case, can we recognize the revenue? So what IND AS 115 see whether control has been transferred. Means even the goods are in the possession of seller entity, control may be transferred to what? Customer. So possession is not important. What is important? Control. So even though possession is not transferred, control may be transferred. So how to identify whether the control has been transferred or not? So they have given how many conditions? 4 conditions. If these 4 conditions are satisfied, so we can recognize revenue on bill and hold basis, even though goods are not transferred, because it will be considered as control has been transferred. What is that condition? Once again, you will understand, yes, revenue should be recognized, but if you are not writing this, no marks. I will also not give marks. Correct now? I will also not give marks. Are you correct only? And you will also not give marks. Am I right or not? So you write on this condition. So you are not getting marks for correct answer. You are getting marks for best answer, whether you are writing properly or not. Got this point? So let us read. So first, is the reason for bill and hold arrangement is substantive, means whether there is a practical reason to hold. Means normally we may hold sometime at the request of what? At the request of customer. So there is practical reason. Are you getting what I am saying? So they want to say that the reason for bill and hold must be substantive, means it may be practical. Seller want to hold it. What is the practical reason? There is no practical reason now. Sometime at the request of customer we need to hold it. Bill has been made. Customer is saying I am coming from Pakistan. Wait for 1 month. So it is practical reason na. Are bolna re? So it may be practical reason. So simple. The reason should be substantive, but this condition will be always satisfied in exam question. So don't consider this condition much. This will be always satisfied. Second, has the product been identified separately? Means whether the product has been identified as belonging to the customer, means it has been identified or not, means it has been marked, it has been sold or not. So if it has been marked as sold, means has been identified, correct. Second, is the product ready for physical delivery, means whether it is ready for delivery, it is under manufacturing, so it means control is not transferred. Manufactured, but till now it is not ready for sale, till now it is packaging not done, it means the control has not been transferred, so it must be ready for physical transfer to the customer. Last, does the entity have the ability to use the product or direct it to another customer? No. If the answer is no, entity cannot transfer this product to other customer or can use it for on purpose, means they have transferred the control to the customer. If all these four conditions satisfied, customer has obtained control and therefore they can recognize the revenue. Come to warranty. Warranty, till now no question have been asked, but from my point of view important, because they have inserted two new questions after that they have not asked it. So from my point of view important. Now warranty they said there are two type of warranty. One is known as assurance type warranty, one is known as service type warranty. Assurance type of warranty, service type of warranty. So in assurance, only assurance is given. Normally when you purchase any goods from the market nowadays, now it will have some assurance warranty. Assurance warranty for 90 days, it will work as specified in the contract, correct now. And normally vendors know that in this 90 days nothing will happen, so that is assurance type. One is known as service type, means that is nothing but available in the form of extended warranty. So I think if you purchase mobile, so they will give you 1 year warranty and they will ask you, do you want additional warranty? They have asked or not? Do you want extended? They have, I think they will demand, do you want to purchase extended warranty? Means that is actually service type warranty. For 1 year they know nothing will happen, and believe me, when I purchased this mobile, so they have given me 1 year warranty. So I said, if this glass is broken or the screen will not, will you change? No, this is not covered. So what is covered? So battery is covered. Battery ko kuch hoga hi nahi. I know battery 1 year nothing will happen, because that is only an assurance type of warranty. But if I purchase additional 1 year warranty. So in that warranty, I know battery may damage. So that is nothing but service type of warranty. So there are two type of warranty. One is what? Assurance. One is known as service type of warranty. What they want to say? Ki accounting treatment of warranty. Well, first identify, is the customer has an option to purchase that warranty separately. Means whatever warranty is given, suppose you purchase with this, they have given 90 days warranty plus 1 year extra warranty after 90 days. And they have sold it to you with warranty. Well, whether this warranty is available for sale separately? Well, yes. Are you getting what I am saying? If the customer has an option to purchase the warranty separately, well, yes, then it means it is a separate performance obligation. Allocate the transaction price to that performance obligation, then apply step 5 for recognition of revenue. Then it is a separate performance obligation. Understood? Correct? So the promise warranty will be accounted as separate performance obligation, and the portion of transaction price will be allocated to that performance obligation and then recognize revenue as per step number 5. Normally warranty services will be over the period of time. Chalega? So it will be over the period of time. No, that is not available. That is not available separately. Then ask one question. If the promise warranty provide the customer with service in addition to assurance type of warranty, means whether with assurance they have given service type of warranty, with assurance whether they have given service type of warranty, well, yes, then once again it is a separate performance obligation, and then allocate transaction price as per step number 4 and recognize revenue as per step number 5. But no, means there is no service type of warranty, only there is what? Assurance type of warranty, then apply IND AS 37. Then IND AS 115 is not applicable, then apply IND AS 37 for expected expenses which may occur because of that assurance type of warranty, and recognize expenses Understood? Correct? Understood? I'll do this much only today. I am tired, totally tired, right? I'll take one question but on this to explain you what they want. This question, see, I think this question you have done also, but good question. Entity manufacture and sales computer that include an assurance type of warranty for 90 days. The entity offer an optional extended coverage plan under which it will repair or replace any defective part for 3 years from the expiration of assurance type warranty. Since the optional extended coverage plan is sold separately, The entity determine that 3-year extended coverage represents separate performance obligation, that is given also. The total transaction price and the extended warranty is 36,000. Entity determine the standalone selling price of computer and extended warranty is 32/4. So this 36,000 will be allocated this ratio only. That is allocated only. The sum total is same now. The inventory value of the computer is this. Further, the entity estimated based on his experience, it will incur 2,000 in the cost to repair defect that arise within 90 days. Means for assurance type of warranty, this is expected expense. So for this, will create what provision as per IND AS 37. So what is your journal entry? For the bank, how much you have received? But what will be revenue? We'll assume that control of computer. What is the good computer? Hai na? Computer has been transferred, and we recognize revenue to the extent of what? And we recognize deferred revenue to the extent of this will be first journal entry. Then what is the cost of sales of inventory? What is the cost price of inventory? How much? 14,000, na? 14,400. We'll pass one more journal entry. Cost of sales to what? Inventory. With what amount? 14,400. Then for this expected expense, what journal entry? Warranty expense to provision for warranty. How much? 2,000. Means there are 3 journal entry. This is based on IND AS 115. This is based on IND AS 2. This is based on IND AS 37. They have given one compound journal entry. But can we understand compound journal entry? If you are understanding, that is rectification. Correct now. Now you will be able to understand. But the receivable how much? But the revenue how much? Deferred revenue how much? Provision for warranty how much? Expense how much? Understood. So there are 3 IND AS in this. IND AS 15, IND AS 2, IND AS 37. Perfect question for exam. I like this question personally. Till now not asked in exam. Can be asked. Today this much only. So tomorrow what I will do? I will take thoda sa 1 hour extra. Whatever I have not done, I will complete today. I am tired also and I have some work also. Okay. 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 Thank you very much for today. We'll meet tomorrow. Till then, bye bye. Take care. Enjoy your remaining day with balanced studies. I hope you are doing study. Please make sure that you are studying. Then only this will be useful because you have more 4 subjects plus 1 Mahabharat. You have 1 Mahabharat also. Okay. So you have that subject also. Okay. Thank you very much. And please live online classes. Please comment in the comment box. Don't ask any doubt in live chat. Don't ask any doubt personally. Because believe me, I don't see any personal message. Correct. Like the classes. If you have liked it, subscribe my channel. Thank you very much. Bye bye.